As a Holocaust survivor, my message to the brave student protesters in America is just keep doing it, don't give up. We are doing exactly the same, and in the long term, we are going to prevail. I'm out from the beginning at every march. A small group of survivors and descendants of survivors demonstrate disagreement with the use of the Holocaust experience as a cover by the Zionists and the State of Israel.
What's happening on America's college campuses is horrific. This is reminiscent of what happened in German universities in the 1930s.
The way that the Israeli government is using the memory of the Holocaust in order to justify what they are doing to the Gazans is a complete insult to the memory of the Holocaust. And we stand repeated in the last few demos carrying placards hanging from the neck saying this survivor of the Holocaust is against the genocide in Gaza. And we also demonstrate against the conflating of Jewishness with Zionism, which is what the Israeli state is trying to do, which does nothing else but increases anti-Semitism. So we are trying to counter that by demonstrating that Jews and Holocaust survivors are against that. We have tremendously warm reception and appreciation from the typical members of the march. We get handshakes and hugs, and some people stand and some women cry seeing the placards. It's a great and warm experience. When the right-wing section of the present government is trying to press for the banning of these marches on the grounds that they create no-go areas for Jews and they are anti-Semitic, we know that this is complete rubbish. And the very opposite is true. Today's marches are having a very hopeful aspect, that it is so large, so persistent, so global, that eventually the Western leadership, which are trying to deny what is actually going on, will be forced to face up to it. And I think we are not far from that. I think there was no parallel to that in the Jewish Holocaust experience. In fact, there was great abandonment, certainly from the leadership of the country. There were some, very few, very brave people who risked everything to be on the right side of history and to rescue as much as possible. But the majority of people were too afraid and looked the other way. There is a question of historic responsibility towards injustice, genocide, and fascism. If you are just indifferent, if you do not take a stand, you acquire a degree of guilt without any doubt. And I think it is imperative to assert opposition and even at some degree of disadvantage and risk, if you want to be guilt-free when history judges what's happening. Knowing how the mass media
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
Thursday, May 2nd, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. I apologize for the long opening. Just 45 other things that I'm trying to struggle with in the background right now. Just so you guys know, the reason that there's nothing playing behind me and because things look a little bit different and whatever else is going on, I'm at the other location that I'm no longer going to be using because I have it for another month or so. And ultimately, this is going to be most likely the last time that I use this location. It may even look similar at the new place we set up. I plan on giving you guys a roundabout look once that's actually done. It's kind of being built and put together right now. Frustratingly enough, I don't know. Again, I just can't wait to get the hell out of this and get done with Comcast and all the rest of the stuff that I'm having to deal with today, because I don't know what goes wrong with this stuff. I can't hear things playing in the background. It doesn't matter. I don't want to waste your time with it. But I was trying to figure out how to fix that. So there's going to be some clips today that I'm not going to be able to hear on my end unless I play something at a delay and listen to it. So it's going to unfortunately change some of the points that I wanted to make, but at least you guys will get the context. This is just what you got to deal with in a world that this show will very clearly describe why the point that I'm going to make in the world the way it is today. And this is not just about Zionism, but it's about power structures and the reality that this is something that is shockingly obvious, and the lies that are spun. As somebody pointed out in a comment that was made underneath the post that I think I'm talking about today, highlighting the fact that they're misrepresenting what was said. They're claiming they're chanting to kill this or to hack the Jews. That's not what they were saying. And everyone's saying, yeah, you're right. And somebody comments saying, just like the other side does. And I said, yep. Like kind of they're thinking kind of that's going to be like some kind of a stop point. The point is, yes, finally, that's the point. They're always lying, always trying to deceive you, always trying to misrepresent. And that doesn't have to mean that one side it's the political system the way it is, and the people in power are not on your side. And that's not because there's not individuals in some circumstances that are genuinely trying to do what they think is right. It's because at the end of the day, the way that this is put together, as we're watching play out today, your interests are not that's not what's driving the bus here, guys. The reality is obviously coming from somewhere else when you can see your government's acting against your interests for a foreign entity, for a different lobbying group, for a merchant of death. I mean, any number of things we could talk about. We're going to get into a lot today in regard to a lot of different points. Obviously, the campus conversation, the protests that are going on are very important for a much larger reason, as I tried to highlight the other day. But we have to remember that in and of itself, like the idea of these protests are the least important part of the larger conversation. And the protesters themselves would tell you that. It's about what's going on in Israel or in Gaza, in the occupied area within Israel. And the point is that it succeeded to a degree, even as we call it out, that we are now, and myself included, looking at this topic again, because I really do think there's something important happening there. But nonetheless, we're focusing on the byproduct of the problem as opposed to the problem. And that was successfully done. And I think that's important to recognize. Now, I think there was one other point that I was going to add to that. I think ultimately we're just going to leave it there to open, but I think there's a lot we're going to get into today. A couple of points that have nothing to do with the larger conversation. I take that back. Of course, there's a connection, but that are technologically related that I think are important to cover. Election points I want to highlight. But we're going to do a lot to cover kind of a lot of these different angles today. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to say to start. Because of what I'm talking about here, as you guys can tell, those especially that are prominent, regular viewers of this platform, it's very difficult. And I take it completely on it's my fault, my poor planning in the process of the move. And which, by the way, again, was only in the interest of trying to lower costs because of everything else that's going on, which we won't get into today. But that ultimately it's become very hard for me to no internet at the other location, the timing there, and that which is supposed to be happening today. It's causing difficulties for me to get this out every day. And ultimately that over the next week, there may be a few more little hitches here and there. And even may look slightly different. I may have to do it in a certain location, but I think after about the next week or less, we'll be good to go. Everything will be set up and we'll be back to our, 5 shows a week, give or take, including interviews. Ultimately, that will be the go-to from here forward. And trust me, right now, I want to be doing that. And it's been difficult for me to not talk about things when I think it's important and with so much going on. But back to that point, we're going to be discussing a couple points about the ceasefire flow conversation, the obvious discussion around the campuses, but the Combating Anti-Semitism Act, which passed the House, which is, one of the largest points of today is the absurdity of the way the two-party illusion can manipulate people in an obvious way. Like Whitney and I talked about with the smart wall, and her work is covered for a long time. It's the major point around how right now in particular, we're watching people. We don't have to make it about left, right, Republican, even though that's the divide that's happening. It's about people who in other circumstances are arguing constitutional rights, Second Amendment, right to First Amendment, any rights, to make it clear. But those, the points that really stand out for, in the case of a Republican, the Second Amendment shall not be infringed except oh, we're being convinced that trans people are dangerous, therefore now we argue it can be infringed. In that circumstance, that's a manipulation, guys. You may change your mind and that's okay, but if you don't realize that you're suddenly changing, and they're just using your political perceptions to drive you to think, to take the very act that you swore you never would, that's what we're seeing today. As I titled the show today, the fake defenders of liberty. You have a lot of people out there that profess to be libertarians, to profess to care about constitutional rights, and are right now, regardless of why, regardless of whether you think these are Soros-funded, CIA-backed, lying, manipulated, woke, vaccine take, whatever, you're still allowing the suppression of their rights. And I'm not talking about the individuals, or even if you think it's half the whole thing, breaking into this or throwing that, even though we're getting into the reality of all of that today, as we have many times before, you're still cheering on the suppression of their rights. And obviously that will turn back to you, as it already is in many ways. It's really frustrating to me to see how many people right now on the right, people that are screaming, rightly so, about how important your rights are, the Constitution. That's the reason they were so highlighted during the COVID-19 illusion, because they were more so adherent and believers deeply in the Constitution itself. Except now they're being manipulated into thinking that there's lines to that. I mean, this is the whole point about surveillance and everything else. I mean, you'd think, as I'll highlight later in the show, that people that just got spent years being called racist and white supremacist and anti-Semites would be a little bit more sensitive to how those things can be weaponized to shut down your speech or suppress you financially. And yet so many, and I mean the people that I don't believe are honest at the two-party illusion side of it, the screaming pundits at the top, don't seem to care about that. I'm not talking to the average conservative out there that, may feel those people are trying to be honest or whatever it is. I think most people see through it today. That's a really important part of this. And it goes both ways. And it's not immediate, but it's always like we talk about. It's like the teeter-totter. This goes slowly back and forth. And over the process of a few selection cycles or a couple of years, you see them go from the crazy, like I've said many times, the crazy evangelical right, the crazy left, and it goes back and forth. And we're doing it again right now. And I'm believing more and more people are beginning to see through that entirely. I certainly hope so. But let's get into some opening points here that I think are very important. Now this, points this out, or view of our world. Disclose TV writes, U.S. Drug Control Agency will move to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous Schedule III drug. Which is it's just impossible. This is like everything else we're dealing with. And first his point, which is perfectly spot on, isn't bureaucracy great? You didn't even need elected leaders to do stuff. Just some paper pusher paid for the taxpayer. Who knew? So wait a minute. We've been battling this whole thing and they just decide one day to move it into another schedule that still doesn't represent the reality of what this is. Like, do you realize that there are other very dangerous, in their mind, dangerous drugs that are addictive, that are whatever else in Schedule 3, none of which apply to cannabis whatsoever, despite all the people like Bernanson out there that would freak out and tell me you're a crazy lunatic for saying that. Despite it being the same people trapped in the that too, but the COVID-19 illusion, saying the same lies, but we can see through that lie over there, but not this one. The bottom line in this is to highlight that this is a manipulation. This should not be in any of these schedules. I mean, realizing that it's still at this point before this was Schedule 1, meaning no medical purposes, which even they have on the record acknowledged back to the 80s, and yet they kept it here, even though they didn't do vote or they did it themselves. Let's just move it down. So what's been holding it up this whole time? Oh, and the other one is highly addictive, which neither apply. Cocaine is Schedule 2. So the idea that they just arbitrarily do this now, why? It's a distraction point. I don't know. But it just shows you that this is nonsensical. It has nothing to do with what we all think. Clearly the majority disagrees. I'm willing to bet you it gets pushed back up the line at some point. It's just because cannabis is dangerous to the power structure. Now you may not agree with that, but I mean that at the more than most things we would talk about. And if you care to understand why I think that, I wrote this just recently, February 20th, The Cannabis Deception, How Your Government Stole Your Future. If you're interested in why that makes sense, I'm not going to go into it now. Please read it. It's very important. And it's not some grasping hypothetical concept. This is medical, but I'll leave it there. Also on an election point, I thought this was hilarious because this is where it seems to go. Trump warns he may not accept Wisconsin election results. Gasp. You mean like literally everybody else in the current political spectrum? I mean, do you realize we've talked about this before this moment? Every single element has already been like, they're already cheating, so we're going to have to cheat. Not necessarily saying that exactly. Some of them pretty damn close. But so now it's just only bad when Trump does it. Now, you guys know I do not believe Trump is honest. I don't support him. I don't support pretty much anybody in this system because I think we're all being lied to. But I can still be honest. And I can still acknowledge that it's stupid for only him to be called out for something that they're all saying openly they're going to do, or that Newsweek writes an article of the last election saying how they basically circumvented democracy to save democracy, which is basically what they're saying again today. This is a cartoon. And I'm just happy that people are finally beginning to see how truly deceitful this whole thing is. Not that it has to be. I believe that we could have some sort of representative government that was based on your representation in the system. I believe that, but that's not what we have. So to pretend that taking part in the fake representative system will then somehow morph into that representative system is the problem. But I just want to point this out, that we're walking into this. We already know what's going to happen. Everyone's going to accuse everyone of cheating. They probably all are. And it will end up in this system where, I mean, I don't even know what that results in. I think we're already there. But at the very least, you can recognize that they'll keep doing the same things, the same wars, the same blind Zionist support, the same murder of children and circumventing of everything, stealing of resources. If you don't recognize that's what your government's doing, or you do, and you just call that freedom, there's a bigger problem at hand. Now, BX points out something in regard to Twitter that I thought was very important. She says, oh, actually, I think this was the first one. Yeah, I think that's the first one. So this is interesting. This has to do with Twitter, X, and which, by the way, people have done polls. And I'm pretty sure nobody likes the term X, and that's what I said. It doesn't make sense. You can't say I X'd it today or the tweet and so on. But that's why I said I'm always going to say tweet and Twitter, because I think that's what I don't have to say X, formerly known as Twitter, which it seems like you'll have to do for the rest of our lives. Just a little side point. But she writes, so I did a little experiment on the 29th by turning on all notifications for Elon Musk on X. What I learned is that for a period of time each day, Elon, or whoever, whatever else is running it, replies to a handful of accounts using what would appear to be botted script. Could he be this boring and generic with his replies without a bot? Possibly. Regardless, the lack of effort and obvious coordination with specific large accounts, which I'm sure you can guess which ones, makes me wonder, she says, what kind of deal those accounts have made with X or Twitter to get the perk of having Elon as their reply guy, thus propelling them to max platform visibility. Seems like a lot of propaganda to me, she says. Take a look at this. It's just the same. I mean, and these are accounts you would imagine. Visregard 24 and Bill Visregard being that aggressively, mindlessly pro-Zionist, blind lying account that we've caught 5 times that I can remember about food aid, all sorts of lies. That's just, these are the kind of accounts we're talking about. But yeah, with an exclamation mark. That's it. Now, you could argue that he's just busy and he just wants to chime in and say, that's good, I agree with that. But that's even weird in of itself, isn't it? Because you know that his simple point to something, or yes here or yay there, gives it a gigantic surge. So you could argue that if let's just remove any kind of feeling that this is dishonest. At the same time, you can see that he is very clearly channeling what the current focus is. I find that alarming, even if it's not dishonest. But aside from that, I think there's very clearly some dishonesty happening here. Exactly. Okay. Something's odd. True. It's all the same kind of comments. Just very simple. To me, that's coordinated manipulation of his own platform, which of course won't matter because it's his platform. Should, seeing as how we claim that's not what's going on. She says the ones that stood out the most were what you might expect: End Wokeness, Wall Street, Mario, Narfa, all the ones that we recognize as weirdly coordinated and not independent media, in my opinion. But this is just more on the same point. She's highlighting an additional update. She said she tried turning off the update so she wouldn't get all of his notifications, which is probably irritating as hell, and it wouldn't let her. It said there was like an error message. And then update to that, she says it's been 2 days since she turned it off and she still gets all of the notifications. I find that just interesting. Could just be a sign of a glitchy platform or something a bit more nefarious. But she writes, think X is still a free speech platform? She says, let's revisit the thread from December where she exposed the Diverting Hate program funded by the DHS, a counterterrorism grant, which was teaming up with Twitter to design a native tool used to target the manosphere for censorship and suppression. Elon Musk never responded to our questions about who at Twitter teamed up with this US government-backed program. Wouldn't be the only one. Pretty sure it's hard to keep count of how many government programs are immersed with Twitter, but he's the free speech anti-government guy, right? He's fighting for your government-supported things, right? Of course. And to what extent it was implemented on Twitter, she writes. Spoiler alert, she said she just found the Diverting Hate March report, and it's a doozy. It recommends sweeping moderation reforms, a rollout of AI facial recognition tech by social media platforms. You know that's coming, and more. It also confirms that 9 large creators were specifically targeted by the program in February. This does not sound like a free speech platform, guys, but yeah, anyone with a brain seems to be able to recognize this is not what we deal with here. Now, you could still agree with it all, but you know what? That'd be the same as pretending you agree with free speech, but then, or rather the same like we're talking about with the protests, where you say, I believe in this except for them. That's stupid. So that's where we are. Now, a couple other points in regard to some tech overlaps, because this is what we're really talking about. Elon Musk is sort of like this. I mean, it's not even a very good Pied Piper or, Trojan horse, if you will, because it's very obvious, but kind of heralding in this new age under the guise that it's the good AI when he does it, right? This is from Exputer. Sony patents to prevent you from in-game harassment by reading your emotions. Now, I'm not implying this isn't even connected. Maybe. I'm implying that this is where the world is going. And if we're not paying attention, and I'm not even talking about, as we've said many times, this is not where the world is going, in my opinion. This is where we were 5 years ago or whatever. That's usually how this goes. When they're going, look at this thing distant in the future is probably already being tested on you right now. Call me a conspiracy theorist, plenty do. The reality is if you look back at the times when they hype certain things, you'll find out that they were way, way, way ahead, and it usually centers around the military. We already know this stuff. We've talked about DARPA programs. Whitney and I've talked about this. It goes back decades where they're doing that. So let's not pretend like this is some new concept, but it's now being told to you. Do you think they're not already doing this with eyes, even just facial recognition or any number of things where your cameras on your Xbox and your TVs and your smart devices are doing? They can gauge your facial expressions, but this gets deeper than that. Reading your emotions with multiple different concepts. And this is this is invasive. Let's put it that way. And this is not something we're allowing. It's something that's happening, and we're retroactively going that thing over there, which is also the same thing happening with your cars. You know how long we've been talking about this? I heard this mentioned on a public radio show this morning. Just kind of a casual point going, this is, it's a Tennessee channel, so they're, I would argue, more conservative. And so they were going, it'll spy on you, and even mentioned the social credit score we're stepping into with all this. So I thought that was nice, but this is not new. Look up this exact title and you'll find these stories going back a decade or more. And the point is, car companies are giving location data to police without warrants, but it gets even darker than that. They're using these things to track like insurance companies. And this is like the lightest part of it, because realize it's not just insurance companies. It's whoever else wants to access that with that kind of clearance or manipulative power. But even insurance companies are without your knowledge, using this data to find out if you brake too hard too often, or if you run off the road a little bit, or if you turn too fast. I'm not making this up. You can look into this. And then that affects your insurance and your score in that regard. You know how long it'll take before that's a much larger concept of your score? I'm sure you know where I'm going with that. This is crazy. Nobody's voting for this stuff. This is what they're rolling in if we're not paying attention. Now, this is the point that I forgot that does overlap with it. May 1st, this came out yesterday from The Intercept. Israeli weapons firms are required to buy cloud services from Google and Amazon. Just simply showing you, as it writes right here, Google downplays its military work with Israel because everybody knows the vast majority of average people in the world see what they're doing, see what Israel truly is right now. Not the peoples of Israel, not all of them, but specifically the Zionist government and what they're using all of this tech for. In one case, clearly genocide. Project Nimbus documents tie the American tech giants to Israel's deadly military capabilities. And we've talked about the AI programs, Habsora, Lavender. That's what this is. And that also overlaps with Palantir that we just talked about, by the way. And this is one of the points I'll include just so you can check this, watch our video where we discuss the smart wall being rolled in under the idea that somehow this is what we, like basically the point is that Republicans would be strongly resistant to any biometric scans, any technocracy overlap to the Great Reset conversation, even tangentially, except when it comes from the Trump, or, comes from the side that it's about something that they would arguably want, like a wall conversation. It's very central concept. But suddenly it's okay. Biometric scans, invasive liberty manipulations, constitutional violations. It's all good because it's a wall. I mean, it's just frustrating that we can't see how easy that manipulation is. But I honestly think that most people don't fall for this right now. It's my hopeful opinion. I think it's just the largest pundits at the top that then trickle down, and that gets framed as the conversation. Sort of like when you highlight a single protester or a group of them doing something and go, that's what they all believe. Is that journalism? No, that's just straight up willful ignorance. Now, here's the 972 magazine article, Why Human Agency is Still Central to Israel's AI-Powered Warfare. That's a great article, by the way, because it's exactly what I predicted would happen. Following the lavender expose that this article put out, or excuse me, platform, it's a digital magazine, international law and AI experts explain how Israel's top brass and global tech firms are implicated in the slaughter. You know why they're making that point? Because they're already trying to act like, well, it's not really our fault. It's the AI and it knows better. Just like Eric Schmidt told you would happen. At some point, we're going to have to let it decide. This is all being manufactured, not the whole murder, genocide, overlap, and everything going on, but the narratives around it all. They're utilizing this to drive in the next step and realize that of course, they're still involved. They're the ones, even if they weren't the ones making decisions and just pressing a button and letting AI decide, that's still their responsibility. And that's something that we have to nail in now before we get way down the line in this hopefully never happens conversation. Now, in breaking news, the Washington Post reported a drone strike in Syria last year killed a civilian, which, don't you love stories like this? Oh, you mean one of the millions that you've killed like that, but we don't talk about? Okay. But they say we killed a civilian after confusing him for a terrorist leader. Gee, that sounds relevant to today, doesn't it? An internal investigation concluded, which is really what that means is we wanted to make this come out because we want you to think we care about our investigations. Hardly, call me a pessimist. I highly doubt they'd go, yeah, we made a mistake and we killed that guy. But here's the crazy part about that. Shouldn't somebody be accountable for that? Even if it was an accident. The guy got murdered and he was not who they said he was. So is somebody going to go to prison? No, they're just going to say, oh, our bad. We tried to fight for freedom and we slipped and killed that guy. Our bad. That's enough, right? Well, apparently it is for governments. I don't know why that's ever been the case. You're not like the idea that you can just make a mistake. And I'm not talking about in the midst of some ongoing war, which still wouldn't even justify it. It's a specific targeted drone strike. Murder the guy. It says underscoring the Pentagon's struggle to avoid unintentional casualties. Or there's a bigger story, but either way, how crazy is it that just gets passed over? But what's terrifying to me is that what do you think's involved in this? I guarantee you they've got algorithms and AI systems in place. And whether that's the case or not in regard to how this guy got killed, the point is, of course, they're fallible. Of course, these governments can make mistakes in huge air quotes. Or maybe they can just make a mistake too. But the point is, what's going on right now with Israel, if we can just to blithely disregard every one of these tens of thousands of deaths because, well, narrative, it just doesn't make any sense. And that's what I've been saying from the beginning. There is no explanation that can make what you're looking at justified. And I know most everyone listening agrees with that. But it's still crazy to think about. It's not stopping. Here's the article if you want to read it. U.S. forces thought they killed a terrorist. They got the wrong man. Yeah, like that's just every 15 seconds, it seems today. Or they don't care. SROF points out, so the U.S., and this is in regard to the Russian statement, or the statement in regard to Russia that I talked about on Richie Allen's show today. Russia used choking agent in Ukraine, violating chemical weapons ban, U.S. says. Oh, interesting. Well, he nails this point. He says, so the U.S. knows what Russia's doing in Ukraine, but doesn't know what Israel's doing in Gaza, even though they've literally got boots on the ground, which has now been, even though we already knew that, and I've reported that since the first week, finally, now it kind of trickles out, and it's like, they got exposed. We'll show it to you in a second. Well, there has been. Axios pointed that out with a 3-star general weeks ago, months ago. The point is that you're telling me we don't know. Obviously, we know what's going on. They've been covering it up, and I'll prove that to you in about I don't know, however long it gets to the point in a short period of time. I'll prove to you based on many different examples that they already knew. And they've gotten warnings from their own people, from lawyers, from internally saying Israel's breaking the law and we know it. And that may implicate you and our people there. And yet they come out like Matt Miller and go, we don't have any evidence, you know, whatever he says. I forget his exact phrasing, basically saying that we don't think they've ever broken the law at all. Not committed genocide, but they have not broken law. It's just astounding that they can take that stance, knowing that could very well end up meaning they could go to prison. This is what I keep pointing out. How is that possible? How is this power structure not just either they must know something we don't, or they must literally be so unaccountable that they know they'll never get charged? I certainly hope that's not the case. But whatever it is, they're destroying everything they ever thought they were building just to maintain this genocide, which is pretty wild. But he goes, makes total sense that the U.S. would have no confirmation of an ally's operations, but total certainty about a non-ally's operations. Obviously, the point he's making is they don't have any idea. They're taking what Ukraine said happened, which based on their narratives if you're going to bet, you'd probably want to bet they're lying, seeing as how they've lied about damn near everything else they've said, even according to the corporate media. But they're going to go, they did it. We said so. Even though we're not going to talk about let's specifically do the same point, violating chemical weapons bans. Okay, what about white phosphorus? What about the gas they use? They claim is tear gas that causes seizures and death. Who cares though? Because we can't prove it, or you don't want to look at it. And your own corporate journalists, which is amazing to me, are now going, but this is happening, and you sidestep every question. But we know Russia did it because Ukraine said. I mean, we don't need to highlight the shocking hypocrisy of the U.S. government today, but I'm just glad average people are now seeing what we have been ringing a bell about for years. They just don't care about the things they pretend to care about. That doesn't mean it has to be that way. I believe strongly that we can change that. But the people there now and the entire structure around them, it's set up to maintain this kind of hypocrisy, the status quo. Now let's start with, in regard to Israel, a couple of important videos Discensored News put out. And I mean, again, it's the same point. I don't feel like most of you need to be convinced about how willfully dishonest they are, but it's important to understand that a couple of things, that they know they're caught, right? They know in their own room of bought off journalists, for the most part, are seemingly being driven to ask real questions for whatever reason. And they have to sidestep those, and they know we're watching. And they've got people like Sam and Matt and Saeed in the room that ask real questions on the regular. They know we see them, guys. They know it. And so you have to think about what that means for the way, and this is the best they can do. So think about how clear that is. The way that they disregard all these things, or what Sam asked about the Israeli nukes and how they just refuse to answer. I mean, these are either completely compromised people or willfully dishonest because of some other agenda that counters American interest in the interest of a foreign country. And on top of that, there's one other point I was going to make. Let me start playing this, and if it pops into my head, I'll throw it out there. But great clips as always from Discensored News, showing the alarming dishonesty of the people pretending to be fighting for everyone else's human rights.
Context of Israel, this is a government in which we have a long-standing security relationship with. We are looking at reports. We are looking at public reporting. We're looking at media reporting, just as we would do in any conflict zone, ensuring that there are no violations of international law, no violations of humanitarian law.
But that seems to be at the core of the problem here, is that Israel is a unique country being offered unique treatment.
They are not being offered unique treatment. There is nothing that I have outlined here that is inconsistent with the Leahy process.
Let me try to approach the whole Leahy law thing in one or two different ways. You say that U.S. law is applied systematically throughout. Does Israel have nuclear weapons? Because there's U.S. law that says that there should be a funding cutoff under the Arms Export Control Act and the Glenn-Symington amendments that says that there shouldn't be aid to nuclear proliferators. And Israel is a damn sure nuclear proliferator. But last time I asked, you folks won't even acknowledge the existence of Israel's massive nuclear arsenal. Will you here today acknowledge the obvious truth that Israel has a nuclear weapons arsenal, or will you continue with this cover-up?
What I will say is that we recognize the very real security challenges facing Israel and the Palestinian Authority. We also mourn the innocent loss of innocent lives and regret injuries to civilians, but I don't have any specific comment to offer on what you asked.
Israel has had nuclear weapons for decades, and you can't acknowledge that Israel has a nuclear weapons arsenal.
I'm going to work the room a little bit. Alex, go ahead.
You expect us to believe what you're saying from that podium, and you can't acknowledge the empirical reality of Israel's nuclear
ahead,
weapons?
Alex.
My question is about this same region.
Context of Israel.
Reality of Israel's
Go
nuclear
ahead,
weapons.
My question is about this same region.
Yeah, I still don't have a comment for you on
But
that.
U.S. law is applied systematically, but you won't even acknowledge
Of
the
course,
existence
U.S. law is applied systematically.
But you won't even acknowledge the empirical reality of a nuclear weapons arsenal.
I don't have anything for you on
Okay,
that.
all right. Let me try a different fact then. Tomorrow there'll be a decision issued by the International Court of Justice. Nicaragua invoked the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, not just simply, to punish genocide, but to attempt to prevent it in real time. Nicaragua's lawsuit says that it is, quote, enabling Israel to perpetuate genocidal acts, quote, Germany has provided political, financial, and military support to Israel, fully aware at the time of the authorization that the military equipment would be used in the commission of grave breaches of international law by this state and in disregard of its own obligations. As I understand it, Nicaragua is doing this against Germany and not the U.S. because the U.S. has a reservation in the Genocide Convention saying that it will not adhere to any judgments by the International Court of Justice. But it doesn't have to invoke that. My question to you is, would the United States invoke that? Or if a state wanted to go to the international court, will the United States actually adhere to international law and say, we will not invoke this way of bailing out of the legal system? We will actually abide by a court decision.
Sam, let me say a couple of things there. First, we've been incredibly clear on this, dating back to a number of months, that we find allegations of genocide in this current ongoing conflict in Gaza to continue to be unfounded. That was the case previously when similar matters were brought before the ICJ, and that continues to be the case. And let me just say, when it comes to our partners in Germany, they share our convergence on the importance of doing everything we can to make sure hostages are released, to make sure that there is more humanitarian aid going into Gaza, and that everything can be done possible to make sure that this conflict ends as quickly as we can.
But I'm not asking you for your alleged assessment. I'm asking you, will you adhere to a court ruling from
I'm just not going to engage in hypotheticals, Sam.
No, it's
Go
not
ahead,
a
Ellen.
hypothetical.
Ellen.
It's a, will you adhere?
Go ahead, Ellen.
Oh, you guys couldn't hear me? Sorry, that was on me. Let me know if you can hear me now. Sorry, what I said first that I guess you didn't hear was sorry for the redundancy for a moment while that was playing. I had to switch other browsers to see if I could listen because I did want to make some comments. but I'm assuming you can hear me now because I think I know what I did there. But in any case, what I was saying is it's such shocking dishonesty across the board. The idea when that woman early on is asking about a special entity giving special treatment, and he freaks out about it. No, we're not. And I don't even think she thought that was necessarily contentious. That's why I think she said a special entity, almost implying that it should get special treatment. But they can't say that because that's exactly the opposite of what they'll ever tell you. And the reality is that obviously that's the case, whether it's special rules or no rules at all. It's what they apply to their allies for the most part, but especially Zionist Israel. But it's wild. Or asked about nuclear weapons, which this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. It's a shocking open secret. Like laughed about. Netanyahu more than once has even gaffed and said it and smiled like an idiot and turned the conversation away because he knows we all know. He knows they know. And it's a point of pride for them that he can get the whole world to act like it's not true when he knows they all know that. It's the same thing. It's like the CIA statement, forget the guy's name, about, our mission will be complete when everything the American people think they know is false. It's the same kind of idea. So they all know, we know they've got nuclear weapons, but they don't apply the law to them. In fact, there's even a term that many people in political positions have termed it or called it nuclear ambiguity. So we can give it a term of its own. That's not special, though. That only applies to them, but totally not special treatment, meaning they don't have to acknowledge something and everybody else does, but totally not special treatment. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And the statements he makes at the end about not being willing to adhere to the international ruling, which is what they throw at everybody else. It's striking how clear this is. I'm hoping average people new to this are just going to see this and go, wow, like it doesn't matter what side you're on. It's obvious what they're doing is dishonest. At least you could come out and say, well, we side with them because we believe X, Y, and Z, or yes, they've got nukes and here's why we wouldn't explain it. No, just lie, sidestep, lie. That's what they do. And here's another clip. Rania shares this. Stand-up comedy time again.
What I can say in terms of where the process is right now is that after a careful process, we found 5 Israeli units responsible for individual incidents of gross violations of human rights.
Well, that's interesting. So you can acknowledge that people are breaking the rules, the law, human rights. So that's a war crime because it's a war and it's crime and it's obvious. But yet in other circumstances, when put to the question of whether Israeli, any, like Matt Miller will highlight, crimes have been committed. No, we don't see any evidence. Well, then what the hell are you talking about here? Now, he does go on to say this is before October 7th, but doesn't that make our point?
All of these were incidents much before October 7th.
Oh, so there wasn't a ceasefire before October 6th. I got it. But we'll just pretend that's not the case.
And none took place in Gaza.
The U.S. government,
even in the West Bank, we're talking about. Oh my gosh, doesn't this just ruin every narrative they've got that it's only about Gaza and only about Hamas and only after October? So many dishonest people that choose to just blind themselves to that ridiculous overlap. Now, this guy calls out a great question, which is, doesn't that mean that you're not allowed to give them weapons?
The government has concluded that 5 different Israeli units committed gross human rights violations, but as of now, all of those units can still continue to receive U.S. arms, weapons, ammunition.
Well, in 4 of those instances, as I just said, we have seen remediation of those violations, and that is, of course, what we expect of partners. Beyond that, as it relates to this 5th unit, that is a process that is still ongoing. When we're talking about
And we're talking about the process, which is how many times they've denied, ignored, or pretended investigations of things that later turn out to be the exact opposite of what they said. And that's their internal investigation. Or the simple question of why it ever makes sense to allow the accused to investigate themselves, especially when they've been guilty of some of the worst atrocities in history.
The Leahy law, what we are talking about are unit and component restrictions when they are found in violation. It does not have bearing on the broader security relationship that we may have.
A bureaucratic, nonsensical oversight. So we're just going to pretend like it's only for the larger or the minute. No, the reality is if they are breaking the law, then we're not allowed to give them weapons. And yes, we can prove that is from an institutional level. We all have seen the endless procession of clips to this very day openly calling it out and saying all of them are bad. All of them should die. Smotrich just yesterday came out and said that we should annihilate everything and we should not stop short. He lists off the cities. He says Rafa. He says al-Nusra. He says level them all. He can say that yesterday, and yet we can't get a real answer because these people are compromised.
With a country, especially a country like Israel, in which we have a long-standing security relationship, the provision of bulk assistance that's gone back many, many years.
But as of now, even the 5th unit, where you're unsure whether there's been remediation, they are still eligible to receive U.S. arms.
That is the interpretation of the law.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the interpretation of the law? Got it. Not the law, but the way we interpret the law. So you're allowed to give weapons to a group that you don't know for sure is not committing aggressive war crimes. So we can just keep funding them until we figure it all out, right? How in the world does anybody take these people seriously? I mean, this is why we're talking about this in the sense that if these are the people acting like rules-based international order, and yet at every effing turn, they don't apply it to themselves, or they ignore the law, or they step over it, or they just blatantly disregard. That's why that's all that's going to do at the very least is cause other people who are also morally ambiguous to realize they can do whatever the hell they want. It's alarming. Here's another clip. This one is also decensored news. And actually, I think there was a brief point to this in the other video, but I wanted to play this full part about specifically about the nuke question and how every time the sidestep. I mean, it's just, this is an important overlap because everybody everywhere knows this is a lie, or at least, when they say they don't.
For the Israeli perspective on this, only whether the U.S. has actually received a commitment from the government to have formal plans presented prior to any invasion.
I'm just not going to speak to further specificity about this process.
I have 2 others on the region.
Mind if I jump to Jillian, who's that, and then we can. I'm sure we'll get to everybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think this was the wrong clip. Hold on. Did I? Oh, you know what? Okay, so I guess I think I grabbed the wrong one. We'll go with this one anyway. This is just the one where he's not being called on, which is constant. And this is just showing how, again, a small point, but willful dishonesty. Here he is saying, I'm sure we'll get to everybody.
I'm just wondering if...
I'm sure we'll get to everybody. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if state has any comment.
And we have made clear that the provision of arms to either side only deepens and prolongs the conflict. Go ahead, Daphne, and then we're going to wrap.
You said you take everybody's question.
That's not what I said. I
You
said
did.
I would get
At the
to as many
beginning of the
people
news
as I
conference.
I
At the
said I'd
beginning
get
of the
to
news
as many
conference,
as I
that's what
can.
you said.
Go ahead, Daphne. Mind if I jump to Jillian, who's that, and then I'm sure we'll get to everybody. Go ahead.
You said you take everybody's question.
That's not what I said. I said I would get to as many people as I said I'd get to as many as I can. Go ahead, Daphne.
The Philippines today said
Guaranteed to all states under international law. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Go to the tape. You did.
Just a small thing, right? But, you can't just be like, sorry, we're done then. You just lie because you become very comfortable lying when you lie all day, every day. Now, again, I apologize about the stream. For God only knows why this location seems to drop out every 15 seconds, but it looks like we're having a little trouble with the stream. Pretty common. Let's keep moving forward. So here is an important point. Now, these opening points for this first little segment are just important things that I didn't want you to miss. Things that I think are building to show you where we're currently at and what this entity truly is. Israel planning a ring of checkpoints to prevent men from fleeing Rafa, according to Israeli sources. So we're talking about the idea of creating, as they write, a complex network of checkpoints to prevent military-age men from fleeing. Okay, so explain for me how you're trapping them in this area, right? Corralling them in there they won't let them back the other direction. You're going to tell them you're making a plan for them to get out of there before you invade, except you're not going to let the military-age men out because they're automatically all Hamas, even though we already know that's what's happening. With Lavender and the rest of them, they're killing and murdering anybody that's even tangentially next to people that are, men or have the phone call with somebody they think is tied to UNRWA, who they claim is all Hamas, like flimsy. Or just murdering whoever comes across them, which IDF members, I'll show you next, are openly admitting to, or just the one that recently came out and testified to this, or rather gave an interview about it, was giving his testimony that he was a part of it.
Do you think that you witnessed war crimes taking place?
Probably. The ground assumption is that they are Hamas. And then if you go this way, you're bound to kill people that are not.
Now, in a rare interview, one soldier tells us about the reality he says he witnessed.
What kind of stuff would they say?
There are no uninvolved, only unarmed. This is something that I'm going to carry for the rest of my life.
You know, it's amazing the kind of things that people who don't want to see it can ignore. But now we're talking about checkpoints to prevent the very people who you claim you're trying to remove for safety. We're not saying all Hamas members. They're saying any man who they think is within an age that could be, and you're going to trap them there while you do an invasion. Does that not seem unjust? Doesn't matter, because they're all enemies to all of these people, which is what we're seeing played out around the campus and everything else. All these U.S. politicians coming out and just saying that this is a problem. We can't let Palestinians come here. They're all dangerous. Well, hold on. Weren't you just 30 seconds ago telling us you were fighting for those people because Hamas is bad? Now they're all Yes, guys, because that's the truth in their minds. They're all evil, bad, dangerous things, or they don't care because it's interest of Zionism. You can't just conflate every Palestinian and act like you're not a disgusting, bigoted person. This is racism on the surface, not the ridiculous overlaps of the way they call what you think is right. We're talking about real, verbatim, over-the-top racism. We hate these people because of where they come from, who they are. That's the reality. It's not every single Israeli or every single Jew, but anyone that's doing that, that's what we're talking about. This is on the surface. And if we can't acknowledge that because you're like afraid of even saying the word racism because that's a woke thing, then you're lost in the two-party paradigm. That you are exactly what they want from you if you're doing that. Here's another article. Israel plans to set up camp to forcibly evacuate Rafa. Okay, so this one's a little bit earlier. So what you'll find is that they're setting this up to essentially be like, we're going to set up this to remove you from this area, but realize there's nowhere else for them to go. So it's just a continual jamming them up against the wall, and then also make checkpoints so some of you can't leave as we murder you all. This is just on the surface. This is one step after another, manufacturing something that is going to be one of the worst parts of this whole thing. If it happens, I hope that somebody's able to stop this. Now, here's Mike Pompeo in regard to that same point, because I guess what's happening is Biden said something about having Palestinians come to the United States, which, by the way, there's a lot of Palestinians that live in this country and all around the world. So this idea that there's somehow, it'll be a day, they're already here, guys. If you're out there pretending like this is going to be some new, there's a lot of Palestinians. Robert's family are Palestinian. The idea that you could pretend that that's some new move that's going to cause all of this destabilization. Well, too late. It's happened for decades. So the idea that you think it's happening is because you're falling into the trap that's being laid for you. People like Mike Pompeo are disgusting human beings. He says bringing Gazans who are Palestinians to America would put America at risk. Okay, but didn't you just tell us that they were the ones you were saving from Hamas? So now they're all bad guys? Because that's what you always thought, or at least that's what Israel always thought, so you blindly follow Israel. And it says, and it would mean a massive financial burden. Now, let's be clear. I'm not asking for that. In fact, the reality, the real play that's happening here, that's what I commented down below, then stop trying to displace them for Palestine for the 15th time. Your attempt to manipulate here is transparent. You're losing your touch. The point is this is meant to get you battling over whether they should go to the United States or somewhere else, when the reality is they don't want to leave their home. They don't want to leave Palestine or the small fraction that's left of Gaza or West Bank. They don't want to. So this idea that he brings this up and creates the left-right immigration divide, all of a sudden you're going, no, bad guy, Soros and immigration, which are all concepts we should be aware of, when all we're really talking about is the idea to justify displacing them from the one place they don't want them. They don't care after that, in my opinion. It's disgusting. And too many people are falling for it. Too many honest people who believe in the wrong people are falling for this. Here's somebody that I think we can all see through, hopefully. RNC says the same thing. The Biden administration is considering welcoming refugees from Gaza. Now, let me ask you this. Why does that bother you? Because you've been manufactured into this belief that all of them are terrorists? Well, that makes you a stupid person, because that's not true. It's not true about any entire group of people. I thought we all acknowledged that that's stupid. But on top of that, let's just say that's not why you think that. Then why? Why do you fear having people who are suffering because of what your government's doing find refuge from that in your give us your tired, your poor, your hungry world? I mean, it's everything about this feels wrong. And I'm not saying we should be obligated to take any refugees from anywhere. And the point is that if Biden is doing that, that feels part of some manufactured entity. The point is, I'm saying if Gaza and Palestinians came of their own accord, is that a problem for you? Or is it just because Biden pointed to it and you're falling right into their two-party illusion dynamic every single time? Ben says, no, the answer is no. There's a reason Egypt won't take them. And then you fall into what I keep highlighting. The overt racism and bigotry that they cannot withhold. So this is the same point. Are we talking about Hamas here? No, we're talking about Palestinians. In fact, we're talking about the ones fleeing from Hamas, right? Didn't he many times already make the argument that we're siding with them or we're trying to save them from the battle? Okay. But if your argument is Egypt won't take them, then what you're saying is they're gross and bad and dirty and nobody likes them and that's why nobody wants them. So why would we want them? I mean, do you not inherent in that statement is the most disgusting human being. The idea that you think all of them are wrong and bad because of where they come from. It's disgusting. And he says Saudi Arabia won't take them. Well, let's be real about this and realize that Saudi Arabia is an authoritarian regime that they ignore because they get what they want from it. Egypt was completely regime changed to put in place the people that would side with Israel, even though their people don't want that. And yet, Jordan and on and on and on. And now we're going to say that's why they won't take them, despite the fact that the people, and on top of that, most of the peoples in these countries don't want them to have to be displaced from their home because that's what Palestinians want. The idea that it's all because nobody wants them, because that's what everybody thinks of them, shows you the kind of disgusting mentality people like Shapiro have. And he says the civilian population of Gaza supported Hamas by every available metric. This old tired game where you talk about a situation where you put people in a prison, which is what it is, despite the narratives. It is an open air controlled area where they're not allowed to leave from without Israeli authority. And then Israel funds the group that they pretend they've always been fighting. And Ben will never talk about that, not really, and force that group into control, which I still argue. And I think Robert and I will eventually have a conversation about this. I don't know how in the world we pretend that Israel, which they were before, will call that group a terrorist group, call them dangerous, and then stand back and be like, okay, you guys vote. No big deal. And then by the way, even though that's my point is that let's just even pretend they did vote for them. They went immediately said, well, we don't acknowledge that. So either way you spin it, it's a joke. I think it was manufactured because they funded them into reality and they wanted to use them to divide the two places, the West Bank and Gaza. So they had different people they're looking to so they would never come together. So the idea that you think it's somehow their fault that this got forced on them, that then if they wanted to go to school or get a job or go through any system, they were forced to go through this conversation. And on top of that, as he knows well, it was only 46%, a plurality, not a majority that voted for this anyway, if that's even real. The fact that we have to stumble through this every time is the whole point. People like him will never acknowledge the picture. That's not what journalists do. He says, why would we possibly import them into the United States? Totally insane. Or, allow them to get away from the things that you're supporting. And import them because of some, that's the disgusting nature of it. Now, in case you need to hear this again, the reality is quite obvious that you have to acknowledge the Israeli government funded this group. And unless you can acknowledge that, then you're not acknowledging the real picture.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
So what we did, with the permission of our Prime Minister, is to let Qatar to transfer a huge amount of money in cash, probably more than $1.4 billion. By doing it, we increased the power of Hamas. We did everything in order to make sure that Hamas will go on controlling Gaza, and Palestinian Authority will control the West Bank, so they will fight each other.
Netanyahu maintained.
How do you disregard that? That's a stated. Haaretz has covered this, that Netanyahu said it himself. They made sure they'd be in power. How is that not the central goal? Because the corporate or central talking point, the corporate media does not care. This has been, we've been posting this under everything they do. They don't care. That's Ehud Barak. That's a former prime minister. Nobody cares. Even CNN's even talked to him about things like the Shifa Hospital and gotten at least some of it out to say that, yes, that was built by us. And she balked at that. What, really? But none of them will acknowledge that. How is that possible? You can't acknowledge this situation without opening the door to the fact that they funded and made sure would be in power the group that later caused this. That's pretty stupid. And this are the things that a lot of these Republicans, and I mean the manipulators in the side of this, don't want us to see. This person highlights White House considers welcoming some Palestinians from war-torn Gaza as refugees. This person says Egypt won't even take them because they're so dangerous. Right. So not Hamas, the average civilians, including the women and children that have killed, that are, the guy in a wheelchair, the baby that was just born, super dangerous, but sure, come over to America, she says. It just makes me sick that people these could be bots for all I know, but these are people, in some cases, honest people that don't realize. I mean, look, I find it hard to think that an honest person could be tricked into expressing such disgusting things. Personal opinion. But I do know that some people are falling into these traps because that's what the two-party illusion is meant to do. Now, Clint Russell highlights this. First, Colin Rugg says, President Biden is considering bringing Palestinians from Gaza into the United States as refugees. Federal U.S. agencies are figuring out how to resettle Palestinians from Gaza. Now, I don't know if this is even happening. This was a floated concept. And again, if we did that, that would not be by their choice. Most of them have made it clear they're never leaving. They're going to die there because it's theirs, which nobody should. I mean, you think that like we flip this around and make this Republicans, if China occupies the United States, they're just going to give up and go somewhere else because they tell them to? They're going to die defending their territory. And if you can't recognize the same thing in them, then you're blinding yourself to the reality. We'll get to the Intifada point in a minute. The reality of the terms. According to the report, one proposal would use the United States refugee admission program to bring in Palestinians with U.S. ties who may have escaped into Egypt. Those who pass the eligibility requirements would then fly into the United States with refugee status, receive housing assistance. Now, again, you could make a very clear argument that I would understand that it's frustrating that there are people in need in this United States that don't get access to things that we would give to people coming over, especially when they're suffering because of the man in that picture or Trump, if he was there. So I'm never going to balk at the idea of supporting, and whether I don't like the idea of ever taking this without. This is essentially forcing that support on every American using our tax dollars. But I argue that plenty of Americans would happily support these people because they know why they're suffering. It's not because of Hamas. It's because of Israel and the foreign policy of this country. But still, I would always side on the idea that it should not be forced upon us. And there's plenty of Americans in this country that are not given the same support, even though they need it. Those things are relevant, but both can exist in the same conversation. Now, here is what Clint says. He says, I was told repeatedly that these people are too dangerous to coexist with their neighbors and that they would all grow up to be terrorists. If that's not true, and he says it's not, which I appreciate. So he's saying that's not the case. Then why am I being robbed to fund the IDF? So his point is, if we're talking about, now, of course, a lot of the Republicans are going to say that's just Biden and his woke policies, and it's not the truth. They are terrorists. But Clint acknowledges that they're not all. I think anybody who cannot acknowledge that they're not all just terrorists aren't serious people. That's a stupid, broad-stroking argument. I don't care. It's the same point they make about Israel. I can acknowledge that most of the population very clearly has a very warped mindset about when it comes to Palestinians. And I can also acknowledge that's because of the belligerent and racist Zionist government that has manipulated them for 75 years. Same point they make about a lot of people in this country, like I'm talking about other Republicans who are blindly pro-war because they're manipulated by our pro-war government. Same concept. So it's obvious that that's why I appreciate the nuances. You can't just broad stroke them. Not serious journalists don't do that because that's dumb. I've never seen a case in my life where you can say every single one of this entire group of people are exactly this one thing. There's always a deviation. I don't care if it's one person. You have to be honest about the fact that it's not all of them. And that's the same point. And it's not just one person, guys. The idea that every member of Palestinian society are all Hamas terrorists is ludicrously stupid. But he goes, then why am I being robbed to fund them, right? So if Biden's bringing them over, doesn't that seemingly make a contradiction? They're too dangerous to be over there, but we're going to bring them over here, right? The lie is that they're too dangerous. But nonetheless, this will bat it back and forth. He says this was always the plan, and it's infuriating how brazen it is. Now, I agree to a sense, in a sense, that the plan in a lot of ways is to manipulate, and I think this is an Israeli manipulation, quite frankly, the demographics of these countries. And if you can't acknowledge that throughout history, especially as we're watching them use demographic changes right now, pushing Palestinians into location, we have to acknowledge that's always been a part of this. That acknowledging weaponized migration does not mean you don't care about refugees, or the fact that it doesn't have to mean that it's all part of some lie, that these are average, normal people. The same thing I said about the border conversation. Now, this is the kind of the disgusting ignorance that I'm talking about. This person who got a lot of shares on this ridiculous meme says they want us to share it with them. They, and she highlights every Arab country and then shows the one Jewish state, which again is so dumb. So we're talking about a religion versus a broad demographic. Like, do you realize how shockingly ignorant this is? The idea that every single one of these countries, these huge countries, are wildly different, multifaceted, with different groupings, different demographics, different religion. They're not all the exact same thing. Now, yes, each one of them tend to have, like in this country, a general, largely Christian or largely Jew, whatever. But to just lump every one of them in the same, this is like pretending that you as a Christian, if that's who you are, and living in a Christian country, should just be okay being pushed into some other Christian country, because aren't you all the same? It's ignorance, guys, ignorance. And no, this is not the one Jewish state. This is the Israeli country. It's Israel. And the Zionists have tricked you into thinking it's the only Jewish state in the world. There's Jewish people that live in countries all over the world. This is shocking to me. Now, let's talk about some of the overt racist or belligerently violent concepts we're seeing come from the Israeli government that we're pretending isn't, or some people are. This is from Haaretz, mainstream corporate media in Israel. Israel's far-right minister Smotrich calls for no half measures in the, quote, total annihilation of Gaza. I mean, how is it that we're able to have this conversation and the leading newspaper in Israel is highlighting, directly quoting a leader of their government saying total annihilation, no half measures? And yet we just back around and act like, well, no, they're taking pinpoint accuracy to only go after these ones, and we're not destroying all of their homes and buildings and stealing everything. Totally not, but destroy it all. It is shockingly dishonest. And that's why most people are starting to see through this. And that's why average college kids are having a very easy time seeing through this lie, whether or not they're wrong about literally everything else, if that's the case. Just because you're wrong on any number of things does not mean you can't acknowledge genocide when you see it. I think average people can do that. Here is a great clip. Oh, actually, I forgot to grab this. Former IDF paratrooper. He says you can't be a moral occupier. It's almost overwhelming how many examples we have. I mean, IDF members, tank drivers, helicopter pilots, security members of kibbutz, average people on all sides of this. They're out openly telling you what's really going on, openly telling you that they're deliberately killing people. Or 972 magazine articles coming out and telling you, with 6 different IDF members that are on the record, that they're just killing people to kill people. Or the UN can come out and say that they're murdering people and we can prove it. No, you're wrong and nobody cares because you're Hamas. That's the kind of stupidity we're dealing with right now. Here is another one.
State Department concluded Monday that 5 Israeli military units committed serious human rights violations against Palestinians in the West Bank before the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. Deborah Pata spoke with a former IDF soldier who is now criticizing Israel's response in Gaza. Deborah?
Good evening, John. Well, over 34,000 people have been killed in Gaza in nearly 7 months of Israeli bombardment. And the Israeli Defense Force says 13,000 of those are Hamas operatives, something we cannot verify as we are not allowed to enter Gaza independently.
But the images and testimonies coming out of Gaza tell a different story. It is mostly women and children who've been killed.
When Israelis talk about the most moral army in the world, they're doing that while ignoring a truism, which is you can't be a moral occupier.
Avner Gavriyahu is a former IDF special ops sniper who was based in the West Bank between 2004 and 2007. Now he's the director of Breaking the Silence, an organization that does exactly that.
someone who joined the army with enthusiasm and belief that I could be sort of a good soldier in a harsh situation, that all shattered when I barged into Palestinian homes, when I arrested children. And there's families, children, elderly men and women, just a family. An understanding that you're their nightmare, basically. I think that shook me to my core.
Since then, his organization has collected hundreds of testimonies of veteran soldiers exposing the harsh reality of serving in the IDF.
I learned that our society is ignorant to a lot of what we're asking our sons and daughters to do in our name.
And what they're being asked to do, he says, is often very wrong.
We're not asking why Israel went to war. We were here when the sirens went off, right? We lost loved ones. We're still mourning the losses of October 7th. We're asking how Israel is fighting this war. And it looks like Israel is fighting this war with no breaks.
Over the past nearly 7 months, there has been growing global outrage over the killing of unarmed civilians in Gaza. Here, a woman tries to run to safety with her grandson, who is waving a white flag of peace, even as his grandmother is gunned down.
Now, you've seen most of these. The main point is just to recognize yet another member of their forces coming out and saying, we're being lied to. You're being lied to. We're murdering people. We know it. We don't care. It's not everybody. Clearly, some of them have a problem with it. Important to realize. Now, here's another Haaretz article that came out on April 28th of this year. Palestinian released from Israeli prison describes beating, sexual abuse, and torture. Which, by the way, if you haven't seen, as we've covered extensively, is a year, goes back as far as you can look. UN reports, human rights groups, even Israeli media like this reporting on the fact that Israeli IDF were caught raping children in these prisons. This is not a sensitive topic. It's an open, discussed reality that's only contentious because you're called racist when you point it out. Like literally anything else that criticizes the Israeli government. Here is, actually, this one first. Mohammed Shihada. Israel is raping and sexually assaulting Palestinian detainees. This is in the article. They were led to the kitchen where they were stripped and forced to lie on top of one another. They were beaten with clubs and spat on. Now, this is graphic. A guard then started to stuff carrots into the anus of Abu Halil and other prisoners. That's more torture, right? But it's sexual abuse. And if that's happening, you can damn sure bet that everything else is happening. There is no accountability here. Where are their supervisors? Where are their superiors? Where are the people in charge of this area? This is something that is institutional, guys. And as the Squirrels pointed out many times, this is the corporate media in the United States has absolutely driven on the lies around allegations of rape that happened on October 7th. Which still, I will always argue that there's certainly possible. The evidence has never been there. The proof has never been shown. And even corporate media is now pushing back. It's crazy. Washington Post, journalism professors call on the New York Times to review that October 7th report. And as he writes, breaking 59 leading renowned journalism professors from top universities have called on the New York Times to independently review its debunked, which it literally has been, but even by their own people, their mass rape atrocity propaganda hoax. The New York Times is desperately hoping everybody will just move on, but it's not going to happen. Here is another interesting report, Times of Israel, which won't surprise you. Israel fumes as UN Secretary General leaves Hamas off sexual violence blacklist. You know why? Because they haven't proven it. They're just mad they're not getting blind support like they usually do. And I'm talking about the government of Israel. He says the UN and its general secretary have refused to put Hamas on the list of groups responsible for sexual violence, reiterating that Pramila Patten's report, this is the important part, was not investigative, as we've all said, because you know why? She said it herself. Willful ignorance will not circumvent the truth. Zionists are furious as it undermines their lie about UN confirming Hamas rape stories, which is what they kept saying, and they were lying. They knew it. They hoped they would just kind of build into itself. But in no way am I suggesting Hamas is not capable of that. or any number of groups in the middle of wartime, or any group in the middle of wartime. The point is, proof should obviously matter to any journalist, or anybody for that matter. You can clearly tell who it does not matter to. Now here, in regard to the point that I was referencing earlier, while they're openly telling you that this is, we have not seen any evidence of any crimes being committed, the truth is they all know that's not true. They know it because their own people have been telling them underneath all of this, and it's starting to leak out at the seams. This is in the UK. UK ministers admit they were told by lawyers that Israel is breaking the law, and this got leaked out.
He is fighting very hard. So first of all, two-state solution does not help Hamas. No. That hurts Hamas in every single way. That helps, that destroys some of the narratives on the recent basis. Two-state solution does not help them. Secondly, the Foreign Office has received official legal advice that Israel has broken international humanitarian law, but the government has not announced it.
Think about that. This is not a new clip. It's coming out now new, but the point is this is not from yesterday. This is something they already knew. Amongst themselves, they go, yeah, we know. They broke the law. And then not only do they not say that, they come out and lie and say, no, they have not. Same thing with the U.S. There's just no, look, if you took away everything else that's happening, and this was a lie about some kind of procedural crime, you maybe could argue, well, they rationalize it being more important to freedom and democracy to lie for Israel, whatever, which is ridiculous anyway. But that's not what we're talking about, guys. We're talking about the most obvious genocide in living memory. Right now. Most of us were alive when the historical, other than maybe something like Rwanda, but I'm talking from a Western audience, most of us weren't there. It wasn't something, I feel like it was publicized, but at least maybe in my own experience, it was something that I remember hearing about after the fact, which makes sense because we realized that the U.S. and U.S.-Israel governments were involved with what happened there, which, since I bring it up, that's that kind of claim is always hard for some people to wrap their mind around. I recommend you look into this. I'll bring it up the article, so I'll include it, that we just covered. Israel was involved in the Rwanda genocide. It's a provable fact that Israeli media openly talked about and covered that they were involved at the beginning, middle, and after, just like many other examples we're talking about. But it's racist to point out the facts. But in any case, I lost my thread. What was I saying? The point is that really it's obvious that they are aware of this, that they're covering it up. The point was that if it was some smaller thing, you might be able to rationalize it. But we're talking about the obvious ongoing genocide. 13, 15,000 children, or whatever the general, consensus becomes, because it's up in the air. I still argue it's a lot more than we realize because of all the rubble and people buried under it, like any other circumstance of the past, like in Syria. That's what ultimately ended up happening. All the people they find later. And yet they lie. So that means they're complicit in genocide. So I hope things like this put people in prison.
They have not said it. They haven't stopped arms exports. They've done a few very small sanctions on Israeli settlers, and everyone
They end up rolling back anyway.
internationally has agreed that settlers are illegal, that they shouldn't be doing what they're doing, and the way in which they've continued, the money that's been put in. The position that David has taken, which happens to be the same position as me, I've still been very tough on him, is that Israel has an absolute right to self-defense. And I have sat in bunkers and worked with Israeli soldiers and been very proud to do so, and I would do it again tomorrow. But the right to self-defense has a limit in law. It is not
Obviously.
limitless. And unfortunately, some of the ways in which Israel is prosecuting this is making their long-term security less certain. It is making our long-term security less certain. I'm amazed that our national threat level has not gone up.
And there's the crux of the point. Not you, not your screaming for their accountability or protesting against the genocide that's making you unsafe. No. They're making the world unsafe by ignoring the criminals, right? By ignoring what they're doing, as she just said, is hurting both of them. And yet not only do they not say anything about it, they hoist the problem onto your shoulders and say, how dare you say something racist, and shut you down. So who do you think won the day there? Who do you think ended up influencing the outcome? Your rights? You? Their government? No. The obvious central part of all of this, the Zionist influence that is making them act against their own interests. How else do you explain that? And this is the article I was mentioning. I recommend you check this out. Robert wrote another article as well in regard to the other aspects. Bosnia. It's not hard to recognize that Israel has actively funded many genocides over the years for their own interests. But we're not supposed to say that out loud. Zachary Foster highlights that if you're an American citizen and serve in the Israeli military, 90 lawyers, 90, many of whom work inside the Biden administration, are telling you right now, you are at high risk of being prosecuted. This is a big deal, and he says, and should lead hundreds, if not thousands, of U.S. citizens to take immediate action. He's written a Politico article here. He links it for you to check out. The main part, the letter additionally calls for the Justice Department to investigate whether any U.S. citizens serving in the Israeli military, which again, I don't even know why that's possible, may have committed war crimes that could be prosecuted under U.S. law. Now, I'm not saying somebody who may be naturally born in Israel who has a U.S. citizenship shouldn't be. I'm talking about the idea that we're talking about Americans, which is part of this, who also have Israeli citizenship because of their illegal settlements and back and forth, somehow able to dance back and forth, or why members of Congress can show up in IDF uniforms and that doesn't freak everybody out. There's no other parallel to that. It doesn't happen anywhere else. That's alarming, guys. And it should not be okay because it's obvious. It's not about racism. It's an obvious divide of your interests. But that, again, gets called racist because we're not allowed to point out the obvious special treatment. Sort of like when highlighting the fact that they've got nuclear weapons and nobody talks about it, that you must be a racist blood libel maniac. Or, just acknowledging facts. Here is the article. Exclusive, some U.S. officials say an internal memo, which we already highlighted, I think, 2 shows ago, Israel may be violating international law. How many examples do we need from internally saying, I think they're doing the thing we all know they're doing, and they just go, nope, fake news, or just don't even say anything? This person was highlighting this, the State Department memo that we just pointed to. We talked about a couple shows ago. Asaf MD highlights this is unreal. These people are criminals. They lied straight to the American public, which they always do, but this is very prominent. He goes, how many times did we hear Matt Miller say we haven't seen any credible evidence of international law violations? There's the phrasing. Every day he comes out, he says that. He literally said, one time we find Israel's assurance is credible. We have all of the examples. The point is they already know they're breaking the law because their own people have told them so. Their own department is being told that they need to look to investigate is Americans part of this. But we're going to believe they haven't found a single credible. My God, they're trapped. These people, if the world has any justice, will end up in prison. Just Vision highlights in January, an Israeli tank fired at a convoy of Palestinian telecom technicians on their way back from their job to repairing, killed 2. Maybe you might not have heard that. You know why? Because this is every 15 seconds right now. That these are the examples that we can prove. This is a joint work with 972 magazine. Investigation shows they were killed. This is the important part. Just like the last examples we've been highlighting, despite coordinating every step of the journey with the army. Like the World Central Kitchen, like every other example. They go, we're going over there. Is that okay? They go, yes, you can. Here's our vehicle. Here's our GPS. Here's where we're going. Okay. And then as they're going, they bomb and kill them. Oops, my bad, guys. I thought you were Hamas. Whatever. And the media laps it up. The Biden doesn't care. The point is that they're doing this because they want to. You can't deny that because they've admitted it. Because your IDF paratrooper just told you that. Because the IDF whistleblower, Channel 4, told you that. Because many people internally have told you that. 972 magazine, more than once, have highlighted, they've admitted that. But let's just give them the benefit of the doubt, because that's what honest people do. Pretty horrifying this is even happening. Here's the article they highlight. A Gaza team went to repair telecoms machines, which they don't want, obviously, and an Israeli tank fired on them, even though they knew where they were going. They told them where they were going. They acknowledged that they could go, murder them anyway. #freedom. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu. That's a perfect look for him right there. I didn't do that on purpose. That's just where it starts, which is hilarious. But the good picture. It says, you have to hear this to believe this. I just think it's a funny way to write that anyway. You have to hear it to believe it. He is going to tell you why it's so shockingly, of course, racist that the ICC would investigate them, right? You can't investigate the Jewish state for crimes against humanity or for genocide. How dare you accuse us of genocide? That's just not allowed. I mean, guys, that's literally what he's saying. It's simply not possible for Israel to be accused of genocide, is what his argument is, because of the Holocaust. That's his argument. Now, how is that possible? How does any intelligent, honest person go, yes, that makes sense? So you're telling me because you're a victim that you're not capable of committing a crime? And by the way, you're not a victim. Netanyahu, you're the victimizer, as pretty much everyone in your own state thinks. That's why they're trying to get you out of office. They were long before October 7th. You're a bad guy, and they all know that. But you're now the victim because of something that happened a while ago, which is something we should care about. It's crazy, though, that you're talking about this as if it means you are no longer capable of being accused of this. It gives me chills almost. This is the kind of thing we're dealing with.
You have to hear this to believe this. The International Criminal Court in The Hague is contemplating issuing arrest warrants against senior Israeli government and military officials as war criminals.
Mm-hmm.
This would be an outrage of historic proportions. International bodies like the ICC arose in the wake of the Holocaust committed against the Jewish people. They were set up to prevent such horrors, to prevent future genocides.
Yep.
Yet now, the International Court is trying to put Israel in the dock.
Yeah, because you're committing genocide. Seems kind of sound to me.
It's trying to put us in the dock as we defend ourselves against genocidal terrorists and regimes, Iran, of course.
Oh, okay. So you're defending yourself against genocidal regimes that haven't committed genocide, at least in this context, right? And so that makes, so you're not capable of in turn committing genocide? It just doesn't matter, right? So it literally could bomb 14 countries into dust, but because Iran started it, we're not the ones. Doesn't that seem stupid? Or the fact that Iran didn't do this at all, it's not involved other than supporting Palestine? I really believe most people see through this shockingly right now. Like, it's like watching, like it's the way I describe looking at corporate media, right? Most people grow up watching this stuff and you think they're all these important journalists and and eventually you see through how shockingly dishonest and pretty petty and small most of them are. And then you come back to it after a while and you're like, how did I ever watch this? How did I ever think these people were genuine? That's what this is. People are just kind of shaken free from the illusion and going like, my God. So you're going to stand there and tell us that you're not guilty while we see the 15, 16, 17,000 amount of children murdered every 10 minutes right now? A child is dying, injured right now. No evidence of Hamas, human shields, or any of that. Not a single example, but we're going to just pretend that you're not. It's crazy. It literally is crazy.
That openly works to destroy the one and only Jewish state.
It's the state of Israel. And most, as far as I can tell, Jews around the world are beginning to recognize that illusion. On top of that, as many people have argued and pointed out, there's plenty of countries around the world that are plenty safe for Jews like anybody else. The illusion is that that's not the case, so he has to exist with the state of Israel, the Zionist state, to keep them safe, even though right now it's pretty clear the most dangerous place in the world for anybody, Jews included, because of them.
Branding Israel's leaders and soldiers as war criminals will pour jet fuel on the fires of anti-Semitism, those fires that are already raging on the campuses of America and across capitals around the world.
Nope, not even remotely. Despite the fact, so he's saying that while half of them are Jewish, while Holocaust survivors are standing up and saying, this is what I support. Is he calling them anti-Semites?
It will also be the first time that a democratic country fighting for its life according to the rules of war.
Who are we talking about here? Who's a democracy? Definitely not Israel. They're not a democracy, not even remotely. But that's what he's pretending.
Is itself accused of war crimes. The Israeli army, the idea.
So again, so you're talking about war crime, not even genocide, war crimes. And you're denying that? Like the fact that everyone in the world has called this out, even the United States just acknowledged that 5 of these different groups did in fact commit war crimes. But you're just going to pretend it's not true because why not?
Is one of the most moral militaries in the world. It takes endless measures to prevent civilian casualties.
This is my point is always about saying professional military. The fact that they keep saying the most moral, like, again, so you're literally putting yourself above every other entity in the world, that you're better than them. You do it, everything, despite all of the evidence to the contrary, despite the evidence that shows you're in fact some of the flimsiest, least disciplined army I've ever seen in my life. But most moral in the world, no matter what, shut up, you're racist. And they just keep saying it. Every 30 seconds I hear the most moral in the world. That is the lady doth protest too much. If you just keep having to reiterate the fact that, in contrast to the evidence, probably not the truth.
Measures that no other army takes. It does so while fighting a terrorist enemy, which uses its own civilians as human shields. You know the truth. Hamas places its weapons, its terrorists.
They've never, all of this has been debunked for the most part by UN and by journalists on the ground. Not to say that it's not possible. It hasn't happened before. They have yet to produce anything that proves any of that. Every time. Al-Shifa, I mean, they just did an interview again where the guy was put to it and was made to look really stupid because the interview was very sound. And he's like, you haven't proven that. I don't care what you say. Nobody has seen the proof that that's the case. And they just move past it. Well, we think so. Okay, well, you're wrong. And we all know that.
In hospitals, schools, mosques, and throughout civilian areas. They do.
You mean despite the countless amount of schools and mosques and hospitals and doctors and that you've killed over this process? You get the point. I don't need to force you to listen to him for the rest. The bottom line is it is a resuscitation of the same nonsensical lies. You have to believe this to hear this to believe this. What, that you're being accused for the crimes you're being committed? In fact, that is pretty shocking to me. I'm actually blown away that the world is, in fact, in some remote way, beginning to hold you accountable for your disgusting crimes. Shocking. That's never been the case before. And then Ted Cruz meekly follows up just like he's supposed to. The ICC will lose all credibility if it attempts to prosecute Israel for defending itself from Hamas terrorists. Think about how, for those that see this, this is the most terrifying part for most Americans. Not that you didn't already think that Ted Cruz was a complete POS, but at the end of the day, that these are people that are supposedly acting in the interest of Americans while they're actively acting in the interest of a foreign government against American interests. The idea that we're talking about an international body that they have pointed to in the past suddenly loses credibility because it goes after the person committing crimes, just like with Netanyahu or Pompeo and Bolton, threatening the families of the ICC when they said, we might have to look at what you're doing in Afghanistan. We all know crimes are committed there. The U.S. has now admitted it retroactively in little pockets in different areas, but then you threaten them for investigating. Why? Because they don't acknowledge their authority, but they'll sure as hell throw it to somebody else. That is not what honest people do. The U.S. will not stand by and allow Israel to be targeted by the ICC. So you can't investigate them. But go ahead and look at Iran and China. We'll support that. If they pursue this path, it will face catastrophic consequences. That's a threat. That is another example of a U.S. politician threatening an international body for daring to investigate Israel, because that's normal. No big deal. Barry Tegay, who I'm not familiar with, PhD, conservative American Zionist. I wouldn't proudly promote that anymore these days, guys. That is saying I'm a racist and I believe in bigotry. He says there is no genocide in Gaza. Good way to start the sentence. Israel is fighting a just war by just means. It just doesn't matter how many times you say it out loud. It's just not true. There is no apartheid in Israel, despite the fact that every major human rights group in the world has proven that they are, and United Nations and everybody else have acknowledged that it's obviously an apartheid state. But they don't care because facts don't matter. Arabs have full rights and achieve success in all sectors, including government. It's not true, guys. It is a fundamental lie. And whether he knows it or not, he's lying. It could be that he's just that ignorant when it comes to Israel, like a lot of people are in this country, but I find it hard to believe. There is no occupation in Israel. I mean, do I have to continue? Guys, these are self-evident, internationally proven facts. There's no disregarding the fact this is an occupied territory. Even if you don't think I know that, the reality is, as Francesca Albanese has pointed out, it is lockstep. Anybody in any space of authority anywhere in the world that talks about occupation is in lockstep, obviously, because it's the truth. It's like saying that everybody there is a terrorist or there never was a Palestine. Remember, that's kind of swung back up these days, but it's so stupid to pretend that's not the case when you can prove it. They just keep throwing these things down, and you could see the ratio there for the most part, but it's just not working. Here's what Tiberius said. Israel has murdered women, children, journalists, aid workers, and medics at unprecedented levels, which is easy to prove, and destroyed every single medical facility in Gaza, making the place unlivable. A textbook case of genocide. The Israeli apartheid is between Israelis, who benefit from full rights and human rights, versus Palestinians, who have neither and are subjected to a brutal occupation and insane levels of brutality, persecution, and violence, including a different court system entirely to Israelis, all in their homeland. Because that's the same thing. But also, by the way, before I go forward, it's also the point they're making is that, inside of Israel, everybody's the same. That's not true. As I've shown you countless times, it's a public conversation. As when a TV reporter tried to make the same point and said, no, Arabs are equal citizens. Netanyahu grabbed the microphone and said, no, Israel is the nation state of the Jews alone. So if he asked the gall to say it in 2019 in challenging the person saying it was the opposite, why is it that people like this still come out and lie? I think it's because they don't know, or they're lying. Like, I mean, obviously, but my point is, I think some of these people ultimately believe the lie and think that intelligent people believe these things. And so they recite these things, just like with the COVID nonsense. Just because somebody's a PhD doesn't mean they're necessarily smart in every regard. Either way, he could also be lying. It's easy to prove. That's pretty embarrassing, especially for a PhD. But on top of that, he mentions apartheid. I might as well include these. I was pointing them out earlier. They're very easy to grab. I've shown this countless times, but if you haven't seen these, not that you should blindly trust anything for that matter, but again, that Human Rights Watch in 21, ruled that it was an apartheid. Crimes of apartheid against the Palestinians. In 2022, Amnesty International, each independently, by the way, Israelis apartheid against Palestinians. And then B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights group. In 2021, this is what they said. This is the title: a regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. This is apartheid. And yet here he is just going fake news. It's pretty dumb, isn't it? But Tiberius continues, saying the occupation and apartheid exist because Israel actively prevents Palestinian statehood, as we've shown you many times. They funded Hamas in order to not allow that to happen, while pretending to the world that they wanted it and Palestinians wouldn't let it happen. Pretty classic. Netanyahu himself just recently explained how he spent decades preventing that statehood. You can't occupy land and control all their borders and give them no rights and prevent their self-determination while still claiming it's not an occupation and apartheid doesn't exist. You giant effing moron, he says, an all-round racist POS. I agree. Hypocritical, genocidal Israel calls Palestine independent when it suits them. I point this out all the time, while preventing its independence entirely. Or when they want to, they pretend that it's theirs. You know, it's back and forth. It plays these evil, ignorant games so evil, ignorant people like you parrot the same tired old BS that doesn't stand up to the tiniest whiff of scrutiny. All these posts do is show how much of a fascist see you next Tuesday you are, and why anyone near you should distance themselves accordingly if they care about humanity. Every day, increasingly, I like Tiberius more every day. Now, talking about the aid, adding to the idea that clearly they are committing genocide by maintaining this. I mean, think about how long we've been talking about this. Obviously it's been from the beginning, but I think at least 5 to 6 months we've been focusing on how provably they're withholding aid. And how Elon Levy keeps lying about it, and Kogat keeps lying about it. And provably getting caught in different ways, month to month, lying about it. I've done it personally 3 or 4 different ways, proving to you that the bakery they claim is up and running is provably destroyed over and over. We're talking about a group, Kogat, that's one of its primary jobs is humanitarian aid. And they're just lying about it. Or that Visegrad account that keeps doing the same thing, or all of them. Marshall highlights Israel blocking life-saving aid from entering Gaza. This is as of May 2nd. Even the color of sleeping bags is a reason for Israel to block the aid, according to the Red Crescent. But they're all Hamas, so ignore everything, right? We all know this is happening. It's provable from every angle. You don't trust our reporting? Then maybe you'll look to the corporate media because they're saying the same thing. If you don't trust the corporate media, maybe the UN is saying the same thing. You don't like the UN? Human rights groups saying the same thing. Even U.S. entities have reported the same damn thing, but let's pretend it's not true because that makes us feel better about our blind support for Israel. Here's Alex Jones going, hey, this is wrong. The Israeli government must condemn this behavior. This is Torah Judaism highlighting these as they call them, Nazis, which I think it's almost counterintuitive to do that just because it's going to, I think this speaks enough for itself, but that you can see these Jewish people literally destroying the truck, throwing aid on the ground, breaking everything. Why? Because they don't want Palestinians and apparently their own hostages to get food. You know, the people that they otherwise claim they're fighting to rescue, but then here we're going to destroy the food that will go to feed them too. Because, we care about them, right? It's wild. But here's my point about this. And he says, they must condemn this. Really? Seriously, I said, you're about 7 months behind. This is directed by the Israeli government. But, this is what happens when you want people to think you're finally seen, fighting against the bad while you will ignore most of what's happening or pretend it's somebody else's reason. Come on, really? Tomorrow's news today doesn't seem like it now. U.S. official Gaza humanitarian aid port will be up and running by next weekend. So the port is still going forward. The port that is an Israeli agenda that's been around long before October 7th, that got manipulated into people thinking it was Biden's plan to somehow allow aid, even though Israel's still included and involved with the processing of the food. So the point is the port is needed because we can't get aid through for some mystery, even though we all know it's because Israel's blocking it and they're openly doing so, and it's all on the record. And so the point is to build a port where Israel will still be able to do that, and that fixes the problem? No. It's about manufacturing the reason to justify another Israeli agenda at the expense of American interest and Palestinian simultaneously, because you're paying for it. The port that has nothing to do with aid, because clearly they didn't bring anything. They came with 1,000 people, and they're occupying the area and celebrating the port. Oh, but wait a minute. You brought all these ships and this. What about doctors and food? And you could have brought all sorts of stuff, but nope, not yet. Keep starving. We'll get there. This is just so unreal how clear this all is. Credo writes, Pentagon chief contradicts Biden's claims of no boots on the ground. This was the first part of it where he, as we've been showing you, shocking yet again, and again, it's not because we're psychic or because somehow we see things people don't. It's because we're just nonpartisan and able to acknowledge data sources that people sometimes the partisanship will ignore. And the reality has been clear from the very beginning. Very beginning. They already had people there, which, by the way, shouldn't be that hard to recognize, seeing as how their allies are probably people there from the beginning. But early on, from Axios and the rest of them, they had people on the ground. So did a lot of countries. We've shown you their patches and them fighting, but they just kept lying about it because that's what they do. And then when asked in a certain way, he was forced to admit that, yeah, it's not so true. But here's a follow-up where Gates is asking him about specifically. Now, just to be clear, this is after the whoopsie of acknowledging, yes, we have people on the ground, even though we've been lying about that. But he takes it a step further. And the fact is he highlights, which is a good point, as much as I don't feel like this person's on. I don't think any of them are honest. That, well, what happens if somebody shoots at them? Are they going to fire back? Well, yeah, probably. Okay, well, then why are we not discussing this as exactly what it is? U.S. occupation of Gaza.
Said there'll be about 1,000 U.S. service members operating a peer system off of Gaza. How many of them will have guns, Mr. Secretary?
Well, typically all of the service members carry guns, and they have the ability to protect themselves if challenged.
So if someone shoots at our service members who are on the $320 million pier that we're building, you're telling me our service members can shoot back?
They have the right to return fire to protect themselves.
Do you think that's a likely scenario?
That's possible, yes.
This is a very telling moment, Mr. Secretary, because you've said something that's quite possible that could happen, right? Shots from Gaza on our service members, and then the response, our armed service members shooting live fire into Gaza. That is a possible outcome here so that we can become the port authority, right? President Biden told the country that we weren't going to have boots on the ground.
No U.S. boots will be on the ground.
You guys seem to be sort of saying that boots on a pier connected to the ground, connected to service members shooting into Gaza, doesn't count as boots on the ground?
It does not.
I think you're going to find the American people have a different perspective on that. And if we're going to have people shooting into Gaza, we probably should have a vote on that.
Yeah, you think? But the point is, it doesn't matter because that's Biden's administration, which I argue Trump would do the exact same thing. He'd probably do it in a lot more flamboyant and obvious way, quite frankly, but just doing what Israel needs. That's Israel's agenda being fulfilled at the expense of Americans in a very, very clumsy way, to the point to where Matt Gaetz, which is he's doing this to benefit Republicans, clearly, highlighting, even though I bet you he probably supports it behind it all, just like all the rest of them, making a point to try to win points for Republicans. Like, well, we should probably vote on this. Well, yeah, we should probably vote on a lot of stuff you guys do that doesn't actually adhere to the Constitution. Either way, it's happening. The fake back and forth, and it's happening anyway, because that's how this tends to work. Now, here is, I mispronounced her name on Richie Allen's show today. I think I said Mariana, but Mary Rav. How do I always mispronounce her name? Marav. I got to make sure I'm going to reach out to her and make sure I say this properly, because I think she's doing great work. Most Israelis want the current hostage deal. I already showed you this before, but she said this again. And most would support one that releases all the hostages, even if it meant full end of the war. according to a poll published in Israeli public broadcaster. And the polls are here for you to check out. It's a Hebrew magazine. It's large corporate media. So the point is exactly what we've been telling you. Whether it was like that from day one or not, the point is that Israelis at this point predominantly want them to take whatever Hamas puts forward next, if it means their people come back, even if that's an end of the war. You're not hearing this. They're lying to you every which way. And all the screaming propagandists on Twitter want you to believe that Hamas keeps turning down the deal. Again, lie after lie after lie after lie after lie.
Let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars in their.
So, on that note, as they're blocking aid to both the hostages and the Palestinians, like that's not the easiest thing to work out in the world, Aviva Klampus says, has anyone heard a member of the squad? Which I don't know why you're focusing on that specific grouping of people. I think it's because they recognize them as more of a threat because they're siding more with the Middle Eastern entities, I guess, but it just shows you their racism on the surface anyway, which I don't support any of them. I say, have they called on Hamas to accept the ceasefire deal on the table right now? So this is what they're doing. When they recognize that this is on the 30th, they're reactive propaganda, always clumsy, always the same. They're noticing that we don't have have you heard them do the thing that's not happening? I guarantee you, if you search that exact sentence, you'll find it posted by other people. That's what they do. How about the previous one or the previous one or this is just a gross misrepresentation because, as you know, after the first fake pause, which ultimately ended up they gave up people they were holding, which I'm glad people got to go home, and it went right back to what it was. And all the people except Israel who genuinely wanted less death and people on all sides to be safe realized, well, hold on now. All that really happened was a few people got let go, and then it went right back to the death and starvation for all of them, including Israeli hostages, many of which have later died since then because of IDF bombs, as I'll show you next. The point is that they actually wanted a full one from that point forward. We want to stop to this so we can have a ceasefire, not a pro-Hamas. That doesn't mean anything. A ceasefire applies equally to every side. Just because Israel pretends that's benefiting them more than us, it's a ridiculous statement. All it does is pause. And the truth is that Israel, as you damn well know, will go back to doing whatever it wants, probably well before the ceasefire is over. Either way, all they have to do is go, okay, agreed. Give us all our people back. Here's your people back. And then what happens? There's supposedly a ceasefire. How long until Israel just decides to not do that or pretends a rocket was fired? You see my point? So this is a willful decision by Israel to not let this resolve, either because of Netanyahu's desire to never let this stop so he doesn't go to prison, or because they just want to annihilate all the Palestinians, or because they want to get rid of their own people. Hannibal Directive. Any one of those things makes sense. What you can see here is that Aviva is willfully lying, which is not a new thing. Well, here's an important overlap because this is what they keep doing. Reactive, my same point before. On the 27th, Elon Levy highlights this person and these families that have been basically saying that the family members of these hostages, which was released by Hamas from Gaza, have given their blessing for you to watch this, like we would need their blessing to watch a video that's public. But he's doing that to try to take this and make it his own, saying, here you have you are allowed to watch this now because it's propaganda. Like he's trying to make you have the right framing when you go into this. You know why? Because it's very damning for Israel, in hopes that you kind of don't even watch it, quite frankly. Then he says, today, the families of these people will hold a press conference. Among the speakers will be these people herself, just trying to keep you directed elsewhere. You know why? Because this is what it actually said. Exactly what we keep seeing, which is look, I'm not going to, for a second, ignore the possibility that this could be driven to reality by Hamas. But the only reason that you don't have, that even if that's the case, that what they're saying is true, is because we have seen, off the top of my head, at least 4 or 5 hostages who have come home and are still to this day testifying that IDF bombs were killing their own people. Or like Yasmin from the very beginning, October 7th, she said she watched them kill their own people. Seems like a pretty consistent thing, doesn't it? Or the hostages that they shot publicly in front of other IDF, 2 of which they shot, 1 ran away, and then after about 20 minutes, they coaxed him back out and shot him too. Even though he's yelling in Hebrew, don't shoot me, I'm Israeli. Does that make sense to anybody? It only makes sense when you realize there's something much darker happening here. So here are these hostages saying, we're watching Netanyahu's government kill us. We're not supporting Hamas, but we're saying, stop what you're doing. You're killing us. You're killing our families. And that's why Elon's trying to misdirect you into some other direction. Here's what it says. And it has its subtitles, so I'll read it to you. This is just Netanyahu speaking about the lies. Oh, and that's actually how this goes. They play Netanyahu to these people. And he says the continuation of the military presence is the only thing that will bring these hostages home. So the bombing of where they probably are is the only thing that will save them, because that makes sense. Not at all. But this is how they respond. He scoffs at this. And Gantz says, the more we increase the military pressure, the more chances we will reach your loved ones. Nobody believed that. Not even the family. And here are the hostages saying, we are living through tough conditions under the heavy bombardment, as well as they're being taken hostage. Nobody should be disregarding that. This is probably terrifying. It says military pressure failed to free your imprisoned sons. That's from Hamas. Killed dozens of them and prevented them from attending the Passover with their loved ones. Keith Siegel, 64 years old, is speaking. And Omri Miran, 47. He says, I want to send a message to my family. I love them so much. He says, my dear family, I miss you all. They're going back and forth. He says, my dad, my brothers, my sister, my wife, Ashaya, my dear daughters. It's important for you to know that I'm okay. And I hope you are too. Quite a bit different than every Palestinian detainee I've ever talked to or seen in my life. We just showed you examples of them being raped and vegetables being jammed up their personal parts. You know, and guys, this is not unique. As I said before, UN, human rights groups, just type that in. You'll find endless amounts of examples. Easy contrast right now. Now, of course, that could be because they want you to see that. Shouldn't ignore that. But ask the ones that are currently free. They're saying the same thing, except for some weird 3 month later deviations that completely change their story, which you consider that for what you will. He says, this year we weren't able to celebrate anything because of the war, heinous war, he says. He says, I have beautiful memories from the previous Passover that we celebrated together. I really hope we get the best surprise that can happen. For the podcast, he's crying. I hope that at least next Passover we'll be able to celebrate together. He says Hamas captivity for more than 202 days. We are in danger here due to the bombardment. Now, obviously, you could argue that they made him say that, but the test will be when he comes out and what he says then. And that's the point. Numerous people are maintaining their stories to this very day who are back in Israel saying that we watched people die. They bombed, donkey carts got bombed while they were moving us around, or they bombed the building we were in, or they bombed, many of them were saying they weren't even in tunnels. So when you watch them demolish an entire city block, gee, I wonder whether they know if there's people there, or whether they just count all the dead, charred bodies and go, all Hamas, like they did in the beginning that turned out to be the opposite. In fact, they claimed they were Israelis, and it turned out to be Hamas members, as Robert rightly reported right in the beginning and turned out to be correct. I know, big surprise. He said, this is scary and terrifying. We've been living in it for quite some time. And I only wonder till when. We are living in extremely tough conditions due to the intense bombardment, the other guy says. Sometimes I feel like you abandoned us. I demand from the Prime Minister and all ministers to be more flexible in negotiations, to reach an exchange deal soon. Now, right there, that's not because Hamas is refusing it. Obviously, they're coming back with their flimsy deals that nobody, not even the families, want. And Hamas has said, well, we have the line we made a long time ago. So you could argue they're refusing their retort to the deal, but the point is that the table deal is the same. ceasefire, which again, the only reason it's prominent is because everybody else wants that. Everybody. And yet they give them the full offer, all of your people back, as long as you stop what you're doing. And they go, no. Explicitly more than once. We will not do that. Remember in the beginning, they said that will be after. They openly, publicly said, which they hope you forget, that the hostages were secondary. Multiple people said that right in the beginning. We have to kill Hamas first. And now they've walked it back to, well, same time, they're both important because they know how bad that looked. Always reactive, which shows you they're not very disciplined. I feel like stalling and that making a deal took an extremely long time. It's about time to reach a deal that would bring us back home to safety and alive. For the prisoners to go back home to their families soon. As you enjoy well-being next to your families. He says, I want to do everything you can do in order to pressure the government in all ways possible, including the continuation of the process. I've watched multiple times the protests in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, which, by the way, is what I keep showing you. People like Elon Levy will show these protests where they're going, bring them home, and act like they're talking to you somehow. Right? Like they're going, Americans say the same thing. That's not what's happening. They are protesting Netanyahu to take the deal, and these wildly dishonest people act against their interests and pretend like they're calling to you. Like you screaming, bring them home is going to do anything. It's all about keeping this going. Says, I hope you continue the protests. In order to have negotiations that lead to the deal now. Goodbye in the hopes of meeting you soon. And they write, Hamas, your Nazi leaders don't care about the fate of your imprisoned sons and their feelings, which, by the way, is shockingly obvious, not because Hamas said so, but because of their own statements. And by the way, because the families are now expressing the same thing, bursting into the Knesset and saying, how dare you? We've shown you many videos of them holding pictures of their families and having people like Gantz tell them that they're not important and they have to get out of the room over and over. Kills me. And that's why he tried to pretend like this was something other than what it was. And again, just if you want to see it, Suppressed News highlights, this is how the resistance treated the hostages. Israel will always lie about. So that is one of the people that went on to weirdly alter her story, shocking, like months later, come out and be like something, but not even in a very bad way, just sort of like they looked at me funny, or like it's very strange. Now maybe she lied the first time. That's also possible. But this is another one. This is another one that changed their story, but she says that they treated her very kind, fed, they called her nice names. It's just, you can watch it for yourself. It's pretty hard to think that it's something other than what they're saying. Now, Viva Klampa says, Hamas claims that it only has 20 living hostages within the humanitarian designation, with these women, children, and men over 50. Meaning that she just blindly assumes, ignoring all the facts, meaning they've murdered many of the hostages who have, it's certainly possible. I don't know why we would assume it's not. My point, well, we've had many women hostages come home who said, your bombs killed some, right? So for her just to ignore that, what's wrong? You don't believe women? I said, so are you claiming the numerous Israelis who have testified to seeing with their own eyes the IDF bombings killing hostages are all lying? What happened to believe Israeli women? Oh, that's right. You're a shameless hypocrite who will lie to cover up the killing of your own people. Got it. See how hypocritical this stuff is? Why you would ever just blindly believe all women is a stupid thing in the first place. But of course, they'll say it when it suits their interests. But then when the woman comes home and says, they killed my family, they go, liar, this Hamas killed them all, because we ignore whatever we don't like. Elon Levy says, what sort of security guarantee? Oh, I should read this first. I actually briefly already showed you this, so I'll just do it quick. But this is David Cameron saying Hamas are not currently in favor of a two-state solution. They're in favor of a no Israel solution. Well, they verbatim, or rather explicitly say the opposite. Certainly they could be lying, but do you know their intentions, David Cameron? Or are you just saying what the Israeli narrative is? And he says, so we should give, continuing, he says, there should be a state for Palestinians that gives them dignity of statehood, but also guarantees Israeli security, which would be like any other state in any other dynamic. Like the idea that they need some special assurances, that's the whole point. Don't different states have the same international law that protects them like anybody else? Yeah, they do. But they want special laws just for them because they're special. How else do you read that? The point, and that's the whole argument, that they are, right? This is different than you. We are in their mind, not the Zionist country, but the special Jewish country that only has to deal with these people hating us everywhere, including you. Every one of you listening all over, every government, every leader, because we're always in danger. That's the Zionist ploy, to create the illusion that they're not safe in all the countries they're in, even though they are. Laws and everything apply to everyone equally, like we know. And there's always going to be racism. That always applies, and it's always there. It's not unique to one group or another. But he goes, what sort of security guarantees does the West think it can give Israel to guarantee that it's the Palestinians, not Hamas, but the Palestinians who still want from the river to the sea, which means not being oppressed, not having your land stolen, gain sovereignty over the West Bank, he says. What happened to Kfir Aza won't recur, and basically are highlighting the things that were done in resistance or terrorist attacks that were done over the 75 years, ignoring the other side of that coin, which is the wildly obvious constant murder, death, rape, and pillage. What do these look like? His point, here's what's crazy to me. This is somebody on their side who's saying Hamas, bad guy. So we need to do what Israel's want in the way Israel wants it because, you know, they're bad. And that's not enough. What do you mean security guarantees? It's like, what? Can you not get the sense that they just don't want? Yeah, that's the obvious reality. There is no solution with these Palestinians because they're all evil, bad, and dangerous. That's the whole point from them. They don't want a two-state solution. And this is what I've been trying to highlight this whole time. So what you're saying right here, by the way, is that, well, these are Palestinians. And they say from the river to the sea. And they're going to have the West Bank. What's going to stop them from doing things? Okay, let's just say that's a logical argument. What's different now than 2 years ago? I'm not talking about what's ongoing with what's going on post-October 7th. I'm talking about what he's highlighting. So that was the same thing going on this entire time. So all you're really highlighting, Elon Levy, which is why you're so bad at this job, is that you've always felt that way. That if the West Bank was always a problem, that what if they do these old things again? Yeah, you never, ever wanted a two-state solution. We get it. Even though you lied about it repeatedly over the time, you hate all Palestinians. We get it. And now people like David Cameron who are trying to kind of water that down, you're like, no, we're not them. Yes, we get it. Racism. And he goes, how can you guarantee that what Hamas did at Kfir Aza, Palestinian terrorists won't do in Kfir Saba? So we're talking about Palestinian terrorists, so just all of them, apparently. But what he's saying is not Hamas, by the way, because these are different. He's talking about what Palestinians did to Israelis, or really in his mind, specifically Jewish people. But we're not going to talk about the 75 years of brutal oppression, the multiple Nakbas, which you only pretend they did bad things in, even though it was aggressively on the one side of the narrative, or rather, more Palestinians were dramatically killed in the first Nakba than Israelis. It just doesn't matter. None of that matters because it was always in defense, always. He says, how can you guarantee decades of rocket fire from Gaza won't recur in the West Bank? My point's the same. That's the same it's been from before. So if you're saying it now, then you've always felt that that was never going to be possible. So why have you always been lying about it? Because you want them to seem like they're the ones that don't want it. But now I don't know why, feel it's the right argument to make. Until you answer that, he says, most Israelis will think talk of a two-state solution is insane. Self-evident. They've never wanted it. If these are the dynamics that make it insane, then it's always been insane. And that's the point. They don't want it, but it's not insane. The reality is if you gave them what they've been asking for since 1967, this wouldn't be happening. But the lie is that they want you to think without saying it because it's only bad guy Hamas and we're saving the Palestinians is that that's who they are. So those two things can't exist at the same time. You can't pretend you're saving good Palestinians from bad Hamas, but then make the argument that these people are this way and that's why we can't let them be there. But people, supposedly journalists, look right past that. Now, Kim Iverson makes an interesting point. And by the way, this was now suspended, which makes it more difficult to highlight. But I want to make a point about this nonetheless. She highlighted this tweet, which we're going to show this later. I think we'll get to it, possibly if we have time. But it's more relevant when we get to the campus protest point. It's just somebody being disgusting. saying all Palestinians are fat and ugly, disgusting, like just very, very dumb, lowbrow. And all these people down below were like, yeah, they suck. It's like just disgusting. You're just highlighting the worst of humanity and everyone's dogpiling, you know? But the point is, this post that's now suspended was saying something very interesting. They were highlighting the fact that in response to these people saying, basically highlighting that because these different groups of Jews in the past were oppressed and attacked by the Palestinians, felt the need to rise up and push back and do so violently because we have a right to, because we're being oppressed. I swear to God. Without any sense of irony. And her point was, how is that any different than Palestinian resistance fighters? Because the point of the tweet was that it was violent, that you were murdering, like just killing anyone because they were bad. Now, you don't have to agree with it. The point is that was a very clear, that was a Zionist Israeli person proudly saying it in their bio, saying that this is what, and it was a historical event you can look up, highlighting that you have a right to fight back when you're being oppressed and attacked. Okay. Well, yes, that's the reality. Why is that different than anybody else doing the same when they're being oppressed, when they're being attacked? It's just the obvious hypocrisy of all this. But then on top of that, Twitter decided to censor that person. Now, I honestly think, because I'll tell you right now, you want to look off Twitter, you'll find every other tweet where people are justifying violence against Palestinians right now. It's disgusting. But this person says something that highlights a very problematic contradiction, and they delete it. Could just be something else, but I kind of don't think so. I'm also going to point out that I can't prove this necessarily because it's all deleted. But I keep sending I send myself links, both my own things and other people's. I send it to my other accounts so I don't lose it, and I look for it later. That's how I organize a lot of the show. And I send myself my own tweets. Sometimes it's like a thing I said that I want to share on the show. And today, and I've been seeing this lately, I go through them and I'm like, wait a minute, that's deleted. I didn't delete it. I wouldn't send myself something that was later deleted. I don't know what it was because I can't find it and it's not on the way back machine. So who knows? I'm starting to get a sneaking suspicion that things are just being quietly removed, not censored entirely. Just get that tweet out of there. Let's be honest. We know that's possible. Musk or anything else. But I don't know for sure. What I do know is that I see this kind of thing happening more and more. Well, I can still show you that disgusting picture of a Palestinian body that was run over by a tank. I just saw it yesterday on Twitter. Same account from months ago. That's not censored, but you're going to censor somebody, make it a point that highlights that they're hypocrites? Yes. Now, here's a point about Intifada that I really want to highlight, that this what we were just saying before. Now, I'm not a fan at all of Mehdi Hasan. Frankly, I don't find him to be an honest person, but it's important no matter what, just like the point of the campus protest, that if somebody is saying the truth, it doesn't really matter what their personal pictures of other things are. Now, you can always go, well, maybe they're using the truth to manipulate for something else, like everybody in politics, but that doesn't mean you disregard the truth. People can acknowledge oppression. An average person, whether you understand the history of Palestine, whether you understand what the river to the sea means or what the river or the sea is, whether you understand any of it, which I'll also point out, that's silly that you don't even know what you're but the point is that just because they don't doesn't mean they don't recognize that a genocide is taking place. Consider that they're manipulated. Consider the funding coming from places, which it always will, from every side all the time. And then also ask yourself, regardless of any of that, are we seeing the same thing? Now, what we're seeing here in this case, before we get to that, is the obvious manipulation of the words. And just like we told you, Piers Morgan was never on your side. This guy is clearly pulling punches. It's basic stuff here, guys. And he brings on Mehdi Hasan, who, by the way, in my opinion, in a sort of controlled way, leaves this conversation in the wrong place. And I think, I don't know whether it's intentional or not, but let's watch it and I'll give you my points. He's talking about Intifada. Mehdi Hasan is talking about how the term has been used before.
To do things like chant about an intifada. And I know you picked me up on X earlier about, do I know the meaning of intifada? Well, here's what I know. There have been two intifadas involving the Israel-Palestine conflict. And it led to many thousands of deaths. But both were driven by violence. I mean, they weren't peaceful intifadas. By very definition, these uprisings were violent and involved extreme violence.
See, but here, this is the whole problem. First of all, we'll just wash away the side that caused all of this, the illegal occupation. And in fact, as he points out, the wildly oversized casualties on one side of this in the first Intifada, or the fact that what you're really doing is fighting against an occupation, which, yeah, makes your resistance legal. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't even get brought into the conversation. There's an interesting point about the term just meaning resistance, which it does. It doesn't have to imply violence. Any honest person could acknowledge that just because historically it's been attached to things that are, his point is it doesn't have to be. But why that point's not brought up? My point is, well, let's just say they're all violent. Are you claiming that's not legitimate in the context of an occupation for Geneva Convention? They know these things, guys. Doesn't even get mentioned.
Particularly the second one, which involved blatant acts of terrorism. So that is my understanding of an intifada. There have also been many other things in the last 30 years in the world which have been dubbed intifadas. And the one common denominator is they've all involved violent uprisings. In fact, I can't think of, unless you can correct me, when was the last entirely peaceful intifada?
So in 2011, in the Arab Spring, the Tunisians rose up peacefully. I'm sure you supported them, I did, against their dictator Ben Ali. The Egyptians rose up in Tahrir Square. I think you supported them. I certainly did.
Yeah.
Against. I'm not going to even go into that right now because there's a whole lot to talk about. But it's amazing the kind of things that we just brush over when you can prove that there was outside involvement in that all the way through. I mean, let's realize that Sisi himself is not a. What's the best way to frame it? He was a regime change, guys. I mean, we can prove this going back a long time. And the idea that Sisi was clearly the choice of the United States and Israel. That's where the normalization deal came from. That's where all it comes from. But all that aside.
Mubarak against these dictators that we in the West have been supporting. Those were referred to. You can go back and look at the Arabic press. You can look at the BBC Arabic coverage as intifadas. We can go back further. In fact, we can go back to a violent uprising that we all supported. The Warsaw Ghetto, Piers. The Warsaw Ghetto, right? Polish Jews standing up against the Nazis. Do you know how the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum describes the Warsaw Ghetto on its Arabic page? It calls it the Warsaw.
But you wouldn't. Okay, but you wouldn't categorize.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, and then you come back in. The Warsaw Intifada. We're not calling the Jews in Poland who stood up against the Nazis as terrorists.
Why not? Well, obviously you know why. But the point would be if you're going to apply it to the term, why you ignore that one? So it's an excellent point. Right? Any honest person would be like, well, that's fair enough, but that just gets brushed aside. He goes right back to the word, but it's intifada, and that's bad. Just that kind of thing.
So no, I don't believe that intifada in and of itself is a terroristic or violent phrase. And the first intifada was largely non-violent for the first year. Palestinians were killed at a rate of 27 times the number of Israelis who were killed. Rabin, do you remember Rabin, Nobel Peace Laureate?
Yeah.
He said, break their bones. The violence came largely from the Israeli side in the first intifada. So just to be clear, that's what intifada means, uprising. These students are not calling for violence. They're not. If they wanted to, they'd call for violence. They'd call for suicide bombings. They're calling for an uprising, Piers.
Yeah, but they're calling for an intifada.
You see, how do you say that after what he just said? Yeah, but intifada, and that's bad. Like, that's you just going back to the talking points.
Chanting about intifada, and
Which you and I have a different definition of, and you're not an Arab, so with respect, I'm telling you, intifada is used for peaceful uprisings as well.
Hang on.
Okay, so that's a fair point. It's simply what the word means, as we said, to shake off. It means to resist, of course, it can also mean violent acts, just like the American Revolution. The word revolution can mean to revolt against a political idea. It can mean a revolution of the mind, or it could mean taking pistols and revolting against your government, like is outlined in the Constitution, but totally not allowed to say today. The bottom line is, of course, an intifada, like any other thing, could mean nonviolent. The game to make it only what they want you to think it means is like anything else. Again, the point we'll get to about conservatives, it's the same point. How are people that are clearly able to recognize that you're turning the okay symbol or ridiculous other things into whatever they want it to mean? Your red hat means you hate X, Y, and Z, and they can't recognize how that's being done again because they've been trained to hate certain color people, or they've been trained to hate certain countries, or because their other Republican leaders said so. Or left, it's the same point. I'm just highlighting the one point that clearly seems to be struggling with this discussion. Just like the left was completely lost when it came to COVID-19. The two-party illusion, ladies and gentlemen. But the point that he is missing. Now, again, fair enough. To be clear, I haven't seen the full interview. It could be that Mehdi Hassan highlights this whole point. I just nonetheless do not find him to be somebody that I trust. But the real point is that the idea of, as I wrote, and specifically to, as Piers Morgan said, they weren't intifadas, literally saying that the other examples that are also called intifadas, he highlighted them, and you can see them called that, but because it doesn't meet Piers's definition, he just goes, they're not. You're not an authority on these things, Piers Morgan. You don't even understand the meanings of these words, apparently. I said, do you completely and deliberately ignore the legal right of armed resistance? Yes, armed resistance, meaning violence, outlined by the Fourth Geneva Convention, afforded to occupied territories, which Palestine legally is per the United Nations, or do you actually not understand that? I think it's quite obvious that he understands what those things mean. He doesn't care. The point is that if you're an occupied territory, which Palestine is, which Syria is, which Iraq is, which Afghanistan is, you have the legal right to fight back with violence against your occupier, whether or not they struck first. Well, obviously the occupying is a strike, but whether they're firing on you or whatever else. Why wouldn't that be the crux of the point? The idea that, yeah, well, good, Piers, maybe they are violent. That doesn't change the fact that what they're doing is legally justified, talking about Palestine. Now, in regard to the protesters, in some cases, they're calling for intifada worldwide and so on. Now, you could argue that means that they're calling for violence, but you can't just pretend that you know that because they're saying otherwise. Listen to them. But on top of that, the ones that are continually pointing to Palestine are acknowledging they have a right to do so, whether it's violent or not. So all it comes down to is a very, very small corner of the conversation that they pretend this exists in, when every other aspect of it is clearly defined and clearly justified. But that's what's happening in corporate media. Even people that were momentarily saying the right things around Palestine. Now, here's an example. This just mentions the word intifada, but it's just disgusting. This is the kind of reporting you're getting. This is CNN. And in fact, I don't think it's mistakenly at all, refers to Hind Rajab, a 6-year-old Palestinian girl who was murdered by Israel, as a woman killed in Gaza. And basically what the point is they're holding a sign at the protests that have her name, and that was the young girl that was killed on the phone saying, my parents are dead. It's a terrifyingly sad story. And on the sign says her name and says Intifada. And all they can do is just clutch their pearls around the idea of the word Intifada. Like, think about this coming from a country that prides itself on the American Revolution. Fighting for freedom, except when we don't like what you say or what we don't agree with your policies. It's just so sad how willfully dishonest so many people can be.
Are just learning at this hour that banners have been hung from the hall. They read Hind's Hall and Intifada. Hind is a reference to a woman who was killed in Gaza.
ما بدنا نخاف ولك معي أنا معك يا عمري أنا معك ليجي حدا.
She's just saying, I'm with you on the phone. I'm with you until someone comes to take you. So she was lost by herself because their parents were murdered by Israeli bombings. Please come take me, please, she said.
إيش يا عمري؟
Please stay with me. I'm almost night. I'm scared. Saying, come get me, please. And then she died. It's a verifiable public story. It was covered by everybody. They bombed the car that she was in after killing her family before that. Because Hamas, apparently. And then they reported as a woman killed, not murdered, not bombed, not a child. This is the current level of corporate media. Now, again, Piers Morgan says in regard to OPAC, saying they aren't talking about attacking Jews, as he says, where in the hell are parents of these deluded Columbia students chanting about attacking Jews? That's not what's happening. The only example of that was somebody who was now caught publicly by even corporate media by screaming that and not being part of the protest and then running a person out. And they ran and told the police shut down the protest, claiming they said kill all the Jews. It was the same person. It's all on video. I've shown it to you. But he's not, I guess, savvy enough to piece that all together, even though it's publicly covered. And he says they weren't talking about attacking Jews. You deliberately misrepresenting the situation to please your sponsors. And Zachary highlights. Oh, and then he writes, do you understand what an intifada means? But he's still saying this after, at the very least, Mehdi Hassan said that's not true. He heard what he said and just doesn't care. Moves forward going with the subjective Israeli-leaning meaning. Despite the fact that if you actually look it up, He doesn't know what it means. As I said, it's very clear that you do not. Look up the definition. It doesn't implicitly mean violence. It simply says an uprising or resistance or to shake off. And yes, it can be used like a revolution term to be violent. But he then takes his moral stand. Do you know what it means? Clearly you don't. And Zachary says, Intifada referred to Palestinians rising up against a violent, brutal apartheid regime. Initially, there was a lot of violence. It was Israeli violence against unarmed Palestinian civilians. Don't forget, Zachary has a PhD in Palestinian history from Princeton. Pretty sure he knows more than you, Pierce, but that doesn't matter because, propaganda. Now, talking about the protests. Now, we've talked a lot about this in the last couple of times. So we're already at about 2.5 hours. So I'm going to talk about predominantly, I think, we'll see where we get. I don't want to jump ahead, but I want to make sure we talk about the Republican overlap to this. That's very troubling to me right now, especially since, as it seemed during the COVID-19 discussion and plenty of other things, it seemed, look, I'm not the only one that sees the truth. I'm not trying to frame it that way. There's plenty of others that even agree that, well, first of all, there's plenty of others that have a similar opinion to me. So it's not only me, but even then, we're not the only ones that see the truth. I could be wrong. I very well could completely be lost on this topic. But my point, that I just completely lost? I was going to say, that's frustrating. Well, I was going to make a point there. It was, God, it's so strange how it just happens sometimes. Well, we're going to get into the protest side of this, and I'm going to talk about the Republican overlap and why that's troublesome. I guess it was going to be something about that, just the point that it very well could be that I'm wrong on these points and that they see something I don't. But at the end of the day, I think it's obvious that there is a very clear blind spot when it comes to what's going on here from the Republican side of this. And as I said before, it was the Democrats that didn't see the other side of it, during the COVID-19. Well, that's what it was. So the COVID-19 conversation is, in my mindset, that's why I was saying it. Who knows? I could be wrong, but my mindset, it was clear that Republicans saw that more. And we're very aware of the problematic issues around it all that were bigger than the shot, bigger than just that one conversation. And that you saw this interesting divide right there and it was before this a little bit, but the idea of patriots, right? Where we're still Republicans, we're still conservative rather, but we'd see the rhinos and the fake Republicans. And I thought that was great. Good. Back away a little bit from the obvious two-party illusion. But the problem was that all the patriots were just Republicans. At the very least, they're running under the Republican ticket for the RNC. So to me, they just got played a little bit by more politicians, but they're seeing the right things. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be patronizing. I could be wrong. That's the way I saw it. And this has flipped that on its ear. So now you've got these people that I thought were truly starting to see through the bigger picture. And now because of this very clear central issue for the Republican conservative mindset, the Israel support, has completely challenged that. And now you got people across all sides of this. It's dividing them in. This is what I said during COVID. They were so desperate to make you see this as partisan, but it's not. They're drawing lines through all of this. During COVID-19, you saw this weird line where people were just pro-freedom and not. It was left and right. It was all over the place. Now, same thing is happening, where they want you to think it's all these woke, crazy lefties, and that's just not what's really happening. You can see a lot of them in the college campuses, yes, but the bigger picture is that this is people the world around recognizing it's a revolution. There's a good point to tie back to what he said, not calling for violence, but it's a revolution against tyranny, oppression, and Zionism, framed as anti-Semitism, as usual. Now, of course, that maybe somebody sees that as a violent act, or they're going to use violence to achieve an end. But the point is, I'm saying it as in the context of people rising up and resisting via protest, via speaking out, via this show, a pushback, a revolution against these things that have always been holding this down. And I truly am inspired by what's happening, not by the individual acts of people in masks and hair color, whatever you cannot seem to remove your focus on, but on the bigger picture. That this is undeniably terrifying, the power structure. Now, if you can't see how clearly they've lost control of these narratives, how much things have shifted, Robert and I were just talking about this, that we never, even the first couple of weeks, even the first month, I never thought we would be here. I mean, for anyone that's been following this enough, this is unprecedented to see the difference, the shifting, corporate media calling things out, calling out Israel, calling out their lies, acknowledgement of the real history of Zionism. It's blowing my mind that we're here.
And that has to be acknowledged as a monumental win against the control of these narratives. And maybe, just maybe, people of all walks of life, Muslim, Christian, Jew, whatever else, or left, right, up, down, are just able to recognize that this can't be allowed to continue. And then you get the people that try to dive in and divide you again. Look at their care. Look at them wearing a mask. Look at how crazy they are. Look at the woke lefty politics. It's all because they hate your freedom, whatever. And maybe some of that's true. But the idea that we end up dividing along those lines and ignore the true point of the protest, that is the manipulation. As I just titled this, People versus Empire. That's what this is to me. Now let me read this article that I think is important that I wasn't going to read in the last show. This is from Foreign Policy, of all places, which I found very interesting. What Colombia's protests reveal about America. This was on the 26th. Now it says, as protests on my school's campus have unfolded, they have spurred increasingly widespread emulation on other campuses across the country. Now, remind me, I didn't read this, did I? If I did, let me know in the chat. I'm pretty sure we didn't read it last time. I think I skipped this at the end. And it says around all across the country. And these, in turn, have inspired a growing chain of reactions by university administrators, politicians, law enforcement, respectively, that have sought to curtail, prevent, denounce, and crack down on student demonstrations, in more and more cases violently. Like that alone, right there, should have people that believe in the Constitution going, whoa. The whole point is that it's regardless of whether it's the worst of speech, the idea is, especially on these campuses, the idea is that we're supposed to allow challenging ideas. We're supposed to allow them to have opinions, even if we think they're detestable. And whether we allow it or not, that's what your constitutional rights guarantee. God-given inherent rights, not whether or not they ever wrote them down. But now we've got people, libertarians, people standing up professing to be concerned about liberty and freedom and constitutional rights, except for them because I don't like what they're saying. I don't like what their hair color. I don't like that they promote vaccines. That means that means you're somebody who at very least doesn't understand their own position or doesn't care when it comes to certain personal feelings. So you're pretty much just like the left. Interestingly enough, it says what this moment, and I shouldn't say that about all, my point is about the left they're highlighting. It says what this moment has revealed most clearly to me, the person writes, is not so much a crisis of student culture or of higher education, as some have claimed, but rather a crisis of politics in the United States that centers on the country's foreign policy, and specifically its close, long-standing relationship with Israel. Before explaining further, he writes a couple of disclaimers are in order. What follows is no defense of hate speech. Anti-Semitism, he says, is deeply repugnant, as are for all forms of racism, no matter what flavor or color they come in. Now, and nobody should disagree with that. This is the kind of point of suddenly thinking sustainability is bad because they told you that's what they wanted, even though they weren't actually doing that. The point is, whether you understand the manipulation of what a Semite is, the point is the anti-Semitism or whatever, just racism, it exists. We all know that. In some cases, it's worse than others. It's very clear. It exists. So to pretend that it doesn't is part of that manipulation. It doesn't have to be left or right. Just acknowledging there's hate in the world, and all sides can clearly do that. It says, I have no doubt that instances of attacks, harassment, and insults against Jewish students or any supporters of Israel have occurred on U.S. campuses in recent days, and they are truly and inexcusably deplorable. Now, I am reaching. I am pushing to find something that is what they say is happening. The best I can do is find them telling you what you're supposed to see when some kid is standing there completely comfortable, acting like he's being oppressed. I'm trying to move through your thing and you won't let me. How dare you? Well, fine. Maybe you can make a point about how they're blocking your free movement, but you could go around them. So stop being a child. So it's about trying to create conflict where it doesn't exist. And if that's the best they can do, as much as I'll acknowledge that they're not allowed to block you from an open space, that's not raging Jew hatred that makes everyone feel unsafe. Now, yes, there are examples. That's the point is he's making. Nobody should disagree that I guarantee you could find somebody who's screaming a racial slur. But every time I've seen that, it later turns out provably to not be what it looked like, to be somebody pretending to be part of their groups. But again, I'm just highlighting how clearly it seems difficult to find what they say is happening. Nobody should pretend that it's not possible. But he goes on to say, but the limited experience I have of my own campus tells me such occurrences are not especially commonplace. This is Foreign Policy magazine. Pretty much a mouthpiece of the government for as far as my experience shows. And they're saying it's not really happening like they're saying it is. It says, my impression has been bolstered by seeing the same footage aired on Fox News for an entire week of a menacing heckler screaming in support of Hamas in the face of a Jewish man as he emerged from the subway stop just outside of Columbia's main gate. He says, it is anything but clear that this abusive person was a student. Furthermore, my campus has been surrounded by television crews working long shifts every day. So if incidents like this were rife, it seems likely there would be seeing many, many others instead of replaying the same few that you keep seeing over and over and over, even though those examples are pretty mellow in the first place, unless they overlay it with the bigger picture. Tell you what you're supposed to see. He says, what I have seen inside the university's gates has generally been a picture of exemplary civility. And guys, that's what I keep proving. Not that there's not some examples of other people doing the wrong thing, but it's wildly organized. And even if I disagree with some of the things that they talk about or do, it's clear that they're not what they're saying they're and what they're saying they are. That should matter to anybody who cares about truth. Even if you want to go, but this right there, that's wrong, that's bad, to just broad stroke it all and say pro-Hamas makes you a lying manipulator. Because it's self-evident that's not true. There are clearly, as I'll show you an example, people that are saying Hamas and they're talking about it, and I'll show you even how that's misrepresented. But I guarantee you there are people that support Hamas. But to call it all pro-Hamas or pro-terror or pro-rape, it's cartoonish. And anybody honest knows that. And I think that's why they're losing this conversation. But it says, for 9 days now, there has been an orderly encampment of students, most of them chatting relaxedly. Now, again, I'm not talking about the recent building. We're going to talk about that in a second. Some of them with tents occupying an expansive lawn in front of the Butler Library, the biggest of Columbia's libraries. The demonstrating students have even posted and overwhelmingly seen to be living by an admirable code of conduct. It reads in part, don't litter, no drug or alcohol use, respect personal boundaries, do not engage with counter-protesters. I will return to the last of these momentarily. And the reason they don't do the engagement part, or the fact that they cover themselves, which again, I've always highlighted this in any context, whether it's Antifa or Israeli IDF members, there's a reason they don't want to be seen. Now that could be because they think that they're going to be held accountable, which is still the part here, or because they are carrying out surreptitious acts, or however you want to look at it. But we all know, I hope with previous shows as well, that they're being misrepresented. And you've got entire organizations that are now making lists. Think about the irony, the hypocrisy of making lists of people to then call to, like, we're not, like, these are the very people that are constantly pointing to the Holocaust and what happened, and yet doing the same things to people right now that are on the other side. It's embarrassing, and most people are seeing that. But now organizing lists of people that they claim are dangerous, dirty anti-Semites that are racist, and then blastering their faces everywhere. And to some people, that may stop them from getting a job, that may hurt their future. To people like me, right, who don't depend on some other business to justify my income, I don't care. You guys can call me whatever you want. I know you're lying and I can prove it. But to some people, especially coming out of college, that might be very hard for them, right? So I'm just highlighting another possibility to just pretend you know what's going on, because the same corporate media that you 30 seconds ago were calling liars, you're now trusting. That doesn't make it a smart pond. But it says, it reads in part, oh, I already read that. He goes on to say, I asked myself, what is the threat to Western civilization, to U.S. democracy, or even to higher education that the Columbia protests and others that have followed them are supposed to pose? The answer seems to lie more in the fear of the protesting students' speech than in their abuse of speech, obviously. And the key seems to lie precisely in a line from their code of conduct that I've just paraphrased. He says they forswore engaging not just with any counter-protesters, but specifically with Zionist ones. And here lies one of the biggest points we'll get to in a second. The crux of this whole illusion that Zionism is Judaism. In fact, that's why this new bill was passed, because they're trying to stop people like us from being able to criticize a political organization or anything for that matter. Realize free speech does protect you to say things that are hateful. To say you don't like Jewish people, that is protected under free speech. I also have the right to say I think you're disgusting for saying that. That's free speech. For them to pass laws pretending that they're doing so under the Constitution, that you're not allowed to criticize anything, is so grossly unconstitutional, it shows you they don't care about any of it, which we should know by now. But that is one of the reasons they call this inherently anti-Semitic. It's not. because they're desperate to make you think that Zionism is Judaism, because when that goes away, as I see happening now, they lose control entirely, which might have already happened. He says the ongoing campus movement that's sprang forth from Colombia arose not out of anti-Jewishness, and this guy is Jewish himself, by the way, as some would have it. It grew out of profound shock over the hideous and indiscriminate violence that Israel has visited upon Palestinians in the wake of the October 7th attacks. The protesting students have been scorned and ridiculed as the dangerous and naive cat's paws of the United States enemies of China or Russia, which why that even makes sense is beyond me. Wildest of all, George Soros himself, who is Jewish, and we'll touch on that. Nobody should disregard any of that. Of course, I mean, this is the thing I said this morning on Richie Allen's show, is that every movement, ever, every group of people, whatever, what nationality, what flag, what ethnicity, whatever, you will have political corporate entities that want to try to use that for their own benefit. We'll dump money into it. It does not mean it doesn't mean everything it has to mean, like the idea that you can go Soros funded, therefore end of it. We don't care, ignore it, or whatever it is. That's always been stupid. Same thing I said a long time ago, whether you can show Soros funding, it's something that's important that you should consider and means that there's very clearly vying interests here, that they're trying to do something. But to pretend that therefore means that the whole thing is not what it looks like is something you should ask yourself, not just blindly assume. Because one of the things that's possible, as I see a lot of other people pointing out, is that it could very well be that the funding is meant to make you disregard the very clear reality of this, or make you ignore the ongoing genocide, because that's what a lot of Republicans are doing. Soros, I'm out of here. I won't even look at this anymore. Must be all fake news. That's how they use that against you. Or Russia and China, for that matter. Is it not possible that Russia's orchestrating the whole damn thing? Certainly. Possible. But to blindly assume that so you can disregard genocide is disgusting. Not what journalists do. This is worse. They have been mischaracterized as anti-Jewish hate mongers by critics, including leading U.S. politicians, despite the fact that many of them are Jewish, which they pretend isn't true and lie about. Or the people who aren't, who are openly saying that that's not the reality. But you know better, Mark Rubio, right? You know better, all of you, screaming that they're all racist, Jew-hating maniacs. I mean, it's just so ignorant and so alarming to have powerful people in this country screaming that you are a dangerous, violent racist when you're going, I'm fighting for freedom and ceasefire for everybody. It's wild. It says, in the early days of their protest, more than 100 students were carried off by the police in handcuffs after Colombia's president, Namat Shafiq, spoke on their encampment as a clear and present danger, which, by the way, is a legal term, the reason it was used, and invited police action. Why? Because you were protesting, because you were speaking your mind, and because they show an example of somebody with the wrong sign that they means you're about to be violent, or somebody who gets in an altercation with one person, and the whole thing is just... Again, why is it that Republicans or people on the left who support Israel can't recognize how that's been done to them? How they go, that happened and the whole thing needs to be shut down. Every trucker in this convoy is a Nazi because of that one flag. How is it they can't see that? Some of you can, but the leadership, because they don't want to, because they are invested in the status quo. On the other campuses since then, as this peace movement has spread, students have been beaten and tear gassed. Students at Indiana University and Ohio State University claim to see snipers, which we prove. We showed the pictures. They put out snipers for American students protesting on a college campus because they claim they were terrorists. That's the kind of power they have when they just pretend that you are what they want you to be. Like they say we are what they want to be, despite the fact they're censoring us on these platforms now because we're supporting violent groups. Who? Who is that? I'm not supporting Hamas. I'm not supporting Israel. I'm not supporting any of them. Who am I supporting by highlighting what we can prove? Same thing with COVID-19, as you remember. Doesn't change. Day after day, they write, well, it goes on to say, so day after day, there have been scenes of supporting faculty members roughed up, knocked to the ground, handcuffed, carried off by police, not because they were doing things violent, but because they were there. It is time for Americans to ask, he writes, swapping out the topic of Israel-Palestine for another. Think about any other two things. If a student protest movement like this were happening on such a scale in other countries, what would the U.S. response be? You already know the answer to that. Doesn't matter whether you're left or right or sane. You can see that if anything happened anywhere in Iran or China or Russia, they would name it whatever they wanted. He says, what I readily imagine are high-toned condemnations from State Department spokespeople and tut-tutting editorials in the leading U.S. press about authoritarian intolerance or the decay of democracy. Just even reading out loud, makes me cringe. Not because we shouldn't want people that care about honesty and whatever, but because these people have never been that. And they are more than happy to step up on their high horse and shout down at their enemies when they do things, when they even suggest they're doing something, but will happily ignore when their allies do it worse than anybody else. There are many other pressing questions, he writes. For instance, what is the appropriate citizens' response to the scale of horror that we're seeing in Gaza? When Washington has not been outright supportive of the Israeli offensive there, supplying enormous quantities of new weapons to Israel with few real constraints on their use, it has simply been impassive. Now, I disagree with that. I know that's supposed to be kind of the sentiment, is that we're kind of not there, but it's obvious, guys, that they're 100% involved. Boots on the ground, supplying all the weapons, actively obfuscating and complicit in genocide. So a point aside, his point is, despite this, some U.S. politicians treat the protesters as a threat. Others warn that demonstrators are interfering with the education of non-demonstrating students, which isn't happening. It's already been proven that they're still going to classes. It's people that are choosing not to show up because they claim they're scared when there's nothing to be scared of. And they just don't go. And then they point to the fact that they didn't go as, see, they're stopping them from going. No, this is the same as covering up that monument. You don't get to say, see, the monument's covered, which proves they're violent or proves they would do Jew-hating graffiti. No, it's because you did that under the argument that they might do that or that they are dangerous. But it actually turned out that the police said they do that whenever there's a protest, regardless of what it's about. They didn't stop the Zionists from using it to their benefit. It was a whole front page in the UK media. It says others warn that demonstrators are interfering with I've read that one. And it says a kind of silent majority to invoke a phrase familiar to students protesting against the Vietnam War. This is exactly backwards. By peacefully protesting, the students at Columbia and on a growing number of other campuses are providing U.S. society and indeed the world with an education in democracy and citizenship. This has come home to me in encampment sides conversations with students from China, that's him speaking, and other countries who have marveled at the ability of Columbia students to push back through protest. And even while we can prove they're being infiltrated left and right everywhere, they are saying standing up to horror requires more urgency than letter writing campaigns to members of Congress or patiently waiting to vote in the next election. Now, I'm never advocating for violence, but we have to recognize while there is a genocide going on, while your country's government is obligated under the Genocide Convention that they're a party to not just hold them accountable, but to stop genocide from happening. That these are people that are stepping up and saying, we need to do this because we're obligated to, and their own government attacks them for trying to do that. Whatever their means may be. That is a very crazy thing to think about. He says, Gaza is far from the only horror in the world, and we can all use more of these students' moral urgency and civility. Not to say that every one of them are like that, but that's the obvious reality, by and large, that anybody honest, including Jews and journalists that are Jewish, that are highlighting. They are pushing where they most readily can on the institutions for whom, as students, they form the very bedrock of community. Now, also, I think it might be in this one, I forget. Point is that they're risking their graduation doing this. And just because they're people like Ben Shapiro trying to highlight them as a bunch of pampered rich kids, which maybe they are, you don't see how much they're risking to do this? They're going to get, some of them are already getting expelled after they spent all this money and they don't get anything out of it. Like, how do you not recognize that kind of dedication to this? He says they are pushing where they most readily can on the institutions for whom, as students, they form the very bedrock of community. If they can't get the U.S. government to do something to stop the violence in Gaza and increasingly the West Bank, which goes largely ignored, they can at least get their universities to stop supporting it, which is the divestment point. This is what the demand for divestment means. Denying institutional support through investment in Israel war efforts until there's peace. Many critics object that this is unrealistic and can never work. Maybe they're right. But what is the proper citizen response? Sitting on your hands in resignation, which is what they seemingly want from you? He writes, I wish to close on the question of Zionism. For decades, public opinion in the United States and in much of the world has supported this concept. The notion of Israel's special right to exist as an ethno-religious homeland for Jewish people, which is supposed to be a racist concept, guys. An ethno-state is not something we go, yay, except when it's Israel. So let's ignore the special treatment everywhere around that. And it's a Zionist concept. It's what he's highlighting. Personally, he goes, I recall the excitement that he felt seeing Jewish friends of his in high school eagerly going off to the kibbutzism and in other capacities to help build Israel on the basis in a more innocent era decades ago. Hardly. Maybe that was his interpretation. It's never been it's been 75 years of brutal displacement and occupation, guys. That's the reality. And they were simply going to be brainwashed into thinking illegal settlements were somehow justified. They were illegal then, just like they are now. Doesn't matter whether you call it kibbutzism school or whatever else. He says, but the threat to Zionism in today's world doesn't come from the students demonstrating on U.S. campuses. He goes, I would argue, as a Jewish citizen, I think he's an American. In any case, the point is a Jewish citizen of the world highlighting this in a contrast to his previous experiences that he thought that was a good thing. He goes, I would argue that the greatest threat to Zionism doesn't come from Hamas or from the students. No, the greatest threat stems from the blurring of any line between Zionism and the crushing of Palestinian lives and hope for the future. To the extent that the demonstrating students are sending this message, they are Israel's friends. This is the point that I talk about when I get called a racist or a Nazi, and I'm going, so I'm over here fighting for the self-determination of Palestinians, the safety of Jewish people, and you're calling me the Nazi while you're attacking one group of minority people. Like, it's so crazy, the inversion of reality. Now, the House, as this was today, I believe, yesterday, late yesterday, House passes anti-Semitism bill with broad bipartisan support amid campus arrests. These are American politicians passing a bill that is undeniably unconstitutional because they say so. The Anti-Semitism Awareness Act would require the Education Department to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, which means if you say Israel is doing something wrong, you're racist, right? If you say Zionism is not Judy, you're racist. If you say Zionism is doing everything you think, anything that just like Netanyahu said, you can't say we're committing genocide because we're Israel. And that they'll go, yep, can't do that. Otherwise, we're going to charge you with a crime. We told you we would get here. I'd see for a while, I wasn't sure it was going to come in the form of anti-Semitism. I thought it was going to come in the form of some other medical manipulation or something, but I told you we would get here. Your words are now violence. You are now going to be arrested in some cases if they can make that happen. I don't know how broad this will go, but if you say the things we're saying, which you have a right to say under the First Amendment, on top of it, it's true and we can prove it. But people like this are not on the American side. They're not on the side of the Constitution. It's alarming. And that's not some racist point to say that Jews are secret. That's not what I'm saying. I don't agree with anybody saying that. I think it's a ridiculous thing to try to blame one religion on anything. The point is that you can very clearly prove that the Zionist government of Israel is actively pushing this stuff. They openly tell you that. Now, Shepherd of Truth highlights that HR 7921, which is what the numbers for it, it's called the Countering Anti-Semitism Act, which, if you look that up, and we've covered it many times, it's been this recurring cycle. It bubbles back up and some managers get pushed back down. It's happened more than once. So if you think this just has to do with protests or just has to do with October 7th, you're not paying attention. This has been pressured by the Israeli government over and over for the last however many decades. And every now and again, they get a little bit further. In some cases, they get laws that get passed. In certain places, they get the Texas governor to write an anti-BDS bill, which is wildly unconstitutional. This is a monumentous drive in the direction of stopping you from criticizing anything that they deem is somehow damaging to Israel as American Congress. It says a bill to, but again, we don't have to get into the game that's being played around what a Semite is, which is not an Israeli. It is the point is Palestinians are more Semite than most Israelis we're talking about, but either way, it says a bill to be voted on by the 118th Congress of the United States. And this is talking about the same bill and whether this ends up being official. It will be the foundation to strip you of your First Amendment rights. So, by the way, the House has passed this. What is it establishes it in hopes to accomplish efforts to counter the spread of anti-Semitism online, which means your speech, transparency of algorithms. So this Twitter, the rest overlap, content moderation, maybe through digital passports, facial scans. That's what they're talking about. That's what we just showed you in the beginning. Enforcement of community standards. You know, the lawful but awful. Accountability for individuals, accountability for online platforms, how it defines anti-Semitism is the important part. Disparaging of Jews, which, first of all, anybody attacking a religion or an ethnicity for no reason, that's racism. Call it that. But doesn't mean they can pass laws to say you're not allowed to say things. That's what's happening. That's crazy. I will always say that people doing that are disgusting because you're a bigot. Just like Israel is openly bigoted towards Palestinians and most everyone supporting them. It seems shockingly obvious. And I'll always call that out. But I'll also defend their right to say it. That's how this works. That's an honest stand. What we're seeing here is Republicans now beginning to side with the idea, and it seems like a smaller group than I expected, by the way. So don't hear that as I think everyone's on. Don't broad stroke. There's a lot of Republicans and conservatives and everywhere else in between that are very clear this is a problem. But there's far too many in my mind that are going, yay, censor them because we don't like them. But liberty, freedom, Constitution. Disparaging people who support Israel. So now it's anti-Semitic to just go, that guy supporting Israel is doing bad things. Determining the difference between Jews and Israel. So highlighting the fact that this is a country that, happens to have more than just Jews in it because it does. So what they're inherently doing is going, we only care about the Jews that exist here. Doesn't that seem disgusting? There are more than Jews that live there. Yes, it's a predominant majority, but it's crazy to me. Conspiracy theories blaming the ills of society on Jews. Now, here's the point. That gets conflated with Zionism. And I'll show you that in the bill itself and everything else. If you say Zionism is influencing governments, which you can prove it is, whether through lobbying or any number of other very surreptitious actions, they say that is synonymous with attack on Jews. Therefore, you're a racist. Therefore, you're violent. Therefore, we can censor you. We can shut you down. We can shut your bank account down. We can arrest you. Holocaust denial. Which, again, is something that I think is like just going into I always recommend people look to Norman Finkelstein on this. Because he has a lot of information around it. His family comes from the same. The point is that I also agree that there's a lot that can be questioned in any event. But to say that something didn't happen when I think you can prove it has is a ridiculous thing to do, in my opinion. Sorry, I've got hiccups all of a sudden. But I think ultimately the point is that you should have the right to do that. And that is why Norman Finkelstein in the past has said that he supports that. And they misframe that as somehow him supporting the fact that it never happened. And he explicitly says the opposite. It's because if you believe in free speech, you have the right to do that. It's not that tough. It's just people that side with feelings over facts. You listening, Ben Shapiro? Questioning specific aspects of the Holocaust. Again, same thing. Now, again, my point, just like with Sandy Hook, I've gone over this stuff in the past. You can show that there are things I'm like, well, that's interesting. That doesn't make sense. That we should be able to question. That doesn't add up. There's historical overlaps to this very event where people are highlighting things that show that the numbers don't seem to be what they claim. Why would that even be shocking to see how much this has been abused by the Zionist government? But nonetheless, the point is that is something you're just not allowed to talk about. That can't be what we believe in this country. The largest section of the bill is focused on Holocaust education for children, aimed to redesign Holocaust education methods, techniques, and outcomes. So now you're going to have Zionist education legislated by your government to inform your children the way they want them to think about think about how crazy that is. Would you be okay if China or Russia started passing bills in this country to have them think about their history the way they want them to? Why is that no less? It should be just as alarming no matter who it is we're talking about. As Taylor Hudak points out, the bill expands the definition of anti-Semitism to denying Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the state of Israel is racist. So how in the world is claiming that the government of Israel is racist, deny Jewish people their right to self-determination? Because they're conflating the state of Israel with all Jewish people in the world, even though there's Jewish people that live in the world that have never been to Israel. It doesn't make any sense. It does make sense when you realize this is a desperate, last-ditch effort to try to stop all the awareness happening around what's going on. And, of course, drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of Nazis. That's a direct quote. You mean despite the fact that it's damn near exactly what we talked about throughout history, or the fact that you can literally prove that there's an overlap? I get to that in a minute. Maybe it's right here. There we go. That Zionism was literally reaching out to the Nazi party for support and did so all the way through the final solution? Yes. Guys, it's a historical fact. But you're not allowed to point at that fact because now that's racist. Again, facts, feelings. It's amazing that the person who really made that a famous saying just doesn't seem to care about it when it comes to these topics. Here's what ABC News writes. It requires the Department of Education to use the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism when enforcing federal anti-discrimination laws. The working definition says anti-Semitism is in part a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. The definition includes denying people, what she said, the right to self-determination by claiming the state of Israel is a racist state, and that drawing comparisons between their Nazi overlap history, which we can prove, makes you a racist. And again, that doesn't mean every Israeli or every Jew. That's the dumb part. That's what they pretend you mean. But when you can literally prove the history, which you can look up on Wikipedia, by the way, that the Lehi Party, which is a foundational element of Zionism, was literally aligning themselves with Nazi Germany, how are we supposed to pretend that doesn't exist? How are we supposed to pretend that there's obvious overlaps to all of this? As she writes, laws like the anti-Semitism bill already exist in Germany. Taylor Hudak. She says they have been used against and weaponized to silence dissident voices. I have researched this extensively. Can we expect the same to happen in the United States? And she shows the background. Here's an article you can read. I think she wrote that, or at least she highlighted it. The point is that this is the thing that the Republicans are largely ignoring. Or even just the left that supports Israel that also ignore. I mean, the point is that every side has their points about free speech and so on. Obviously, I think the left is a little more open to censorship of speech, in my opinion. But let's not forget, that's not the majority, not even both of them. I think the majority exists in the middle of the people that recognize neither exist and that they register as independent or don't vote at all. That's the majority, guys. And they see this. So recognize that when I'm going back and forth on the illusion of the two-party paradigm. But how are they supporting this? How are you supporting undermining your right to free speech because you don't like what they're saying? Because they're not really believers in free speech. Tom Cotton seethes, as Michael Tracy writes, which again, someone I'm not a big fan of, but nonetheless went out and showed you as a Jewish person that he was there and that nobody was attacking him. He felt safe the whole time. And that he said even one time his yarmulke blew off in the wind and a Palestinian supporter brought it back to him. Like, how do you reconcile those things with what they're saying? This is supposed to be at one of the most violent locations. But here is Tom Cotton, who is just like aggressively pro-Israel, against your interests, by the way, says he's seething that, quote, little Gazas have risen up on campuses across America. See what I'm talking? So now they're trying to make this about your hatred for the left. They're trying to manipulate you into thinking that that's what it all is. It's all the bad, it's all Soros funding. It's all a lie. And just making you ignore the fact that your government is siding with a foreign country in the interest of a genocide. He declares the political speech of protesters to be violent and illegal. Now understand, their speech. That's where we are. They're telling you can't say these things because now you're a criminal. Yet I swear my oath on the Constitution because I'm a hypocrite. Yes, as in him, obviously not me. The point is, for this analogy to hold, I love this part, Michael says, wouldn't the colleges have to be pulverized into rubble with U.S. supplied munitions? Right. So for the analogy to hold, being little Gazas, wouldn't we be bombing them into dust right now because they have human shield? Like, the point is, you just gross to conflate those things. That's him quoting it right there. Just makes me sick. Here's what Caitlin Johnstone wrote. CNN compares campus protesters to Nazis in stunning propaganda segment. This is what's so wild to me. Campus protesters to Nazis while they are openly calling Israel a Nazi state. Like, think about how dumb that is. All that is aggressive projection. It's about trying to hide, I think, both the real history there that people are becoming more interested by every moment because of this, and the fact that that's what they've always done. You're ISIS, you're Nazis, you're terrorists, you're white supremacists, just whatever it is to shout you down to make you not look at the substance of their argument. But at the very least, wouldn't you call them like Marxist or Antifa? Like, the idea that you're calling them Nazis while they're highlighting the fascist actions of your government, in fact, all the way to the point of actual Nazism, it just seems silly. I know you are, but what am I, is what it ultimately feels like. And it goes in, she writes, in one of the most appalling propaganda segments I've ever seen in my life, she writes, CNN's Dana Bash launched into a fire and brimstone sermon on Wednesday comparing anti-genocide university protesters to the brown shirts of Nazi Germany, doing so in defense of a fascistic police crackdown against those very same protesters. As I said the other day, historically, it is never the brave thing to do to side with power. It's just not. It's the same point she makes in this article, or the statement that is also an article. That it's not brave to side with the power, the empire, or to act like you highlighting the thing that we've heard 40,000 times over the last 10 seconds is somehow you being brave because they frame it that way. She writes, after playing a clip of Zionist activist Eli Sieves theoretically claiming campus protesters at UCLA were blocking him from his classroom, which is a really feeble, sad video of him just standing there going, I'm trying to get through, and he can go right around them. Bash solemnly said, quote, again, what you saw, and you'll have to watch this, watch to believe it. A very calm video of people standing peacefully and him just going, you're not letting me through. I feel threatened. And that's it. And she goes, what you just saw is 2024 Los Angeles. Like, it's ridiculous. While you're ignoring children being blown to bits in front of our eyes, and that's okay. But this guy standing and not being able to, oh my God, it's her. She says, hearkening back to 1930s Europe. And I do not say this lightly. The fear among Jews in this country is palpable right now. She honestly said that. I know some people ridiculously believe that, but my God. According to journalist Jeremy Linderfield, she writes, Caitlin continues, who happens to be Jewish, Sieves wasn't even being denied access to his classroom, which I'll show, the video is clear, but was only being denied access to their encampment, which he'd conveniently decided he wanted to walk through in order to get there, even though he can go around. Now, again, if it's a public space, you could argue he has a right to go there, and you can make that an issue if you want. But to then fold that into Jew hatred and you're terrified is just childishly stupid. Dana Bash makes no mention of this, of course, framing this instead as a terrifying attack on Jews, which could soon see them being loaded into trains headed for extermination camps. Bash played a clip of New York City Mayor Eric Adams saying, quote, there is a movement to radicalize young people, and I'm not going to wait until it's done. Of course, only pointing at the side actively acknowledging their constitutional rights, protesting against an open genocide, and not highlighting all of the open acts of violence that we can prove and manipulation from within that we can later prove coming from people that are screaming racist. I mean, like, this is what's crazy. I've shown you clips just over the last 4 days of people that are actively pro-Israel openly going, I hope you get raped. I hope, like, screaming terrible things at these people. And then all you can do is you look at them and they're like, look at that racism. And they're like, free Palestine. They're like, oh my God. So, I mean, if you have to make that into the bad thing, maybe there's not as much bad thing as you think. While you're over here going, I hope they rape your family. Yeah, that's a clearly bad thing. It's just wild to me. But it says, as though preventing the spread of racial political opinions is somehow the mayor's job. It's not. He says they're calling for a ceasefire, says Bash. Well, there was a ceasefire on October 6th, that old ridiculous claim. On the day before, Hamas brutally murdered more than 1,000 people, ignoring the IDF killings that we can prove at this point. But she says this is a brazen propagandist lie. Israeli forces had been routinely murdering Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank for 75 years, but as she writes, in the weeks and months preceding October 7th, as we've highlighted many times. On October 6th, the New Arab published an article titled 2023 is the deadliest year for Palestinian children, says, I think it was Oxfam, citing the Defense of Children International. Oh, excuse me. Well, I'm pretty sure that was, in any case, a human rights group. Pretty sure that was Oxfam, but I could be wrong. Palestine, along with other sources. Okay, so yeah, I think it was both. So the reality being that long before this, they were clearly showing you that it wasn't just a bad thing that was happening, but the deadliest year on record. But yeah, that was the ceasefire. That's actually says a lot. She goes, quote, this hour, I'll speak to an American-Israeli family, says the CNN anchor, whose son is still held captive by Hamas since that horrifying day. That, which, by the way, they've had probably 15 opportunities to bring him home and they refused. That brought us to this moment, said Bash, adding, you don't hear the pro-Palestinian protesters talking about that. We will. And she goes, yes, such brave, up-punching journalistic integrity for you to talk about the Israeli hostages, Dana. Not like we haven't been hearing about them every single day from the imperial media for the last 7 months straight, while orders of magnitude more Palestinians are butchered by U.S.-supplied war machinery. But how brave of you. Like, explain me why these protesters to stop the genocide would be going, and yes, these people died to a less smaller degree 7 months ago. Why does that even mean, why is it even relevant to what's going on? This is the point of the Genocide Convention. Yes, we can highlight that Hamas did X, Y, and Z here, which was bad in regard to the crimes they committed. We have to overlap that with the Hannibal Directive and the proof that they're shooting their own people and every number of foreknowledge and events. I mean, all of it. Funding of Hamas. But the obvious reality, as I just lost it again, not like having every single day from the April. I can't believe I keep doing that. Anyway, I'll keep going. You guys, please laugh at me for dropping my points out of the middle of nowhere. As I've said before, because this is the best thing to say after I do that, I've been told that's a sign of intelligence. I really have, but it doesn't feel like it when it happens. But anyway, let's continue. At UCLA, she writes, Dana writes, or says, pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian groups were attacking each other, hurling all kinds of objects, a wood pallet, fireworks, parking cones, even a scooter. God, it drives me crazy. I wanted to go back to it. Anyway, so the point she makes there is there's another lie. The footage that you can prove shows you that it's abundantly clear, and I've looked at it myself, played it. I think I have one coming up here in the next couple of tweets when we get to that segment of showing them, the pro-Israel Zionist protesters, throwing fireworks, throwing bottles of chemical stuff. And this is what they're saying, by the way, on their own talking points. Bottles of chemicals into the encampment, ganging up on a protester on the ground and beating him with sticks, tearing down parts of the encampment, screaming, "Second Nakba," which doesn't really make sense since there was a second Nakba, showing you how uneducated they might be as well about the history. The point is that this is obviously on the record. And you can see them doing this usually at night in many cases, blaring things while they're in the encampment, which fine, whatever. You can argue that they are doing that to get them out. The point is that it's very clearly vindictive and obvious and doing so to create conflict, not the other way around. Later on in the last segment of Bash's own show, CNN's Stephanie Elam contradicts her both sides lie by commenting on some of the footage, saying, quote, and you can see that in the video, it looked like people from this side were breaking down the encampment from the pro-Palestine side last night, throwing objects in there, as well as it looks like some sort of maybe pepper spray or something coming from the other. So the point is she's going, yeah, but that they were doing this, throwing things in, breaking it down, pepper spraying them, and then they responded. And what happens? Oh, you're violent. And the media plays along. It should here be noted that Dana Bash gets her surname from her husband, Jeremy Bash, who just so happened to have served as chief of staff for both the CIA and the Pentagon, but no big deal. As she says, this woman is pure swamp. It should be also noted that CNN's own staff recently leaked to The Guardian that they have been pressured to report on Gaza's onslaught with a extreme pro-Israel bias. See, that's leaking out the seams, even from within, attributing the pressure to the network's own new CEO, Mark Thompson. So that means the people, whether they're willfully dishonest in other ways, other topics, are unable to ignore that, recognize that they're being pressured to lie about this, and then leak that out, even from CNN. And this is what you can see. They've lost control. She says, I, for one, think it's great that the imperial media are becoming so transparently obvious about their propagandist nature. And I hope they keep exposing mainstream Westerners to the fact that the primary purpose of these outlets is to promote the information interests of the U.S. and its allies. Propaganda only works if you don't know it's happening to you. So hopefully they keep going mask off like this for everyone to see. And here's the clip itself.
Inside Politics, I'm Dana Bash. We start with destruction, violence, and hate on college campuses across the country.
I mean, that's how she starts it, right? I mean, of course, very clearly as she goes forward, only on one side of the conversation, not, despite all the evidence everywhere in the world, anything on the side of the pro-Israel side. It's all anti-Semitism towards them.
This was the scene just a short while ago at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Police clashing with protesters. 12 people were arrested. Hours earlier, protests rocked the University of Arizona, where campus police used chemical irritant munitions to remove protesters. Around the same time at UCLA, pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian groups were attacking each other, hurling all kinds of objects, a wood pallet, fireworks, parking cones, even a scooter. And before that, the NYPD was able to clear Columbia University after protesters barricaded themselves inside a campus building. 300 people were arrested at Columbia and City College of New York. But it is unclear how many were actually students. New York City Mayor Eric Adams warned this morning that professional outside agitators are getting involved.
Here's what's funny about that. That's true. And I would argue it's probably true on every possible side. But what's hilarious to me is that, of course, you know where it's going. They are only talking about the Palestinians or the pro-Palestinian side. What's hilarious is that I've shown you from the Shirion.org platform, they were publicly calling for these people. It's like, in fact, I even think I can bring it up real quick. Didn't bring it up earlier, but I think it pops right up. Yeah, here you go. So we just, real quickly, just a quick deviation. We just talked about this. I think Robert's writing an article over all this right now, but this is from February 13th. And this account's reasonable, 33,000 followers. I mean, you can follow this back. It's clearly promoted by Israel, and it says Operation Global Insight. For no more words. Join the Shirion Collective's first undercover operation. Become an agent embedded behind enemy lines at this weekend's protest. And this is back when they were doing the global march against the invasion of Rafa in February. And it says, make our first global operation that combines the efforts of volunteers and our more seasoned internal team. What are we looking for? Individuals who can maintain cool, calm, and collected demeanors under triggering Jew hate and pressure. Clearly, they have a clear impression here. And what it says here, volunteers willing to wear what makes you look like a Palestinian protester. So you're lying, and this is infiltration. Individuals, Arabic sounding names. Like, how do we not read this exactly what it is? You are infiltrating protests, and are you going to tell me, even if that's not your directive, that some of them won't just pretend in order to get what they want to happen? We've already proven that. It's wild. Absolutely wild. Back to the video.
There is a movement to radicalize young people, and I'm not going to wait until it's done and all of a sudden acknowledge the existence of it. This is a global problem that young people are being influenced by those who are professionals at radicalizing our children.
Yeah, well, you didn't seem to care when Antifa was doing the same thing or Black Lives Matter was doing the same thing. Funny how you only seem to care when you got your Zionist strings being pulled.
And I'm not going to allow that to happen as the mayor of the city of New York.
Many of these protests started peacefully with legitimate questions about the war, but in many cases, they lost the plot.
So, what are you talking about? Like the idea that you're somehow supposed to only, like the protest somehow was only asking legitimate questions when you thought the questions were like, I just hate the fact that they're constantly acting like they're somehow arbiters of what matters and what the truth is when they keep getting caught lying. All you're trying to do now is act like they've somehow gotten drifted into violence when that's not true. You can clearly prove that there are aspects of this that people like, for instance, the building, which we'll get into, the idea that a building was taken over, which I find fascinatingly the overlap of January 6th, which is confusing a lot of Republicans because it's obviously confusing for their stance. Why you would support that when you argue with, let's put it this way. If a law is being broken, not a school policy, because quite frankly, whatever you think about that, that's the smallest thing in the world to me right now. But talking about laws being broken, well, yes, if we're going to try to be accurate and even-handed about this, the same thing I pointed about acknowledging the Hamas did clearly commit crimes, because to not do that is not accurate, even though it's obvious that's wildly slanted, even from October 7th in one direction. It just makes you dishonest. We have to acknowledge that people have taken actions that would arguably be breaking the law, like the building conversation. But then we have to, just like with this conversation with Israel, ask ourselves, okay, who drove this to reality? Does the rest of the protest agree with that? Is that a group that is funded by George Soros? These things matter. Does that change the dynamic? I'm not saying I know that, but what I can say clearly is that what we can see, by and large, according to everybody except politicians and pretty wildly slanted Zionist journalists, that's not what's happening. My main point becomes the same every time. How is it that we can stand here and act like what they're highlighting is the truth, and yet ignore the fact that half of them are Jewish and that you have Holocaust survivors in almost every one of these? They're you standing up and going, thank you guys are doing good. Or prominent Jewish journalists that go there and are like, I don't see any of this. Like, until we can reconcile those things, I don't see, there's no way this can be honest. You could argue all of the other side is lying, but are we really going to pretend like massive Jewish organizations and Holocaust survivors who have no connection are just all independently going, I'm going to secretly pretend this Jew hatred isn't happening? I mean, it just doesn't logically make sense. So we have to realize that there's an aggressive manipulation. And it's not hard to recognize when you can see how long the Zionist government has been influencing all of this. And you're watching it take place right now. It's like the dying gasp, as far as I can tell.
They're calling for a ceasefire. Well, there was a ceasefire on October 6th, the day
Ridiculous.
before Hamas terrorists brutally murdered more than 1,000 people inside Israel. And
It's not true. Obviously, there was not a ceasefire. They were murdering people right up until October 7th. It was very clear. And then let's not ignore the fact that there was a lot of foreknowledge that was seemingly in some way were never allowed to happen. And then the ongoing murder of all of their own people that happened ever since, including the hostages to this very day. But she'll never talk about that.
took hundreds more as hostages. This hour, I'll speak to an American-Israeli family whose son is still held captive by Hamas since that horrifying day that brought us to this moment. You don't hear the pro-Palestinian protesters talking about that.
Oh, it's funny how to this moment, you just magically skipped over 40,000 deaths. But, you know, it's funny that you don't talk about that.
We will.
We will.
Now, protesting the way the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister is prosecuting the retaliatory war against Hamas is one thing. Making Jewish students feel unsafe at their own schools is unacceptable. And it
Well, as somebody else pointed out, which I'll read to you in a second, I'm kind of jumping ahead. It's like, why does nobody ask why is it that or what's the way they frame it? You know, it's okay that Palestinians, or ask if Palestinians feel unsafe since they're going to a school that is from its institutional level funding people that are murdering their families. Doesn't that seem to be a little bit more concerning? Apparently not.
is happening way too much right now.
I'm a UCLA student. I deserve to go here. We pay tuition. This is our school. And they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance.
I love the deserve. It's a pretty interesting choice of words, right? Because, you know, you pay to go there. You have a right to go there, but that you deserve to go there. I find that interesting. I didn't pick up on it last time, but watch it again. And this point is that this is the big dangerous moment. Even just watch in like hushed tones, the way she covers it afterward. This kid is choosing to go through them. And you can prove with other videos that he could have just walked right around them.
I'm a UCLA student. I deserve to go here. We pay tuition. This is our school. And they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance.
So he's choosing to use that entrance. Now, again, he should have a right to, clearly. And I will stand with you on that point. They should not have a right to block you from going there. But let's not pretend that's violence. Let's not pretend that that is them being threatened with anything. It's not. And that's childishly stupid to pretend otherwise. In fact, what you're doing is diminishing the reality of what racism actually looks like. And then I love how he points to, it's just me and all these people with cameras right here.
I can't take it. Will you let me go in? This could be over in a second. Just let me and my friends go in.
That's
Again,
it. That's
what
it.
you just saw is 2024 in Los Angeles.
Oh my God.
Harkening back to the 1930s in Europe. And I do not say that lightly.
Think about how insulting that is to pretend that this, like, why isn't Ben Shapiro calling out this pampered student? That's crazy. To highlight the fact that these other ones who are in fact putting their education on the line to stand up for this and not call out this very clear pampered, I deserve to go there guy who's just literally manufacturing victimhood as if that harkens back to Holocaust time, like the idea of the Holocaust. Like, what if you're a Jewish person, that should be, if that of all things we're talking about should be like, what? How is, I mean, it's just, and frankly, my point has always been that why be a victim? Don't let, it's your choice to be outraged about something like that. But my point is, if the way they're framing it, to say that you should be outraged about all these people standing up in support of your families not being killed, as well as Palestinians, they're the bad, dangerous racist. And this guy's literally, or rather you, Dana, are literally pretending that this kid not being able to go through the door he wants to is, oh my God, it's like the Holocaust again. And I don't say that lightly. Doesn't that make it worse? Aren't you the one diminishing the reality? Yes. And they all know that. And this is the point of Zionism. This is their dying gasp, guys. It is shockingly clear.
The fear among Jews in this country is palpable right now.
Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of Jewish people about this. Prominent ones, journalists. It's just untrue. Now, I'm not saying that some of them don't feel that way. Certainly could, because they listen to your ridiculous news segment, but the reality is not there. If you have to show clips like that and go gasp, it's like the Holocaust, then clearly there's not that happening. If that's the best you can do. Ida Bay Wells points out this sort of coverage versus the coverage of the actual violence against pro-Palestinian protesters, which, by the way, is happening at UCLA, confirms why so many of us call out the false god of objectivity in journalism. It has never existed in mainstream. Choices about framing, emphasis, legitimacy are made every single day, and they are often a reflection of bias. It's wild to me. It's just absolutely wild, the framing that they're putting forward, and not like no self-reflection or just they just don't care. I'll include that Sherian point for you as well. Craig Mokiber points out New York City Mayor Adams admitted in his press conference that Columbia students were spied on, attacked, and arrested by police because he didn't like their, quote, anti-Israel views as part of a larger, quote, operation to prevent, quote, radicalization of students. As he writes, this is literal fascism. I mean, recognize, guys, you can listen to this whole clip for yourself. To openly make it clear, and this is what's happening. This is what the anti-Semitism bill is about. We just don't like that you think that, and we're going to shut you down. We're going to claim that you thinking that makes you dangerous. In fact, we're going to say it is violence. Therefore, we have a legal right to stop you. This is a mayor who is pretending he has the right to do any of this, and is openly saying that not only were they spied on and attacked, but they were arrested because of their personal views. It's just right in the surface. Kim Iverson writes, and I completely agree, 50 years from now, probably far less than that, people reading history books will be dumbfounded and appalled that calling for a free Palestine was considered a form of hate speech. I mean, just even reading that out loud. I mean, I think the point is that I'd like to believe that not everybody even thinks that. In fact, the shocking majority realizes how stupid that is, and we're being led by the inmates, right? The inmates are in control of the asylum, right? That's what we're dealing with, or the prison. These are these powerful yet shocking minority of people in Congress and people that blindly support the two-party illusion that are dragging this thing forward and allowing a genocide to continue. Now, this point's important. Zionism is not Judaism. This is very important. This is the crux of the argument. This is the crux of their illusion. If you can recognize and acknowledge this very easily proven fact that your government just legislated the opposite, the Zionist illusion is shattered. Actually listen to the video he's claiming is anti-Semitic. I'll play it for you right now. With that knowledge, and see this man for the manipulator he is. So he frames this video and he says, this is why the anti-Zionist movement is inherently anti-Semitic. It lumps all the world's problems together and points to a single common cause, the Jews. Solve the problem of the Jews, redeem the world. He doesn't mention the Jews once. You see, so what he's saying is why the anti-Zionist movement is anti-Semitic. And the guy's claiming that Zionist influence is all over the world. So where is the Jew? Because the only point is that if you then pretend that that means Jews, that's the only way that makes sense. Then why wouldn't he call it the anti-Jewish movement? You can't pretend that anti-Zionist means the Jews when he's not saying that. That's you doing that. But that's the best they can do. And it's falling apart. People aren't buying it. Because the truth is, the guy may secretly think that. Who knows? Elon doesn't know for sure. But what I know for sure on top of that is that it is not the same thing. That Zionism is so many years old. Judaism goes back thousands of years. So if you want to pretend that somehow Zionism is more important or Zionism you're not allowed to attack, doesn't that seem sort of blasphemous in the concept of what Judaism really is? And I can show you countless Jewish organizations that will tell you that is wrong. That they don't believe that. They don't believe the state of Israel. They believe the opposite. And I'm talking about worldwide national groups. So you could argue that's 1% if you want. But the point is, it's a lot of Jewish people in the world that don't think that. So then that means, obviously, and it shouldn't take that to mean it, that we can clearly differentiate the two things. But here's the only way they can make this person sound racist, by saying that he secretly means Jews.
It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. The inevitable fall of Zionism will be a major step in the destruction of imperialism. As we speak, in my country, India, the fascist BJP government is using American and Israeli-made weapons to drop bombs on unarmed tribal peasants to remove them from their rightful lands.
That's happening. It's you can look this up. It's being covered by corporate media. They're not going to say Zionism or Israel weapons or U.S. weapons, but it's an easily proven fact. So am I talking about Jewish people? Hardly. We're talking about a political organization, both the U.S. and Zionist Israeli government, and their funding of this genocide. Now, how in the world are we supposed to point that out without highlighting the groups involved? Because that's racist. How is that even possible? You think it's designed to hide criticism of Israel in any possible way, even if it's justified. I mean, so explain this for me. So let's say Israel carries out an attack and they kill a civilian, and then they go, we're sorry, we killed a civilian. It was an accident. And then I go, Israel killed a civilian. Am I racist? They just said. So am I only allowed to acknowledge the crimes that they admit they committed? You see how ridiculous this is? If criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic, then you're never allowed to criticize, even when they do something wrong. I mean, it's shockingly stupid, and I think everybody can see that. It's the core of dishonesty. You're creating a dynamic where you're literally never allowed to accuse them, and that's why Netanyahu goes, well, we had the Holocaust, so you can't accuse us of that. That should make you scared. They are putting you in a position where you are literally to ignore the worst of humanity because you're not supposed to call it out because you're the bad guy. And your government is not only allowing that, they're promoting that. They're telling you you have to do that or you're a criminal. That's pretty terrifying.
Just so they can serve their imperialism. Or do you know about the settler colonial state of America in Atlanta, where the idea of training American police in Cobb City who only exist to enforce white supremacy and the suppression and murder, the brutal murder of black and Native American voices. I can keep going. Syria, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, any country, Kashmir, Egypt, wherever you see imperialism and capitalist oppression of the global south, Cuba, Philippines, I can keep going. Wherever you see the imperialist aggression, what else do you see? Zionism's bloody hands.
Now look, I wholeheartedly agree with that. You know what I also agree with? The U.S. government's hand. I mean, guys, this is a historical reality. You look around at the worst atrocities, the worst occupations, the worst destructions of countries under the guise of freedom, you'll find the U.S. government's hand. And the often left out part, Zionism's hand. Now, why is that somehow racist? Is it only racist on the one half of the conversation that's about Zionism? Or is it also racist against Christians because we're including the United States? Or does that not make sense? Obviously, it doesn't make sense. The reality is that you can show that these powerful entities have been doing these things over the last century. Clearly. Occupying countries, stealing resources, creating and funding terrorism to create what they want. Guys, we can prove these things, but it's only off limits when it comes to the Zionist government because
Zionism's bloody hands controls us all. The bloody hands collaborates with imperialism and only exists to oppress the people of the global south. But we must do our part in dismantling. We are living in a historic moment, brothers and sisters. Israel is weaker than ever. And its imperialist masters here in the West, they are scared.
Yep.
They are horrified. They're so scared. And so is this university. We don't care your claims of anti-Semitism. We know what kind of vicious anti-Semites these Zionists collaborate with.
See, this is what's hilarious to me. So he's hoping you don't watch this. He's hoping you disregard it because if you listen to this, how does it make sense? He's saying these guys are anti-Semite, racist, Jew hate. And he's in the video going, the Zionists are the worst anti-Semites in the world because that's the reality. Historically, it's actually shockingly easy to prove. The reality of how, as I've shown you, the CIA has their own documents highlighting how the Zionist leaders were saying, we'll sacrifice all of the Jews in the Arab countries if you give us our state. That's on the record. The CIA has its CIA documents. Or the fact that they worked with the people they claim was the justification for their very state. So it's ridiculous.
It was the foundation of the ideology. But the time has come to seize this unique moment. And we will show this university that we will not stop until it ends its cowardly complicity in the occupation and genocide of Palestine. University of Leeds, no more! You may think you can continue your lives in cowardice. You think you can act like a Zionist entity, keep lying, keep deflecting. But the only thing that will happen is we will not stop. All your attempts of containing us will fail. It will fail miserably. For we are students of of the Palestinian people and their will and their unending fight against the Zionist.
It's just so crazy how this is called racism, you know? And again, the only thing that makes it racism is to conflate it with the fact that you're supposedly talking about Jews, you know? And that's just, it's you know, again, other than the conflation, it's amazing to me the kind of person that would otherwise argue that that kind of thing is ignorance. How do you know? Do you know him? Has he written it somewhere else? No, you're just going, well, he said Zionism, therefore he means it. You can't do that. That's dumb. And that happens every damn day in the corporate media and the mainstream alternative media. Now, again, I was going to highlight this. Make sure you check this out. We had a great conversation, and this is the Truth Jihad on Twitter. Kevin Barrett and myself were on Richie Allen's show this morning, and it was a great conversation. I really recommend you check it out. And it's a very interesting, you know, we get into the whole concept, pretty much everything we're talking about right now. I highly recommend you check it out. And I believe I'm going to be on Kevin Barrett's show coming up next couple of weeks. Now, here's an interesting clip. This one is a Jewish student at Columbia on the 29th who is claiming that basically if you're a Jewish person promoting Palestine, that you're as stupid as the blacks voting for Trump. Gays for Trump. It's absolutely a fair comparison. They say it's the same tokenization. Think about how gross this is to completely downplay, like with Ben Shapiro. Oh, you're supporting ceasefire? You're a useful idiot and you're trash. So then you're racist then. So you're a disgusting person who only supports Zionist Jews and denigrates anybody else, even if they're Jewish. Yeah. And then here we are highlighting that you're being that way and I'm supporting anybody fighting for freedom. And yet I'm the anti-Semite. I'm the racist. How hilariously stupid is this? And what's funny, I'm actually, just for time, I'm going to skip past this because you watch it, but I was going to go over more of the statements. There's more in there actually that she says that's interesting, but I wanted to kind of get through this toward the end. Aviva Klampus points out the same thing I keep making. Same point I keep making. She goes, posted at the University of British Columbia, like that's somehow damning. And it's a poster that says, Zionists F off. Again, you know the point. Is that racist? Is that so if I said Republicans, fuck off? Oh, excuse me. Oh, gosh darn it. I'm so sorry. That was a complete accident. I've rarely done that before. Please forgive me. I hope there was no children with their families listening. It's late today, but that was just a big slip. I actually don't even think I've ever said that on the show, but you guys know why. In general, you've heard me cuss on AM Wake Up. I just think it's important that I try to make this as family friendly as possible because it's important that we are able to share this with people regardless of whether they, profanity and so on. But I apologize. So the point is that ultimately, if I were to say Republicans F off, Democrats F off, or any other political organization, any of it, is that racist? It's not. But she said, imagine for one moment that instead of Zionists, it read blacks or gays or any minority group. See, that's how they want you to view this. First of all, Zionists are not a minority group. Jews are not a minority group. As much as they want you to see it that way, it's the radical opposite today. But the point is that it's not the same thing, even regardless of that, even if they were a minority. We're talking about a political organization, an ethnicity, and a sexual orientation. They're completely different things. They want you to see Zionist as a synonym, the synonymous with Jews, and they want you to think both of them are an oppressed concept. They're not. That's the only way these people can make you think this is racist. Now, here's Jill Stein that I'm actually going to skip, but you should listen to it, which I don't support Jill Stein. I don't frankly think any of these people are honest, but who knows? I'm always open to that possibility. The point is Jill Stein highlighting Zionism. Well, it's only 2 minutes. I think this one's important. Let me play the clip first.
Different from Judaism, and it is entirely wrong to conflate the two. Being against Zionism, which I regard as essentially a matter of ethnic cleansing and land theft, essentially. That is the purpose of Zionism, to take land that belonged to other people. Yes, Jews have been horribly traumatized and victimized, but that doesn't then allow one group to take land and displace another group. To look at the actions of the Israeli government, they are attempting to drive the occupants out of this land altogether. And that has been very much the policy of Israel well before it was a state. Since the Zionist movement began, Jews who lived together with Muslims and Christians.
For the podcast, you have to see the person's face she's talking to. It just kills me. What Jill Stein is saying is verifiable historical fact, and it's so frustrating that we have to play this game. Just ask Zachary Foster with a PhD in Palestinian history from Princeton, or any number of other academics like Avi Shalom, who's an Israeli, well-respected historian who's telling you the reality. We're just not supposed to say it out loud because racism, because Israel, whatever. But it's funny to me the way she's looking at just like this, huh? Just cracks me up.
In Palestine, and Jews who lived together with Muslims and Christians in Palestine for centuries. And it was a peaceful place. It was only with the advent of the Zionists, who felt like this land belonged to them, that the violence came. And many Jews left, as well as Christians and Palestinians, with the entry of the Zionists. This is a very difficult topic for people of Jewish background to come to terms with. And I see this as someone who grew up in the 60s. I see this as remarkably similar to the very difficult wake up of the white community with the civil rights movement in the 1960s. That's
actually a great point, right? The idea that there was a time in our history where Jim Crow era and everything else, where it was, uncomfortable to highlight the fact that they were a systematic institutional racism. Right? Where this was just the way it was. And a lot of people pretended like it wasn't a problem. And eventually it came to a point where we have to acknowledge, well, yes, having separate water faucets or having different yes, that's a problem, right? That's a racist concept. And that was a difficult thing for them to come to terms with, but it was obviously the reality. It's the same reality right now. And I think a lot of Jewish people in the world are, credit to them, rapidly coming to terms with this. That's my personal opinion. I mean, I don't know whether it's the majority or not, but I personally feel like I've had a pretty good kind of gauge on this over the years, whether it's the two-party illusion, whether it's the COVID-19 concept, which I think has stood the test of time. I think we can look back and we can see that that the majority of people see through that. I think the election process proves that, or the COVID-19 has how many people now take them. I think it proves that. Same thing here. I genuinely think, I'm not sure if it's the majority, but a wildly growing group of Jewish people in the world, or at the very least going, okay, I need to start asking these questions.
A difficult conversation that involved confronting the many institutions of white supremacy and the very challenging conditions of racism that were endemic, in our schools, in housing, and so on. It's a hard conversation, but it has to be had, and it cannot be shut down. I think it's really important to have it, especially because our tax dollars are funding this war, which the American people vehemently protest.
I hear varying different viewpoints on the complexity of this issue and personal opinions to that regard, and I do wonder if politics considers each and every aspect of it. My suspicions is that it does not, but this conversation has been very thought-provoking for me today. Thank you for joining us.
It's interesting to me. And that was why I pointed at her face. Like, if you watch that, I'm willing to argue that if that had ended before she got into the reference to the 60s, that person was in sharp disagreement. You could see her facial expression change the moment that there was a related point. Whether she even said it. She's like, I hear you. So if you can recognize the history there, you can recognize that there's an opening for maybe even where people might not even realize that's the case, right? And that's interesting. And then she goes, okay, maybe she just reached her. I don't know. I mean, we should never disregard the possibility that somebody may change their mind or recognize they've always been wrong, whether it's corporate media or not. But my opinion, I'm very much pessimistic in that regard. And I think that's the fair way to stand because of history, but we should be open to it nonetheless. Change, I mean. Now, Aviva Klampus points out, Jill Stein's ignorance is stunning. She calls Zionism ethnic cleansing and land theft. Yeah. It's okay, this is what exactly? It's crazy to me. And Kim Iverson's made good points on this. You could look up the history of what Zionists foundationally said. It was colonial settlerism. That's settler colonialism. That's what it was. That was their phrasing of it. Ethnic cleansing was something they proudly discussed, or the idea of land theft. This is where we pointed out that clip of the it's the original Ben Gurion. One of the earliest examples of the leadership in the Zionist state, openly discussing and openly highlighting the fact that they manufactured a study to make it sound like they left of their own accord. And the video shows you that that's the point, where we need to make that up to cover this up. I mean, it's the point, because they knew even at that time this was not something that would be palatable for most people, including the Jews at that time, which I already highlighted. many of which came back and said, you can't do this to these people. You can't just get, and over the years, this got removed, it got shouted down, and that's where we are today. That's always why I point out that it's not all anything. But it says, she says, to be clear, Zionism is the belief, and this is what they love people to think. Now, this is challenging the original documents of Zionism, openly discussing what they really were trying to accomplish. But now they want you to think that it's the belief that Jewish people have the right to their own homeland. That's not the reality, especially when you realize that they were willing to sacrifice the Jews in the beginning. See if I can find that. Oh, let's see. Maybe sacrifice. Yep, there we go. Bingo. Now, again, I never expect people that have never watched this show or anything to just blindly trust my title and my show. But if you care, as always, it's sourced directly to CIA documents. In fact, I can even probably find that. Oops, hit the wrong button. Let's see. Here we go. Bingo. So you guys can see it for yourselselves. This is a FOIA from CIA.gov. And the point, contemplated transformation of the Haganah into the army, which is what happened. And ultimately that itself was responsible for some of the worst atrocities we know in this time frame. The point is, as it says very clearly, the Jewish agency at the time is apparently willing to sacrifice the Jews residing in Arab countries for the cause of the Jewish people as a whole. Or, that's how they read it, you could argue sacrifice the Jews in any area to achieve what the Zionists wanted, which was this state that they were given, not by God, by the British mandate. The point is clearly this was not what it appeared to be, especially as we can overlap that with the point, as we've highlighted many times, that the Lee, and this you can read this in Haaretz article, like a lot of things they pretend aren't true. The Leahy continued to seek an ally with Nazi Germany even after the final solution began. I just don't know how you make sense of that without realizing that the history is being lied about. I'll include these for you to check out. Now make sure you check out this full picture. Oh, I'll continue what she said here. So the point is that they have a right to their state and their ancestral homeland. Well, that's not their ancestral homeland. The lies around that as well. It's the occupation of Palestinian land. And she says, like it or not, Jill Stein, there has been a continuous Jewish presence in that land for millennia. Well, first of all, we can clearly dispute the time frame and the idea that you somehow can prove a millennia. But either way, the reality is that she said that in her own conversation, just like anybody honest has, that yes, they lived there in peace. Jewish people, not Zionists, not the state of Israel, that they lived in peace with Muslims and Arabs in these areas before the illegal state of Israel and Zionism gave itself territorial dimensions. Avi Shalom has talked about this. I'm not going to play it again. I'm trying to hurry, but the point is that you can clearly prove that, first of all, she said that, but secondly, that this is not proof that somehow it was theirs to begin with when they were living simultaneously in peace until Zionism. But it says, here's another stunning fact for you, Jill. One can be a Zionist and believe the Palestinian people are entitled to a state of their own, which, by the way, is an interesting thing to say, even though none of them think that, and it's stated repeatedly right now. But on top of that, that isn't the whole point that Zionism is arguing that the Palestinian doesn't exist, that they don't deserve that, and they've been fighting this the entire time? Like, that to me is just a shameless lie at the end of a string of lies. It says, in fact, that's what most Zionists believe. How can you possibly say that? This is her trying to manipulate an American audience into thinking an absolute dishonest fact, a falsehood. As you can literally see, as I just showed Elon Levy or Netanyahu or Gantz or Ben Shavir or Smotrich or every one of them saying that will never happen, but let's believe her because she knows. I'll include this so you can read this for yourself. Zionism versus Nazism, Israel's connection to extremist ideology, which are rampant, and even the ADL's history of faking Nazi marches in order to manipulate you into thinking that it's a prominent problem, which then drove people to support more Israel to save the Jews from the bad problem that they were creating. This is Zionism for you. Not to say that there's not racism. Obviously, that's the case. Now, I'll include this for you. This was just a breakdown clip of that episode so you can watch it. Now, here's an interesting point. Talking about Nazis, and I think this projection is so obvious. He goes, look at these Nazi symbols and ISIS-level hate and propaganda at ACLU. Or excuse me, UCLA. I can't talk. UCLA. I get dyslexic apparently. The point is, first of all, we're talking about a van randomly parked on the street. So God only knows who's actually brought that there. But what's interesting to me, guess what the symbol is? It's that same symbol that, what's his name? I'm now blanking. Not Kanye West. Remember, he posted this symbol and said, love everybody, or something like that. And they censored him from Twitter. And guess what? I showed you this. The symbol is not a Nazi symbol. In fact, it's a symbol that was created by some guy who believes in aliens and argued that was some kind of unifying symbol that was supposed to bring, like, you can easily prove this. It goes back a long time. So whatever, either way, they said, oh, it's a Nazi symbol, kind of, and they deleted him. Even though the account that still has that symbol as its icon never got censored. So there was clearly some very weird stuff going on with that. Over Alex Jones and whatever else happened there, maybe it was all organized. Nonetheless, he says, look at these Nazi symbols. This is the UCLA protest. Did I just make this point? So first of all, even if that was a Nazi symbol, are you claiming that they're supporting Nazism? Is that even a tenet of what they're promoting anywhere? No, that's ridiculous. It's the same thing as claiming that because they had a Nazi symbol at an Israeli protest, that means they're all Nazis. Is that a smart thing to do? Or is that really stupid? Is it not obvious they're doing this to say that's what you are? Like, I don't think anybody on the Israeli side or anybody on the Palestinian side are going, yay, Nazis, because that's what we are. And we don't like, it's just this game of being dishonest about the other side. And that's what happens every single time. As I said, there's a protester holding a Nazi symbol. So based on the logic of every Zionist claim, like this one, that means every person at this very small, by the way, rally is a Nazi. And we should blindly assume this is support of Nazism and not criticism, right? Or would that be ignorant? And hilariously down here, some of these Zionist bots came down and were like, that's a sign for voting something else, you idiot. And it's like, yeah, did you not even read what I said? Obviously, that was my point. But they're not smart enough, apparently. But here we go again. Here's a random van. We don't know who it's from or what they're doing there. And it's not even a Nazi symbol, but yay, they're all Nazis. We can tell. That's where we are. And yet that's supposed to be indicative of some mass Jew-hating problem. We'll have to make things up. On top of that, I'll include this. This was a point I was making earlier in regard to an earlier show where I just simply highlighted the lies going on. I think the time was about the rape allegations. This person says, go F yourself, Nazi liar. And I simply highlighted this. This is a Holocaust survivor speaking about how he supports what's going on. This was before the protest. This is March 7th, right? But he's supporting the highlighting of what Israel was doing. And he said, and I said, what a perverse inversion of reality. While I'm fighting to protect Jews and Palestinians alike and anyone else, you fight to hide a Zionist agenda, literally genociding an entire group based on their identity. But I'm a Nazi. Might want to reflect on that and some history. Pretty crazy. Here is that another one of these examples that'll make you laugh. This is supposed to be a victim. This is Cam Higbee saying, today I snuck into the UCLA Gaza protest camp. So you're already starting out showing that you're surreptitiously trying to do this, like, clearly. And this is, you snuck in, and this is the best you can do. This is highlighting supposedly violence. Imagine making this out to be you as the victim.
I don't know. It's public space. I don't need to walk away. You guys are trying to intimidate me away.
Why do you want to be there?
Why not? I'm a journalist. I'm documenting.
You have a place
1, 2, 3, step.
1, 2, 3, step.
There's plenty of campus for you. Do you want to push me up these stairs? Go for it.
1, 2, 3, step.
1, 2, 3, step.
Guys, I mean, it's just so ridiculous. What are we in kindergarten? I mean, look, either way you look at it. I mean, you can disagree with what they're trying to do, with the fact that they're moving him. You touched me, you broke the law. And you're probably right to some flimsy degree, but how ridiculous. So you're there. You're the only thing causing this is not because they sought you out because you're a Jew or whatever the narrative is. It's because you snuck into this thing, which you have a right to be there, public space. I agree. And then just stood there. I have a right to be here. Well, yeah, you do. But you don't have a right to pretend that they're the ones threatening you, that you're not trying to instigate this. And on top of that, that this is the best you can show, that she has to, in hushed tones, talk about how it's like Nazi Germany when you're getting, I mean, that you're choosing to be blocked, apparently, instead of walking around or not being in the middle. It's just crazy to me. It's childish. And I simply said, well, you were pretending to be a victim here. The Zionist government of Israel that you're ignoring murdered 10 more children, but keep pretending you're a journalist. This is an example of the same person going, natives are blaring the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance while they face off with the encampment at UCLA. Now, first of all, I can't even see what they look like. Not to say that would mean they're not Native American, but there's two of them, and a guy waving an Israeli flag. And think about how stupid it is. First of all, second of all, if you really understand most perspectives of Native Americans, that they're going to blare the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance, the government that displaced them from their land and stole their land and killed a lot of them. But yes, hooray, America. I mean, it's like the ignorance of some of these people, but it doesn't matter because all you're trying to do is create a point with two people, apparently, that highlights the fact that here's other indigenous people that support the occupier. Because that makes sense, right? They just don't care. This person said, a lot of Native Americans have a long history of supporting Palestinians. Yeah, gee, I wonder why. Interesting, this is being pushed so hard as speaking for all of them. Same point. Decensored nudes highlight these two parts I think I want to show you. I think we should be pretty close to finish. I'm going to skip a lot of the individual parts of the protest, which is the last section, and we'll probably be just past 4, I think, even though it's longer than I wanted. As I said, I'm trying to jam in a lot because I don't know if I'll be able to get to a show tomorrow. I'm hoping to. But here is the clip I played you before, just to highlight, after all that we just showed you, the fact that it's absurd to pretend that this is anything they're making it out to be when you can prove what we're about to show you. And this is ubiquitous. And I've done this. I mean, you've seen this. We've done it in past shows. Every single one of these that I've researched, every single one, and I've pretty much every one that I've looked into has major Jewish groups part of it. And just because they try to frame that as some kind of manipulated thing, which certainly could be funded by some group you don't like, could be not there for the right reasons, it doesn't change the fact that we all can see what's going on in Gaza. And that's what they're highlighting. So even if they're being driven to do that dishonestly, how does it make, the fact that we would disregard the obvious, and on top of that, the main point I'm making with this is that there are countless Jewish people at these protests. And not even that can be acknowledged. So how do we frame any of this as honest? If Ben Shapiro can't even acknowledge that this rampant Jew hatred mania is full of Jewish people and Holocaust survivors, that seems pretty dumb.
Authorities are arresting some people across the country, but certainly not enough. Flag burning, pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah, anti-Western.
All of them. Every single one of them, including the Jewish people there, right? All of them. Pro-Hamas, doesn't anybody recognize that as opposed to journalists, that to claim what every individual there of thousands of people think? Don't you think he would make fun of lefties for doing that back when he was acting like facts don't care about your feelings? Yes. It's just a level of it. I can't believe that there's so many people that are ending up in a position where they're choosing to, foundationally destroy what they've laid out, like Biden or Ben Shapiro. Kind of crazy.
Radicals taking over these campuses.
Come have some matzah, come have some matzo ball soup. We're having a great time. We got plenty to go for everyone. And we'll be out here having a really lovely holiday.
As Passover week begins, a group of Jewish and non-Jewish protesters have gathered at the university to celebrate.
There is nowhere else I should be for Passover besides here on campus.
If you are shouting about the Yehud, that's a pretty good indicator that anti-Semitism is being engaged in.
Passover is the story of our escape from slavery in the land of Egypt. And I think we need to recognize that on Passover, it's important to stand up for oppressed people everywhere, whether they're Jewish or not. I had seen so many statements online about how Jews weren't safe, about how Colombia had turned into a hotbed of anti-Semitism. Each of those statements further galvanized me to use my voice and my privilege as a Jewish person to come here and have a Seder with all of these lovely people.
So right there, the point, like the same point with any rest of them. So are we to believe that this person is lying? And that means that he's secretly okay with Jewish hate as a Jewish person? It's certainly possible, I guess, but where is the actual logic to this? Is he missing it? And if that's the case, then how is it this rampant thing that's all in your face and they're all terrified? So it's just, I mean, I don't need to sell you guys. It's obvious that this is rampantly misrepresented. And to the point where it's non-existent. But I just, again, don't think that's the case. I think you can always find an example. But, I just think we need to realize how willfully dishonest this is from the top down and what that really means about what's truly going on. And while even the time that we've taken to describe this is one less moment that we're not highlighting the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
Again, an environment of anti-Semitism has clearly been created on campuses like Columbia University.
There were also many non-Jewish students who joined the Seder, and we're a little bit hesitant about whether they should eat matzah or not. We told them it was okay, you can try some matzah. It was really a beautiful thing to see in the middle of the pro-Palestinian encampment.
You're talking about tens of thousands of students all across the country who are engaged in pro-Hamas rallies, waving Hezbollah and Hamas flags.
They're not. Pro-Hamas is not even remotely accurate. Some of them, sure. But I think clearly most of them are simply fighting for a free Palestine that they then that means what we want it to mean, not journalism.
I'm part of a really proud legacy of progressive Jewish activists who have participated in things like the civil rights movement or the anti-apartheid movement.
Now, just for time, I'll leave it there. You get the point. I mean, it goes on. It's a great video by Decentered News that highlights this back and forth hypocrisy of people like Ben. And here's a great one that you don't miss this. I added this from the last show. Alonzo Gramendi points out people trying very hard to be unsafe at student encampments throughout the U.S., but failing miserably. And it's a great thread of people just acting like they're being a victim when nobody's threatening them. People pretending they're being surrounded and calling the police when they're like, you can leave. You're not like, there's no one surrounding you. No one's stopping her. You can leave whenever you want. She's like, I'm threatened. I'm fearful. It's crazy. Or this one, which is important, where they're at the rally and one of these pro-Zionist protesters screams, kill all the Jews. And everybody goes, get at everybody. Like, it's crazy. They all clearly go, you're not welcome here. Get out. And yet, nonetheless, that frame gets used to argue that they're all doing that and they shut down the protest. Over and over and over this happens. Or the woman that pretends she was stabbed in the eye with a flag when all it did was brush by her. And then days later, she's at a congressional hearing claiming she was stabbed in the eye with not even a blemish. Like, that's the kind of stupidity we're dealing with. It's actually right here. It's coming. It's right here. Not that. Just that. A tiny flag, right? Ow, ow, my eye. That's it. And she literally goes on a rampage claiming she was stabbed in the eye. Doesn't pull back on that at all. And in front of Congress even says that. Not even a blemish. I mean, say that they poked you in the eye. I mean, it's just so dumb, the kind of dishonesty we're seeing. Now, this I'm going to kind of rush through. The point is that this is constantly being misrepresented. Here's an example of people at multiple colleges, kind of a compilation. And the one she highlights is this guy saying, Israel must fall. And let me play just that one part.
Rutgers University! Where is your humanity? Silence is complicity! Israel must fall! Israel must fall! We are prisoners, free them all! We are prisoners, free them all! Israel must fall! Israel must fall! What do we want? Justice!
Okay, so the whole point is they're prisoners, release them all. What we want is justice. Silence is complicity, right? Oh, terrorism and racism and pro-Hamas rape and whatever the nonsense they put over it. Okay, so the argument is, and this is my point about having to fixate on the small things. If you're claiming it's a bunch of Jew hatred mania, and your argument is, look, they said Israel's got to go away. That means this, which means genocide, which means they're all racist, like these 13 removed points about how that means what we want it to mean. Certainly could mean that, but the point comes down to a larger reality that, yes, the state of Israel is an illegal occupying state, which is upheld by the United Nations. Doesn't mean that most people are asking for it to be removed. Even most Palestinians are calling for a two-state solution, which allows both of them to be maintained. But yet all they can say is if there's a free Palestine, that means that no Jews can exist. That's Zionism saying that. So the frustrating reality is that keeps being done. And I simply said, most call for a two-state solution as I do. That all you pretended to want while actively sabotaging it. So they don't want the two-state solution. They lie about that, and I've proven to you that today and many other times. But I said, but legally speaking, Israel's an illegal state. So where would all Israelis go when Israel's gone, that she asks? Well, they can live in Palestine. like they did peacefully before Zionism, as you guys have otherwise pointed out. What's hilarious to me is I'm not asking for that. I think most people realize that's unrealistic, not because it's not the legal reality, but because there's families that have been born in Israel, like there's been families born elsewhere. The point is, it's just as unjust to uproot those families that have no want to be involved in this, the child that was just born. And most Palestinians, protesters and otherwise, would say the same. So what we're talking about is acknowledging the legal reality and highlighting that as racist because you frame it as meaning all Jews go away, and not even they're saying that. So if you have to make this all up, it's probably not really what's going on. Now, also the point is about these protesters, right? I mean, I know there's been the building concept of the woke, the protest, like the idea that we're supposed to be ignoring this because they're a bunch of pampered kids and whatever else. Like the idea that we ever acknowledge the differences. To put it to Dan Cohen's point, to make it simple, he's highlighting the reality that most Palestinians were very against the shots, which is one of the issues. They're wearing their masks and all this, as well as most of them being very conservative. And yet conservatives are disregarding their plight because people on the other side of the paradigm are pointing to it. Doesn't that seem like a little bit of a two-party illusion manipulation to stop you from caring about something important? Yes, it does. But that's how that works. But consider all this stuff. Now, here's another one. This is an important one. The guy's MIT. And here's a guy who is promoting, at the very least in a small way, I'll point out what I mean by that, Hamas, which is, I've never argued otherwise. I guarantee there are people that support that, and they have a right to. That doesn't then make every single person there or the ones clapping for what he says suddenly terrorists, especially when you realize that it's a resistance group that has a legal right to resistance since it's an occupied territory, not to commit crimes. And if they do, they're crimes. On top of that, if you're going to call them terrorists to the point to where everybody involved is supposed to be called out, why don't you call it the state of Israel since they funded them? We're not supposed to talk about that.
Our role is to pressure.
Hold on. I think it's this one.
Support of people who are fighting back and fail to support those who are putting their lives on the line. So when they say all this garbage, all this slander about Hamas and about the Muslim Brotherhood and others that are out there fighting the fight, the PFLP's armed wings, all these that are really out there in Gaza right now as we speak, we have to do what the labor movement said. Which side are you on? We're on the side of the fighters. We're on the side of
Now, multiple points. You could argue he's blindly supporting Hamas, and that could be some kind of disqualifier for you, which I'm not really sure why. There's plenty. I mean, supporting Zionism to me is equally as distasteful, or the idea that people support all sorts of dangerous groups like your government, by the way. The point, though, that makes sense to me is the idea that what he's saying is support the fighters. Now, you can argue that means blind support for everything they've ever done, or you can argue in a logical way that what he's saying is we support the fighters in this resistance. Not that I support everything they've ever done or every ideological point. Everyone there likely knows Israel funded this group as well. They've talked about it. The point is, supporting the resistance is not the same as supporting their organization. But who knows? I don't know. Neither do they. Because this person is just, by the way, also saying this in front of seemingly a very small group of people to then translate that into this entire protest movement is X, Y, and Z is ignorant. But that seems to be a focal point of all of this. But nonetheless, you can read into it as much as you want, and maybe you should. The point is that does not mean every other person feels the same. People can acknowledge the right of armed resistance, and it's a legal reality. It doesn't make them racist or terrorists. Again, if you can pretend that support makes him a terrorist, then how in the world are you supporting your own government and their open funding for some of the most extreme groups on the planet, including Israel and the U.S. funding of Hamas? It just becomes a really ridiculous dynamic if you can just block out one and only focus on another smaller version from this one person. Now, here was the other one as well. This is, it says mob spokesman calling for, which again, mob, like you can't just call them, it's always the framing of propaganda. They're not a mob. They're not breaking, they're not daring through this area. They're there to support what they're supporting. It's a protest. Now, yes, if you see, like, for example, the videos I think we'll get to in a second of people breaking things, you can call that a mob. But then you have to acknowledge there's an overlap to that we'll get into that's much more interesting. But my point here is he says this revolution, and that's what they're really trying to highlight. And what he says is, as always, in my opinion at least, taken out of his context, intentionally. That when he says tools of liberation, she's going wink, wink. I knew it. That means terrorism. Or it means throw a rock like a Palestinian child in defense, or use other tools, like, and it even says like a flag. Okay, let's listen to it for ourselves. You tell me what you think.
By any means necessary until they meet our demands, because our tuition is blood money. Our tax dollars are blood money. It is going to fund the Zionist entity that is entering its 76th year of the ongoing occupation. And this revolution, which includes the mass demonstrations and encampments, are not just exclusively for students. It is for the masses. It is for the entire community. It is for the free people of the world who are able to resist however you can, whether it be with a rock or other tools of liberation.
Right. And you could pretend that means a gun or anything else, and maybe, or you could pretend that it means like a show I'm doing, or your website, or a protest, or any number of things, which he later goes on to say are like picking up a rock or a flag. So it's pretty clear that he means the latter, but of course they're going to lean into it the way they want to. Throwing a rock, we already killed children for throwing rocks, so he's a terrorist.
This is a people's revolution. This is for Gaza, and it is a duty upon us all, upon all of you journalists who are holding a camera. Next week, I want to see you hold something else, whether it be a rock or a Palestinian flag. Come to our protest. Don't just come to cover our protest. Come, hold the Palestinian flag.
I mean, and that's the point they're highlighting on, right? That's the point they're trying to make into something more. This revolution, she highlights it, whether it be with a rock, and that's the point they highlight. Wouldn't it be other tools of liberation could mean other things? No, hey, throwing rocks. I don't think that's the point you want it to be. You realize most people in the world are aware that you murdered children for throwing rocks at armed soldiers it's disgusting. And even Donald Trump picked up the same concept about the border wall. But this is the best they can do. That's supposed to be your terrorism and your anti-Jew hatred. If that's the best they can do, then it's pretty clear it's not happening. Not the way they say it is. And this is the point still. Heidi Burcham points out the peaceful, in quotes, pro-Palestinians are issuing what sounds remarkably like a threat to Jews. Let's read what it says. Jewish safety cannot be achieved until Palestine is freed. Of course, you could pretend that means some kind of a threat, like you're saying we're going to kill Jews until Palestine is free, which is a pretty stupid assumption, especially since the reality is quite obvious. They're highlighting the now obvious fact that I keep pointing out, that the biggest threat to Jews in the world comes from the openly racist political ideology of Zionism, otherwise known as the State of Israel, which they seek to end. But I know you know this, which is why you try to bury it in shrieks of anti-Semitism. So you can always again argue that that ending of Zionism means racism. It's all tangential. The point is obvious, and if you listen to these people talk, which they're talking to anyone that listen other than Zionist manipulators, and I mean more so on the idea of they're broadcasting what they're talking about. They do seem to be pretty resistant to media, which I think is probably smart. But the point is that they're very clearly highlighting the Zionism overlap and the fact that Zionism is what creates anti-Semitism. So they're highlighting Jewish safety cannot be achieved until Palestine is freed, which means the end of Zionism. It's just the point is look, I could also argue that maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but the point is that they read into whatever they want and tell you that's the fact, and that's supposed to be honest. Here's a good example. Anthony Casaba points out at UCLA, group of pro-Palestine protesters praying as the sun sets on the campus. I don't know why that's a problem for people. I don't know why that's some kind of dangerous reality other than the disgusting two-party illusion manipulation that somehow this entire religion is dangerous. It's right out of morons like Laura Loomer. That's the kind of thing you get. Even though the fact is that in any religion, you'll find, first of all, the main point to me is that you're looking at Muslims and Jews and Christians in solidarity. And that's supposed to be hatred? But here's how it gets framed by somebody like Ollie London, which I don't know why anybody listens to these people. Hundreds of American students convert to Islam and participate in an Islamic call to prayer. See my point? So instead of just highlighting that these are people that are praying, You make it into some scaremonger tactic that will grab Republicans and make the converting everybody. 4 million views. But this is where it comes from. They're protesting, or they're praying as the sun sets, which seems like a nice thing, unless you turn it into some hatred concept, which I don't know why anybody listens to these people, quite frankly. Lee Kern says, why do they cover their faces if they believe they're on the right side of history? As if we can't make that point 45,000 other ways, as this person does. Oh, what are you saying? You mean like these members, these IDF members, or these illegal settlers all pointing guns at the camera, or these other, like, oh, but let's only apply it in the one direction we want to. Like, sure, I'll make the same point. I'd say the same thing about Antifa or anybody else, or Patriot Front. The point is that you could argue it's hiding something, and maybe it is, but you could also argue it's because you guys are unjustly attacking anybody present as some kind of gross anti-Semite, which will definitely be a stain on what they do going forward if they go into mainstream stuff. Obviously. And you guys know that, and you weaponize it. So you have to realize how obvious some of this stuff is. And I already pointed this out earlier. So here's Ilan Levy doing the same thing as before. So what this is a member of the UN, a special rapporteur, going to a Palestinian protest. I guess that's only bad when he goes, U.S. officials expressing solidarity with terrorists and terrorist sympathizers. It's right, like George Bush. Really? So these are all people supporting terrorism? No, they're supporting Palestine. Not Hamas. Palestinian self-determination. But to Ilan Levy, that is Hamas, which equals terrorism, which equals Jew hate, which equals. Just 14 times down the road. And that's what it is. What I say it is, not what she says she's doing. It's what I think she's doing. It's just so childishly stupid. Here is a mother and wife and former IDF sniper, totally objective, saying it's actually quite hilarious in some ways watching these absolute idiot protesters in Columbia and other universities. She says these aren't peaceful protesters, even though they are, and you can prove it. They're now officially full-blown terrorists. That's the kind of objectivity we're getting. She goes, this isn't free speech. It's Jew hatred. Okay, so let's make sure we recognize how many very clear Zionists in the interest of another government's interest are actively trying to remove your constitutional rights for what they think and acting like that's the right thing to do. Calling them full-blown terrorists, not just Hamas supporters, not just pro-rape and pro-terror, but terrorists themselves, which here we are with the bill that your government just passed in the interest of another country that says just that. Ilhan Omar writes, in the last few weeks, a number of lawsuits have been filed by Palestinians and Arab students who feel threatened and discriminated against, which they very clearly are on college campuses. But you wouldn't know that if you search CNN or Fox News. Either one, by the way. This total indifference to what Muslims and Arab students and faculty are experiencing is heartbreaking and not surprising. It's just a very one-sided game, which we all know. And this is very real. I mean, if you can't recognize the obvious discrimination taking place, the suppression of their rights. And guys, it's not just Arab and Muslim students. It's anybody supporting them, then you're blind. And this is what a human rights lawyer has to say. That's really what he is, by the way. The international human rights lawyer says, that is awful. But have you also paused even for a moment to consider what Jewish students are going through? Yeah. Are you just not paying attention, or have you missed the 45 times she's mentioned that? But the point is, he knows that. He's just trying to counterbalance her point to make it seem like she doesn't in hopes that you blindly assume he's right. No, I didn't think so. She just, the last time she was on a video, was saying we have to be concerned about all the Jewish people, both in the protest and outside of it. But this lawyer, I guess, is not smart enough to figure that out or doesn't care. Yosef Menyar, as I pointed out earlier, says no one asks how Palestinian students are supposed to feel safe at institutions who invest in and profit off the murder of their relatives. But I guess it doesn't matter because only one group is more important. Now, here is Matt Miller refusing to comment on whether an administration would invoke visas of students who would allegedly express support for Hamas. I just don't have any comment, he says. It's only a really quick 17-second video. The point is, they're asking whether you're going to revoke the visas of students who they claim express support for Hamas, which means you're supporting Palestine. I'm not going to comment. Is a terrifying thing to say. Now, to wrap up, this is what we're dealing with. Dan Cohen writes, American Zionist forces, the LAPD, fire rubber-coated bullets at unarmed student protesters. Like, Guess it's not Kent State University yet, but for crying out loud, guys, how was it? I mean, other than the immediate lethality, which these are just as possible to be lethal, you're opening fire at unarmed protesters. How is this where we are? It says these projectiles are routinely used by Israeli occupation forces to suppress Palestinian protests. The U.S. is looking more like the Israeli apartheid state every day. Ryan Grimm points out, and showing the same video here, or some of the same videos about the same thing happening at UCLA, LA cops sat back and watched as the pro-Israel mob attacked the encampment 2 nights ago, as Caitlin Johnstone highlighted, but last night they attacked it themselves. Here's a cop visibly spitting multiple times on a Palestinian flag because they're totally objective, right? Now, of course, he has every right to feel whatever he feels and think whatever he thinks, but let's realize that as a cop who is enforcing something on these protesters is absolutely going to influence what he does. You know that. And then you wonder why that's happening. Well, I'll show you. It says NYPD Chief of Patrol highlights this. During his visit to the U.S., Israel President Isaac Herzog stopped by the police headquarters to just casually meet with the executives and members of the NYPD, because that's normal, right? It's pretty weird. And as somebody highlights, seriously, that says it all. Here's what the NYPD setup looked like. Remember when moments ago there was the Israeli side that were trying to scream about how the U.S. flag wasn't as prominent by the Palestinian flag? Here you go. I guess it only works one way. The idea that this is so prominently highlighted. This is NYPD, for crying out loud. But the point is, as even the Haaretz will highlight, New York mayor, this is the 23rd of August, 2023, vows to bring what he's learned from Israel back, Israel police back to the NYPD. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And we're seeing it take place right now. Congresswoman Erin Hochin does the same thing all the rest of the cowards do and says, as anti-Semitism spreads like wildfire across campuses, I cannot overstate how important it is to support Jewish students. It's just, I support the current thing. Give me AIPAC money. Do you think she even cares to look into this? Or does he think she even cares at all that it's true or not? These people are completely bought off. I'm not saying that as a sense that I'm going to prove that she knows that she's taking bribes, but realize they're getting a shocking amount of AIPAC lobbying money, which then, without question, influences the direction of how they deal with Israel. That's lobbying. That's not a racist sentiment as much as they pretend it is. That's how lobbying works. And it's obvious. And these people will come out and lie to you about everyone has the right to free speech. However, that means you don't think that. Now here's Trump in an important statement. As I said, bought and paid for.
The anti-Semitism, the hatred of Israel by so many people. You go back 10 years, I mean, Israel was protected by Congress, and now Congress is just doing numbers that are unbelievable with, I think, a very, very small group of people within Congress, and it's got to stop. But we have to go back to the roots. We have to protect. We have to stop the anti-Semitism.
We have to protect Israel, is what he was going to say. He's already said it, but just be clear about that.
That's just pervading our country right now, and Biden has to do something. You have.
So he wants you to shut down your free speech. I just don't know why people can't see through these people. It's obvious what's going on. They're all the same. They're all blindly supportive of the Zionist government, and the question should be why. That's not going to be, there's going to be, at the very least, in conjunction with the support, and what, by the way, that he just came out and said that RFK Jr. is saying fake news about the injections, which 99% of his supporter base does not believe. There's also a huge portion of his support that is currently seeing through Israel. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because it doesn't ultimately matter what you think at all to these people, guys. He's trying to tell you what to think. We're supposed to protect a foreign country, even though these are Americans expressing their First Amendment rights. Shut it down. That's what Donald Trump is telling you. Ben Shapiro highlighting the fact that this is the most privileged young people on earth, bored by their wealth and status and given zero moral guidance by the society. All of them. Every protest movement, everywhere across the country, all of them he knows. Again, and doesn't fail the need to point that out about the ridiculous victim framing victim, pretending to be a victim protesters walking up going, don't block me. And even though they can walk around, but that's not entitled or deserving of what they want. Sad. Patrick Henningsen points out the most important thing, I think. The pro-Palestinian students' protests have really exposed the faux right in the U.S. as a bunch of hysterical, morally compromised, he says, cucked, Shapiro'd, anti-free speech snowflakes with no real constitutional principles whatsoever, full of virtual testosterone, a complete joke, which is probably going to bother a lot of people. But frankly, and I don't think it's the majority, but I think there's far too many leading Republicans blindly supporting Israel and blindly supporting the suppression of free speech while they were just 30 seconds ago screaming about how we can't allow this or that or this legislation or this president or this person in Congress because free speech. But who cares as long as we're on the side of Israel? And Jenin Younes points out, smearing protesters as Nazis, racist, terrorists, violent, etc. is a sleazy tactic that has been used to discredit them and the cause. Again, just like Republicans moments ago. The right-wing terrorists and the MAGA terrorists and Nazi white supremacists. And here they are spinning it right around on the next person. There will always be bad actors in large protests. I agree with that. Indeed, it says the Times and other publications tarnished anti-lockdown and vaccine mandate protesters. There's another overlap. So we're going to pretend like every anti-vaccine person was a Nazi, which is the words that were used. Or whatever else they called them. It's amazing that we can't see this from either side of this paradigm. As he writes, the biggest snowflakes seem to be on the right now, falsely calling student protesters Hamas Nazi terrorists in exactly the same way the left called anti-lockdown protesters Nazi Trump domestic terrorists. The faux right, proving they have zero self-awareness, incredibly shallow, no principles, certainly not constitutional, and ultimately spineless. Now, please do not take this, at least for me, as an indictment of everybody on the conservative or right side. But it is a prominent problem. As I said, you'd think a group who just spent the last half-decade being unjustly called Nazis and white supremacists and even anti-Semitic would be a little more thoughtful and aware of how that type of deceitful dehumanization can be used to censor speech and remove rights and liberties. You'd think. And again, I talked about this more than once. This is the later one in this succession or in this series, September 2nd, 2022. The MAGA trap has been set. I think you're falling into it right now. Literally. All right. I mean, not literally, but in the sense of like actually like in real time now, not like it's some setup situation, right? You are falling into the trap, which could have gone many ways. But the point is that using that, creating this dynamic where you are suddenly like driving you into taking action that will be used to frame you as the problem. I mean, we talked about January 6th and many other examples. Now, here's an interesting overlap to this. And before that, Alex Jones says after Narwhal, I always call him Narwhal, says protesters using bear spray and pepper spray on LAPD. Well, again, had you looked into the conversation and realized that they were being attacked before this happened, like video shows you, or the fact that they're being shot with rubber bullets for protesting, like the idea that this is how you frame it is typical for Narwhal. But Alex says things are escalating fast. All of this, all of it apparently, brought to you by Soros and the CIA. Not Israel, right? Who cares about Israel's genocide? Who cares about the obvious anti-Semitism, use of anti-Semitism to suppress Americans' free speech? Gotta be Soros and CIA only, even though what's important is that you can prove an element of this, but as World Alternative Media says, Soros and the Israeli agent is funding pro-Palestinian protests to psyop people out of rejecting the war. I agree with the sentiment. I don't think it's only that, but he says also obvious. But something that Alex and the rest have shown they're very clearly tiptoeing around, which make sure you make a note of. But as New York Post writes, groups behind Israel bashing protests, which is not really what's happening, other than this idea. We're talking about the illegal state. Not all of Israel, everyone that lives there. Some of them maybe, but to this broad stroking, I'm getting very tired of. Backing Hamas attacks. It says groups behind Israel bashing protests, backing Hamas attacks, which is not what's happening, got $15 million plus from Soros. Now, this is from October 28th, 2023. Robert and I just talked about this, and I believe he might include this in his upcoming article. The point is that you can highlight that the PFLP and these groups have gotten protest or funding from groups like the Open Society, or what's it called, Open Borders or Open Society, right? Foundation with George Soros. You can prove it. But so have a lot of groups. But of course, my point is always, if that happened, then yes, make a note and say, could that mean everything here is co-opted? Yes, it very well could. Or it could mean that they're trying to fund this to use it and influence their own direction. And ultimately, from a while ago, not right now, is the point that one of these groups, not every protest movement is all not backed by the same entity, but they did get some funding from this group. So make a note of that. Consider what that might mean in the outcome. But does that then mean the genocide is not happening? Does that mean they're not breaking the law that we can all see? Does that mean that these people are not pointing to the oppression that we can all recognize? No. So it's game that's being played where you go, well, Soros, so we just ignore what's happening? No, just make a note of that and recognize that be on guard. I can promise you that they're trying to co-opt these movements or trying to shoehorn in other agendas or wrap this into some other great reason. I mean, all of it. But ignoring the obvious is a two-party illusion ploy. And listen how this starts. Far-left billionaire kingmaker George Soros has funneled more than $15 million since 2016 to groups behind this month's pro-Palestine protests, where demonstrators openly cheered Hamas militants' craven terrorist attack on Israel. Is that what happened? No. So if they can't even be honest about this in the very first paragraph, maybe we should factor in that there might not be the full picture. But even so, the point is money has gone to this group. And here's what's even funnier is they don't, Open Society Foundation. They don't even mention the groups necessarily in the beginning. I think we get into them here. I was reading it earlier. Anyway, the main point for me is obviously that they're downplay. They don't want the group's name to be prominent. Because I don't remember. I read it earlier today. Yeah, I mean, as far as I could tell, they don't even mention the group. The point is, funded groups behind this month's protest. And you know why? Because if you highlight how many different multifaceted groups are involved with this, it becomes kind of watered down. But if you just dump that on top and make people assume that means all of them are funded and that means they're all compromised, then you get people that are Republican that will just disregard all of it, which is pretty silly. Overall, yes, consider how this is a problem. Consider how this could be manipulated. In fact, like I said before, it always is. There always are attempts to co-opt any movement, especially ones that are actually having an effect. Like any other movements we talked about in the past where they co-opt it because they don't want it to succeed. That's what we're talking about. And again, to just say Soros and CIA is a way to downplay the most important thing that's happening right now. Stopping a genocide. Here, Patrick Webb, which I'm not a huge fan of. In fact, I've caught them lying countless times, comes out and says 136 pro-Palestinian college university campus encampments were being planned back in November 2023. Well, yeah. You mean a month after a genocide's been going on? Shocking. So you're telling me people that were recognizing a genocide started planning to protest the genocide a month after the genocide's been going on? Wow. All this is being done is to try to make it look like something else is happening, in my opinion. JP Sharp says, here's why we're seeing mass protest on college campuses. Get ready for this hot take. Antifa has been activated and are pretending to be pro-Palestinian activists. Well, maybe. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. That's my point. There's probably entities trying to do that, probably to hide the fact that this is a real, genuine movement, in my opinion. But it says, and have been tasked with creating mass public disruption with the goal of getting Congress to pass the bill that circumvents the First Amendment. It's an interesting take. The reality, though, is that you can easily prove that, one, there's obviously very clear pro-Palestinian activists that are actively fighting against this genocide, and two, that they're not causing mass public disruption, that most of them, by and large, the vast majority, are so peaceful and not like sitting in circles and talking until there is other things happening around them. And it's not my opinion. To frame this as the one doing that to cause that, well, frankly, that's the Zionist aspect of this, driving this chaos in order to justify the act that they want, which is the Anti-Semitism Act. Why Antifa would want that, I have no idea. It says, and declare is not complete, other than the idea that they're just a group being used to accomplish that, which would make sense. and declares not completely supporting everything Israel does is a hate crime, which will then get banned the next. I mean, it's feeding into the assumptions of the two-party illusion. And this person says, source? Where are you getting this from? His IQ. Just so spot on, it's scary. That's just silly to me. So then don't listen to this ridiculous person who is making things up that they want you to think is happening. Could be, right? Could be anything. Could be aliens too. Could be, certainly possible. For obviously, a funding of Antifa to manipulate you is far more likely. But you know what I need? A little bit of evidence. And not just a overview of somebody that got funding to one group involved, but proof or evidence at the very least that there's any involvement of that. And that wouldn't surprise me. But I also just don't blindly take partisan points to lead my investigation. Tim Poole chimes in. This is the right side of this, seemingly trying to obfuscate, in my opinion. He says, can we get people riled up about Myanmar? The whole Israel-Palestine thing is getting boring. I think he always thinks he's being snarky or like, it's a stupid point. I said, many of us have long discussed both and are capable of holding two or more thoughts in our head at one time, but downplaying and redirecting focus does seem to be your forte. Now, even if you pretend he's trying to make a point to be funny, it doesn't change the fact that what that does is direct people elsewhere. Don't look there, look over here, as he's done many times as people like Clint and others have brought up the concern about Israel. Here is another disgusting reality of this is Megyn Kelly saying, why are they all unattractive? Why are they all so gross? Like that's supposed to, like, journalism. As Eva Bartlett writes, revolting woman. Right? I mean, make fun of the fact that some of them are looking like they're, I mean, whatever you think. The lefties are look like this. It's just it's a subjective, personal, kind of gross point. It's supposed to be about why we shouldn't listen to the reality of what they're saying because they look disgusting or they aren't attractive or because they're, as if every Republican is super fit and attractive. Like, it's just a silly, stupid argument, but it feeds into their personal opinions of what they're supposed to be like. And that's how the two-party illusion operates. Or this one. This is what I was playing earlier.
Put me on camera. I work for myself. Take off your hijab and get a job. You guys are all fat, ugly, and broke. Is that how we do? Take off your hijab and get a job.
It's like, it's just such a, like, this is the point, is because of the moment where we're allowed to be like, it doesn't matter whether you think it's funny or not. That's racist. It's disgusting. You take you're attacking something that is core to their. It's like saying to a Jew, take off your yarmulke and get a job if it rhymed. Would that be acceptable? You're allowed to say any of it. Free speech, of course, except against Israel today, because now no longer, right? But that's the whole point. Why is it okay? Because we're allowed to hate Palestinians right now. We're allowed to hate Arabs right now because that's the momentum of the U.S. government in Israel, even though they pretend otherwise. So this is the kind of thing being promoted by lots of powerful people in the political spectrum, in the journalism side of it. You got Megyn Kelly just going, why are they all so fat and gross? Like, why is that something anybody respects? Even if you think it's true. It's just lowbrow. It's small, petty. And as Whitney Webb writes, well, first, let's read what Charlie Kirk wrote. In response to a campus anti-Israel protest, the House is rushing to vote on a new bill. This new bill would officially define anti-Semitism so the federal government can sue, prosecute, and sanction more people, businesses, and universities for supposed violations of civil law. He says, I abhor anti-Semitism, but this bill is flagrantly unconstitutional and an appalling attack on the First Amendment. That's fantastic. I think it's respect for him being able to stand there and say, I think this, but I can obviously argue that's unconstitutional. That's a balanced take. He says this bill would make it illegal to compare Israeli policies to Nazi policies. It would make it illegal to describe Israel as racist. It would make it illegal to accuse an American citizen of being more loyal to Israel than to the United States. All of these behaviors might be stupid or repugnant, but they are indisputably protected by the First Amendment. And yet, congressional Republicans are rushing to get the First Amendment to gut the First Amendment in order to pass a Europe-style ban on supposed hate speech. Rioters should be arrested, he said. Unhinged Israel-hating students who take over buildings and refuse to leave should be expelled. Now, you can agree with that or not. He says, but I stand with Massey. This bill is an affront to the Constitution and must not be passed. I agree. And he says, are Christian conservatives about to figure out that the current Netanyahu-run government does not actually like them? We'll see. And this is Richard Hananya saying, hey, right-wing anti-Semites, are you okay? Haven't seen you around lately. It must be crushing to realize that you're on the side of the sick pronoun people that everyone in the West think you represent to get. Like, these are desperate people, in my opinion, trying to go Republicans. If you see the genocide, you're siding with lefties and you're, I guess, for, challenging your Republican beliefs. It's just desperation to me. What do you mean? Where have you been lately? The point is, your guys are all highlighting anybody saying this are all anti-Semite. They're everywhere, and you know it. The majority of the conversation are calling you out. But what you're trying to do is scare them back into their corner. Don't you realize you're siding with the pronoun people and the pink-haired, mask-wearing idiot? Some, yeah. And just as many are not that at all. Aaron says, what a weird tweet. Nobody is obliged to support a foreign country like some football team. Normal people don't think like that. I completely agree. He says, hopefully you learn from this and start to support Israel. You're just trying to scare Republicans back into the place you think they should be in. That's pretty gross. And here is the part that we're going to end on, which I ended up getting to anyway, which is Michael Rappaport saying, and this is in the building that they busted in. It says, arrest them all. Arrest all of them. That's what I said over and over during January 6th. This guy's such an idiot because, you have to realize how clearly that's going to, maybe that's the point, draw a line right between the people who think then I'll show you their comments. I'm saying it again. Arrest these little hand jays and throw them out of the school. Zip tie time. Don't you think how disgusting that is to say after we just found a bunch of dead Palestinian women and children with their hands zip tied, buried under the school? Yeah, but, clearly I think that's intentional. But here's what's hilarious to me. Next one, he says, this is officially January 6th level. You mean a complete manufactured illusion? He says, students have stormed and taken Cabell Library building at Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond. In response, riot police arrived instantly and are now clashing with students. I love this. Oh, wait, it was this right here. So this person says, just when I thought Rappaport was becoming based, he brings up January 6th like it was the worst day ever. See, my point is this is not what they think it is. You got Republicans that are on their side, but they're like, wait a minute. So if the argument is supporting the highlighting of the genocide is siding with a bunch of lefty weirdos or whatever they're claiming, how is this any different? All of a sudden, these Republicans are going, wait a minute. I'm standing with people that thought January 6th was a insurrection. Aren't those lefties? The point is that it's all over the map, guys. And it's hilarious to watch these people that are stuck in the paradigm get so confused by this overlap. This person, the Spank and Pearl show, says, it's way worse, bro. This is worse than January 6th. And he says, most of those people on January 6th were patriots who felt like they were robbed, and rightfully so, in my opinion. But these people flat out despise America, and they hate everything about what we stand for. And just picking and choosing what you like, All right, here's some, obviously January 6th was not even remotely what they claimed it was, but it's also not nothing that happened. Over here aren't just a bunch of America-hating lefties. It's not what's going on. These are people that are fundamentally fighting for what we believe this country exists. Constitutional rights, your right to protest your government, but not from the Republicans. It's just so frustrating. But I think this is slightly shocking Republicans out of their stupor in some cases. Here's the other side of it. Here's a Democrat, or at least somebody that's not from the other side of the paradigm, saying, not a good comparison, Michael, to January 6th, but from the other side of it. I don't see any students wielding sharpened flagpoles, which didn't happen as far as I can tell, and putting out eyes of police, which also didn't happen as far as I can tell, just pushing and shoving. Never forget Kent State, where 2 of the students were killed just by bystanders. So here's somebody going, but the protesters there aren't that crazy, but January 6th were a bunch of Nazis. It's just, we're so warped by our political beliefs. It's hilarious and sad, and it's terrifying. Stephen Goldstein says, never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined this. I feel more commonality with Republicans as they stand by Israel, though I still differ with them on everything else, than I do with anti-Israel Democrats, with whom I agree on everything else. How is it these people can't piece this together? Because the two-party illusion is a broken, ridiculous joke, and that you guys cling to your ideological beliefs, even though they don't even make sense anymore, is ridiculous. But hey, maybe he's waking up. I don't know. My point, though, is it's the same thing was happening during COVID, where you got people that saw it and were like, I can't believe I'm siding with these side more than that side. Just give up on your belief that you have to adhere to one chosen side and just engage with every political thing and every point and every vote with what you care about, with your integrity, with morals, and in consistency based on your actual beliefs. Not that I have to check in with what I'm supposed to think is Republican before. Crazy. And then Jordan Sachtel highlights this clip at the end. This is the interesting supposed break-in of this building, which I'm not going to support any illegal acts because I just think that's consistent to argue that they shouldn't be breaking in buildings. I just don't agree with that. But at the same time, you have to acknowledge how they're being illegally treated and attacked. And, that's just same with Gaza conversation. Or Hamas rather, doesn't make it justified they broke the law, but you can argue why it might make sense from their perspective. But here's a clip that he frames as the Hamas encampment. Again, just Jordan Sachtel. It's such ignorance. He's been so aggressively on this one side since this moment this started. So many of these people that you might have thought otherwise showed their true colors when it came to blindly supporting Zionism. It's not a Hamas encampment, you absolute moron. It is a protest for the Palestinian self-determination, which could definitely overlap with some people who support Hamas. But for you to frame it that way shows your willful ignorance. And he says, and Colombia has gone full Hamas, breaking into buildings and rumors of a hostage situation, which didn't happen, and that's not true. But that's, rumors. Well, whatever makes it seem like I'm right in this conversation. But what you can see, as many pointed out, is this strange dynamic where seemingly there was a whole line of camera crews just ready to go. And they're like, here we go. Break the window open. I don't know. It seems strange to me, but I'm not going to pretend they didn't do this. In fact, I think it's quite obvious that it happened. But it does seem strange to me. And look, they just come running out and they're all filming. There's like a whole line of journalists waiting for this. And they broke it and let that it just seems very odd to me. And weirdly reminiscent of January 6th. So remembering that there are clear funding from all different sides and all sorts of, we have to ask ourselves what part of this is real. But Colin Hughes says, in regard to Norman Finkelstein, today marks a historic occasion. By seizing control of Hamilton Hall, students at Columbia University have anchored in historical memory the nexus between the horrors inflicted in Vietnam, that was the hallmark of my generation, with the horrors inflicted in Gaza, that is the hallmark of the new generation. It is testament to the majesty of these young people that they've risked their futures for the sake of a poor, powerless people halfway around the world in order to uphold that sacred principle that every life is worthy and the murder of none shall pass in silence. As Abraham Lincoln famously quoted, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. The right of the people of Gaza to live is an earthly truth, eternal truth, May the young soldiers in Hamilton Hall be honored and blessed for not countenancing and come what may, its extinguishment. So you can disagree with that and argue that it's breaking the law. At the same time, you can argue it's breaking the law while still arguing they're doing something that you think is noble. It's all sorts of different stances on this. But either way, I think the interesting part about this is we're watching people, and like he said, standing up for people halfway around the world to support this at their own expense. And what's interesting to me is it's amazing the kind of people that will disregard this because they've been framed as woke mindset or lefties or whatever. And my question is simple, is that if you, let's just say you're fighting for the border wall or whatever, and a pink-haired, mask-wearing person comes up and goes, I agree with you, I'm on your side. Is that okay? You suddenly go, no, I don't want your support. Or do you go, good, we both want the same thing, at least in this case. How is it any different here? Why is it that people are and again, I argue a lot of people would go, no, I don't want the person's support, which shows you the problem here. You have been inadvertently and maybe even intentionally put in a position where nothing will ever change by design. You can't make things happen when you only work with one side of the aisle or realize that there's more than just two sides, actually, or get stuck thinking there's only two sides. That's part of the game. And I'm just so frustrated that people that, in other words, that I respect are ignoring a lot of this because they think, oh, look at these lefty protesters. It's really sad to me that we don't have people that are more reflective or, I don't know, more open-minded to recognize how easily that can be used against you. But Coleman Hughes says, sure, maybe these students are protesting because they want to uphold the sacred principle that every life is worthy and that the murder of none shall pass in silence. Maybe they care about that principle a lot, and that's why that's protesting. Or obviously, this is what his opinion is. So why not that first part would be just not regarded? I don't know. But he goes, maybe the fact that these same students were yawning throughout October 7th massacre. No, they weren't. Saudi-Yemen war. No, they weren't. Syrian civil war. No, they weren't. Russia-Ukraine war. I mean, really? Now, first of all, I'm not saying I know what every single one of these individuals think, but what I can easily prove is that these same people were standing up in the midst of this right after October 7th. A lot of them were talking about the same things from all sorts of different sides. In fact, a lot of them were supporting Israel blindly until it became clear that they were committing a genocide, or even taking it further back. Are you telling me, are you actually trying to argue here that these college students were not protesting against the Yemen? I mean, yes, they were. Not every one of them, but there was clear protesting going on. And the idea that you could just pretend that none of them cared about anything other than this right now is such a grossly self-serving statement. But that's what you do when you're fighting for Zionism. Oh, and this is a CNN analyst. Surprise, surprise. My point to end is just documenting Jew hatred on campus. It's a group that's now saying we're actively going through all the footage and we are making a list of every member and every faculty. Like you can't take a step back and go, maybe it's a little bit too much on the nose for us to start making lists of people we disagree with in order to hold, to do exactly this. Rick Scott says anti-Semitic students calling for harm against the Jewish community, none of which I can see, by the way, except they just say calling for harm is when they say free Palestine, should be expelled and totally prohibited from all student loan forgiveness programs. Okay, so we can't take a step back and go, what'd they do to the trucker convoy? Financial censorship. Because they said the wrong thing, or because we said what they said meant the wrong thing, even though they didn't say that. Gee, you can't find the overlap there. You can't recognize that these people are being misrepresented so they can be dehumanized, censored, displaced. I mean, come on. I can't tell you every one of them, just like I can't tell you I know the mind of every convoy trucker. But you sure as hell argued, like you rightly should, that there's no way that one thing meant everyone thought the same. But here we are, where you're making lists, making an entire list of, by the way, many of which are Jewish. So you're making lists of Jewish students, and that's not supposed to be a problem? For the way that they frame this every time in the reverse, or the fact that you're censoring them or calling for financial censorship because they have the wrong ideas. Wake up, guys. Wake up and see what's happening. It's right in your face. Lastly, here is Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro, saying the country is cutting diplomatic ties with Israel, saying, quote, if Palestine dies, humanity dies. That's exactly where I think we are. It's not just about Palestine, but this central issue has become something very important to where we go next. I think that's an important place to end. Thank you for tuning in, guys. I appreciate your support. And again, soonly we'll be back in the place, I think, where this will be more consistent. And I'm going to do my best to get to some work coming up soon, but that's why it was such a long show today. I'm just trying to get in what I can, but again, very soon we'll be back to consistency. And we're just speaking with Derek and Robert and everyone else today in regard to making sure we get back to where we were like right away. And then close everything we're talking about. It's just been this kind of tumultuous moment for me with all the stuff we just dealt with, the give, send, go conversation, and all the stuff we're doing to try to fight that, which includes the move to make this all work for me. But I'll the give, send, go, if you could put in the chat for me, guys. There it is. Thank you, Orwell. The Save TLAV campaign is kind of just become our monthly recurring donation. That's a good place to start if you want to start supporting this platform. But there's a lot of other ways to do so, including direct mailing with the link and the address is right down below. And on that note, by the way, for anybody out there that might have been sending stuff in the past, make sure that the link, the address down below underneath the videos is the only one you use going forward because of some other things shifting. So I just want to make sure that you know that we're not going to stop. This is important. As you hopefully we can all very clearly see, this is monumentally important. What's happening is shifting power in the world in a way that I've never seen in my entire time of doing this. And I just don't know why we can't acknowledge that. Even if you disagree with everything they're protesting for, to see such a dramatic shift in the power dynamic, it has to be inspiring. Can't we see the change, the possibility of what's happening? I really hope we can reach people here. And I hope maybe even I am underestimating the amount of people on the Republican side or any side that are very clearly aware of what's happening. I believe the majority is there. I just hope we can make something happen with it. So thank you for tuning in. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.